ancient machinery hums its eternal song, and a million glowing cables pulse with stolen life, there sits a figure that was once a man. The emperor of mankind, the master of humanity, the omnissiah made flesh. For 10,000 years, he has endured in torment, his broken body sustained by the golden throne, his consciousness stretched thin across the galaxy like golden thread pulled to its breaking point. Every day, 1,000 psychers sacrifice themselves to maintain this half-life, their souls burning bright and brief to keep the Astronomicon lit and the webway sealed. It is a terrible burden, an unending vigil, a price paid in blood and suffering that staggers the imagination. But what if it ended? What if tomorrow the Emperor's consciousness finally slipped free from its shattered shell? What if the light that has guided humanity through its darkest age simply went out? This is not a question the Imperium allows its citizens to contemplate. To even consider such heresy invites the attention of the Inquisition, a visit from grey-armored enforcers who will ensure such thoughts never trouble the faithful again. Yet, it is a question that haunts the dreams of those who tend the Golden Throne, who watch the readouts grow more desperate with each passing century, who know that the mechanisms holding reality together are failing, and that no amount of prayer or sacrifice can repair what has been irreparably broken. The death of the Emperor would not be a gentle passing. It would not be the peaceful end of a life well lived, surrounded by those who loved him. No, when the master of mankind finally releases his grip on existence, it will be a catastrophe of cosmic proportions, a rending of the very fabric that holds the Imperium together. To understand what would happen, we must first understand what the Emperor does, what functions he performs that keep the million worlds of mankind bound together in their desperate struggle against the darkness. Only then can we comprehend the true horror of his absence. The Emperor is not simply a figurehead, not merely a symbol for the faithful to rally around. He is the linchpin of humanity's survival, the keystone without which the entire edifice of the Imperium crumbles into dust. Through his will alone, the Astronomicon burns, that psychic lighthouse that allows navigators to steer their ships through the hellish unreality of the warp. Without it, faster-than-light travel becomes nearly impossible, reducing journeys that once took weeks to desperate blind jumps that might take decades or end in madness and death. His consciousness also holds shut the Webway Gate beneath the Imperial Palace, the portal that Magnus the Red shattered during the Horus Heresy. Behind that gate press the infinite legions of chaos, demons beyond counting who hunger for the chance to pour into real space and transform terror itself into a demon world. Every moment of every day for 10 millennia, the Emperor has expended immeasurable psychic power to keep that gate sealed, to hold back a tide that would drown the birthplace of humanity in warp stuff and horror. These are the facts, cold and unyielding as the adamantium walls of the Imperial Palace. Now let us imagine the unimaginable. Let us walk through the catastrophe that would unfold if the Emperor died tomorrow. In the first instant, there would be no warning. The tech priests and custodians who maintain the Golden Throne would not see the catastrophe coming. One moment, the Emperor's vital signs, such as they are, would read as they have for centuries, weak but stable, a guttering candle that refuses to go out. The next moment, everything would change. The psychic scream that would emanate from the throne room would be heard across the galaxy, a psychic shockwave of unimaginable magnitude. Every psyker, from the mightiest librarian to the lowliest sanctioned weird, would feel it like a blade driven into their minds. Many would die instantly, their brains burned out by the surge of uncontrolled warp energy. Others would collapse, bleeding from their eyes and ears, overwhelmed by the death scream of the greatest psyker to ever exist. On Terra, the effects would be immediate and apocalyptic. The Astronomicon would flare impossibly bright for a single heartbeat, its light blazing so intensely that astropaths across the Imperium would be blinded, their third eyes scorched by psychic fire. And then, in the span of a human breath, it would go out. The greatest psychic beacon in the galaxy, the light that has guided humanity's ships for 10,000 years, would simply cease to exist. In the chamber of the Astronomicon, deep within the hollow mountain, 10,000 souls bound in psychic chorus would die as one, their carefully orchestrated sacrifice rendered meaningless in an instant. The machinery would continue to hum, the focusing arrays would continue to channel power, but there would be nothing to focus, no consciousness to direct the energies that have held the Imperium together. But this is only the beginning of Terra's torment. Far more terrible would be the failure of the Golden Throne's primary function, the one that has consumed so much of the Emperor's power that even maintaining the Astronomicon has become a secondary concern. The Webway portal, that gateway to the labyrinth dimension that the Emperor had hoped would free humanity from the perils of warp travel, has been held shut by his will alone. The moment that will fails, the gate would begin to open. It would not happen instantly, perhaps giving the custodians minutes, maybe even an hour before the wards finally shattered. But it would be inevitable, as certain as the sunrise, that Terra's defenders would never see again. The Adeptus Custodes, those golden armored guardians who have stood vigil over the Emperor for 10,000 years, would know immediately what was happening. These are not mere space marines, not simple warriors sworn to serve. These are the Emperor's companions, crafted by his own hand from his own genetic template. The bond between the Emperor and his custodians runs deeper than loyalty, deeper than duty. When he dies, they would feel it in their very souls, a tearing sensation as if part of their own being had been ripped away. Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes would have only moments to issue orders before the chaos began. Every custodian on Terra would be summoned to the Webway Gate, 10,000 of the Imperium's finest warriors assembling for what they know will be their final battle. Accompanying them would be the Silent Sisters, the Sisters of Silence, those blank-souled warrior women whose very presence dulls the warp. In the war within the Webway, during the Horus Heresy, it was the combined might of the Custodes and the Sisters that held back the demon legions for 5 long years. Now they would be called upon to do so again, but this time without the Emperor to channel his power through the Golden Throne, without his consciousness to bolster the wards and drive back the worst of the warp's horrors. They would be fighting a purely defensive battle, buying time for evacuations that could never be completed, for plans that could never come to fruition. When the gate finally burst open, it would not be a gradual thing. The Webway portal would explode outward in a gout of warp energy that would vaporize everything within a kilometer. Demons would pour through in numbers that stagger comprehension. This is not a mere demonic incursion, not a localized breach that can be contained and purged. This is a permanent gateway to the warp itself, opened on humanity's throne world, in the very heart of the Imperium. Bloodletters of Khorne would scramble over one another in their eagerness to spill blood on sacred terror. Plague-bearers would shuffle forward in diseased masses, bringing Nurgle's gifts to the homeworld of humanity. Demonettes would dance through the corridors of the Imperial Palace, singing songs that drive mortals mad with forbidden desires. And the Lords of Change would circle overhead, cackling at the great joke of it all, at the irony that the Emperor's greatest ambition has become the instrument of humanity's doom. The fighting in the Imperial Palace would be beyond anything the Imperium has seen since the Siege of Terra 10 millennia ago. The Custodians would form their shield wall at the Webway Gate, their guardian spears flashing in the unholy light that spills from the breach. They would kill demons by the hundreds, by the thousands, their every movement a masterpiece of lethal perfection honed over 10,000 years of constant readiness. The Sisters of Silence would stand among them, their very presence causing lesser demons to flicker and fade, their bolters and executioner great blades reaping a terrible toll. But it would not be enough. It could never be enough. For you see, the demons would not just be pouring through the webway gate. With the Emperor dead and his psychic presence no longer shielding Terra, the entire planet would become vulnerable to warp incursions. Every place where the veil between reality and the warp is thin, every site of ancient massacre or forbidden ritual, every nightmare given substance by 10,000 years of suffering and war, these would become potential entry points for the forces of chaos. The Imperium has spent millennia carefully mapping and warding such sites across Terra, but those wards were always meant to be reinforced by the Emperor's will. Without him, they would begin to fail one by one. Warp rifts would tear open across the homeworld of mankind. In the underhives, where billions toil in darkness and despair, gates to the warp would manifest as prayers for salvation. Instead, summon demons of every description. The great cathedral of the Imperial Creed, that monument to 10,000 years of faith, would find its foundations warping as the belief of trillions creates a resonance in the warp that draws the attention of entities beyond mortal comprehension. Even the Eternity Gate, that great portal that once witnessed Sanguinius making his final stand against the traitor Horus, might crack and splinter as warp energy seeks out places of great significance. The defenders of Terra would fight valiantly. The Imperial Guard regiments stationed on the throne world would sell their lives dearly, ordinary men and women standing against horrors from beyond reality. The remaining Space Marine chapters would deploy their forces, Adeptus Astartes, in power armor, forming firing lines, and counter-attacking into the demon hordes. The Adepta Sororitas, those warrior women of the ecclesiarchy, would march into battle singing hymns to the dead emperor, their faith unshaken even as everything they believed in crumbles around them. But they would be fighting a losing battle against an enemy that cannot truly be killed, only banished back to the warp from whence they came. And here is the terrible truth that would dawn on Terra's defenders in those first desperate hours. Without the Emperor's psychic might to reinforce the banishments, without his will to weaken the connection between demons and their gods, the entities of the warp would return almost instantly after being destroyed. Kill a bloodthirster, and it might reform in minutes rather than months or years. Banish a demon prince, and it could claw its way back into reality before the defenders have time to regroup. The Imperium's forces would be fighting an endless war of attrition that they have no hope of winning. The High Lords of Terra, those 12 individuals who nominally rule the Imperium in the Emperor's name, would find themselves facing a catastrophe that defies any contingency plan they might have prepared. The Master of the Administratum would watch as his carefully organized bureaucracy begins to collapse, unable to issue orders, to a galaxy that can no longer receive them. The Fabricator General of Mars would know that without the Astronomicon, the Forge worlds are isolated, cut off from the trade and resources that keep them functional. The Ecclesiarch, spiritual leader of trillions, would face a crisis of faith unlike anything in the Imperium's history. How do you tell the faithful that the God they have worshipped for 10,000 years is truly, irrevocably dead? Some of the High Lords would try to maintain the fiction, to keep the Emperor's death a secret. They would know that the moment the truth spreads, the Imperium will tear itself apart. But secrets cannot be kept when the Astronomicon has gone dark, when every psyker in the Imperium has felt the Emperor's death scream, when Terra itself burns with demonic invasion. The truth would spread like wildfire through the warp, carried by the very medium that the Imperium depends on for faster-than-light communication. Astropaths across the galaxy, those psychically linked to one another through the warp, would know. And through them, planetary governors would know. And through them, the common citizens would know. The God Emperor is dead. The light has gone out. Humanity stands alone in the darkness. But let us expand our view beyond Terra, beyond the throne world's immediate catastrophe, to see how the Emperor's death would affect the wider galaxy. The first and most immediate consequence would be the loss of the Astronomicon, and with it, reliable interstellar travel. To truly understand what this means, we must understand how warp travel functions in the Imperium. The warp is not a peaceful dimension. It is a roiling sea of psychic energy and emotional residue, a place where the boundaries of time and space blur and break. Ships that enter the warp must surround themselves with Geller fields, bubbles of reality that keep the horrors of the Immaterium at bay. But even with this protection, navigation through the warp is incredibly dangerous without some fixed reference point. That reference point has been the Astronomicon. Navigators, those three-eyed mutants whose genetic quirk allows them to perceive the warp without going mad, use the Astronomicon as a lighthouse. They steer their ships toward it, around it, using it to plot courses through the ever-shifting currents of the Immaterium. A skilled navigator can guide a ship across thousands of light years in a matter of weeks, hopping from one stable current to another, always keeping the light of the Astronomicon in sight. Without it, warp travel becomes exponentially more dangerous. Navigators would be forced to make short, cautious jumps, never sure if they are moving in the right direction, if the warp currents will suddenly shift and carry them decades off course, or if they will inadvertently steer their ship into a warp storm and doom everyone aboard. The effects on the Imperium would be staggering. Trade between worlds would grind to a near halt. The carefully balanced system of tithes that sustains Imperial armies and feeds overpopulated hive worlds would collapse. Forge worlds that depend on raw materials from mining worlds would find their supplies cut off. Agricultural worlds that export food to sustain trillions would see their shipments lost in the warp or delayed for years. The interconnected web of commerce that binds the Imperium together, tenuous and fragile even in the best of times, would simply cease to function. Military coordination would become impossible. The Imperium has always been a reactive empire, responding to threats after they emerge because communication is too slow for anything else. But even that reactive posture requires some ability to move forces from one crisis point to another. Without the Astronomicon, that ability vanishes. A Space Marine chapter, receiving a distress call from a world under siege, would face a terrible choice: attempt the dangerous warp jump and risk being lost forever, or stay where they are and allow that world to fall. More often than not, they would choose to jump anyway, because that is what Space Marines do. They are the Emperor's angels of death, and they do not shrink from danger. But many of them would never reach their destinations. Ships would be lost in the warp, emerging decades or centuries later in entirely wrong regions of space, or not emerging at all, their crews reduced to madness and mutation as the Geller fields fail and the warp seeps in. Now, let us consider what happens in the days and weeks following the Emperor's death, as the full scope of the catastrophe becomes clear. On Terra, assuming that the planet has not been completely overrun by demons, which is by no means certain, the surviving leadership would be attempting to form some kind of response. The question of succession would immediately rear its ugly head. Who leads the Imperium now? The High Lords of Terra have ruled in the Emperor's name for 10,000 years, but they have never ruled in their own right. Their authority derives entirely from the Emperor's mandate. With him dead, that authority becomes questionable. Some would argue that Roboute Guilliman, the returned Primarch, who currently serves as Lord Commander of the Imperium, should take full control. He is a Genson of the Emperor, one of the demigod warriors who led the Great Crusade. He has already proven himself as an administrator and military commander. But Guilliman's authority has always been complicated. Many in the Imperium view him with suspicion, even fear. To them, he represents a return to the era of the Primarchs, a time when transhuman demigods held the fate of worlds in their hands. The Codex Astartes that Guilliman himself wrote was designed specifically to prevent any one individual from wielding such power again. Would the Imperium accept his rule, or would factions rise up in opposition? The ecclesiarchy would face its own crisis. For 10,000 years, the Imperials' cult has taught that the Emperor is a god, that he watches over his faithful from the Golden Throne, that he is immortal and eternal. Now, he is dead, irrefutably, undeniably dead. The psychic shockwave of his passing has been felt by every soul with even a hint of psychic sensitivity. The faithful cannot be deceived about this. How does the ecclesiarchy reconcile the death of their god? Some would cling to prophecies of resurrection, insisting that the emperor's death is merely a transition, that he will be reborn stronger than before. Others would fall into despair, their faith shattered by the reality that their god was mortal after all. And some would radicalize, interpreting the emperor's death as a test of faith, a call to arms that demands holy war against any who question the rightness of the imperial creed. The theological schisms alone could tear the Imperium apart. We have seen this before, during the age of apostasy in the 36th millennium, when the ecclesiarchy attempted to transform the Imperium into a theocracy and sparked civil wars that lasted for generations. That crisis was eventually resolved, but it left scars that have never fully healed. Now, with the emperor dead and the Astronomicon gone, there would be no central authority capable of imposing order. Different interpretations of what the emperor's death means, different visions of how the Imperium should respond, would lead to conflicts that could escalate into full-scale warfare. Meanwhile, on tens of thousands of worlds across the Imperium, local authorities would be making their own decisions about how to respond. Planetary governors who have always chafed at imperial authority would see an opportunity. Without the Astronomicon to guide imperial fleets, without the ability for the Administratum to send armies to enforce compliance, many worlds would simply declare independence. This would not necessarily be an act of chaos corruption or Xenos collaboration. Many governors would genuinely believe that they are making the best choice for their people, that in the absence of a functioning Imperium, local autonomy is the only way to survive. Some worlds would try to form regional alliances, pocket empires spanning a few dozen star systems that can still communicate through short, dangerous warp jumps. These new confederations would establish their own trade networks, their own defense pacts, their own systems of governance. In some cases, these alliances might actually function better than the Imperium ever did, freed from the crushing bureaucracy and endless tithes that have always been the price of imperial membership. But these pocket empires would also be vulnerable, lacking the resources and military might that came from being part of a galaxy-spanning civilization. They would be easy prey for the threats that would emerge in the power vacuum left by the Imperium's collapse. The Space Marine chapters would face their own difficult choices. Each chapter is a home, self-contained military force, capable of operating independently for extended periods. They have their own fleets, their own recruiting worlds, their own supply chains. In theory, they could continue to function even after the Imperium's collapse, but the Space Marines were created to serve the Emperor, to be his angels of death. What does it mean to be a Space Marine when the Emperor is dead? Different chapters would answer this question differently, based on their cultures, their doctrines, their interpretations of their duty. Some chapters would double down on their commitment to protecting humanity, viewing the Emperor's death not as a release from service, but as a call to greater sacrifice. The Ultramarines, with their devotion to duty and their respect for Guilliman's Codex Astartes, would likely fall into this category. They would continue to defend imperial worlds, even as the Imperium itself disintegrates around them, because that is what they were created to do. The Blood Angels, haunted by the death of their Primarch Sanguinius and their constant battle against the Black Rage, might see the Emperor's death as a final confirmation that the universe is one of endless suffering, but they would continue to fight regardless, finding in battle the only meaning that remains to them. Other chapters would take a darker turn. The Black Templars, those zealous crusaders, who have always revered the Emperor as a god, might interpret his death as proof that humanity is being punished for its sins. They could launch great crusades not to defend the Imperium, but to purge it, rooting out any hint of heresy or deviation from what they see as the Emperor's true will. The Dark Angels, already obsessed with hunting down the fallen members of their own legion, might become even more paranoid and insular, trusting no one, viewing the Emperor's death as part of some grand conspiracy that they must uncover. And some chapters would simply abandon the Imperium altogether. The Space Wolves, with their fierce independence and their loyalty to their own culture above all else, might retreat to Fenris and focus solely on defending their homeworld and its surrounding systems. The Salamanders, who have always maintained closer ties to baseline humanity than most chapters, might scatter, with individual companies choosing to protect specific worlds that they have come to care about. The possibilities are endless, and with each chapter making its own decisions, the unity that has defined the Adeptus Astartes for 10,000 years would fragment. Now we must turn our attention to humanity's enemies, to the forces that have always sought the Imperium's destruction, and who would see the Emperor's death as an opportunity. The Chaos Gods would be the most immediate beneficiaries. The Emperor has been the greatest obstacle to Chaos's dominion over the galaxy for tens of thousands of years. His psychic might has held back the powers of the warp. His very existence as the anathema has weakened their grip on reality. With him gone, that opposition vanishes. The Chaos Gods would swell with power, fed by the despair and violence that would sweep across the galaxy in the Emperor's wake. The Eye of Terror, that great wound in reality where the warp and real space overlap, would expand. Worlds on its borders that have held out for millennia would find themselves overwhelmed as demon armies pour forth in unprecedented numbers. The great rift that tore the galaxy in half during the 42nd millennium would widen further, potentially splitting into multiple smaller rifts that would effectively partition the galaxy into isolated regions cut off from one another. New warp storms would erupt across the galaxy, appearing seemingly at random, but actually drawn to places of great suffering or strong emotion. Hive worlds whose populations descend into anarchy would find themselves consumed by storms that transform them into demon worlds. Battle zones where the fighting is most intense would become sites of massive warp breaches as Khorne is drawn to the bloodshed. The Chaos Space Marines, those traitor legions who turned against the Emperor during the Horus Heresy, would launch raids and invasions on a scale not seen since the Scouring. The Black Legion under Abaddon the Despoiler would emerge from the Eye of Terror with their full might, no longer needing to carefully plan their Black Crusades, but instead attacking wherever they please, knowing that the Imperium can no longer mount an effective defense. The Death Guard would spread Nurgle's plagues across entire sectors, reveling in the despair and decay that follows the Emperor's death. The Thousand Sons would seek forbidden knowledge among the ruins of the Imperium, plundering the great libraries and data vaults before they are lost forever. And the World Eaters would simply kill, drowning world after world in blood and skulls for Khorne. But Chaos would not be the only threat. The Xenos races of the galaxy, each with their own agendas and their own reasons to oppose humanity, would also see the Emperor's death as an opportunity. The Orcs, those green-skinned warriors who live only for war, would sense that the galaxy has become a more violent place and would respond with a great surge of aggression. Warg after Warg would erupt across every region of space, as Orc war bosses lead their hordes against any target they can reach. Without the Imperium's coordinated military response, many worlds would simply be overrun, their populations slaughtered or enslaved by the Green Tide. The Tyranids, those alien devourers from beyond the galaxy, would accelerate their consumption. The Hive fleets have always been drawn to concentrations of biomass and psychic activity. The Emperor's death would not deter them, but it would remove one of the few forces capable of mounting an effective galaxy-wide defense. Individual worlds and pocket empires would fight valiantly, but without Coordination. Without the ability to redirect forces to threatened sectors, the Tyranids would advance unchecked. World after world would be stripped of all life, reduced to barren rocks as the hive mind consumes everything in its path. The Necrons, those ancient mechanical beings who once ruled the galaxy millions of years ago, would see the Imperium's collapse as a chance to reclaim what they believe is rightfully theirs. Tomb worlds across the galaxy would awaken, their dynasties emerging to find the young races divided and weakened. Some Necron overlords would launch campaigns of conquest, seeking to restore the empire they lost eons ago. Others would pursue their own esoteric goals, unconcerned with the struggles of organic life, but willing to destroy any who interfere with their plans. Even the Toe Empire, that young and idealistic coalition that preaches the philosophy of the greater good, would expand into the power vacuum. They would present themselves as a viable alternative to the Imperium, offering worlds protection and prosperity in exchange for joining the Toe sphere of influence. And without the Imperium's xenophobic doctrine to label them as heretics for considering such an offer, many human worlds might accept. This would not necessarily be a terrible fate for those worlds, as the Toe generally treat their subject species well, but it would mark the end of human dominance over that region of space. Perhaps most tragically, the Eldari, those ancient elder race who have survived for millions of years, despite their empire's fall, would view the Emperor's death with mixed emotions. The Eldari have never forgotten that the Emperor made a bargain at the world of Molech, that he drew upon the warp in ways that made him powerful, but also made him vulnerable. Some among the Eldari, particularly the Harlequins who served the Laughing God, might have foreseen this moment. They might have tried to warn the Imperium, but their warnings would have been ignored, dismissed as Xenos trickery. Now, with the Emperor dead and humanity tearing itself apart, the Eldari would focus on their own survival, on gathering the infinity circuits and protecting the craft worlds, knowing that they can do nothing to save humanity from itself. In the months and years following the Emperor's death, as the immediate chaos subsides into a new, terrible status quo, certain theories about what might happen next would begin to circulate. These theories have existed in various forms throughout Imperial history, often condemned as heresy, but never entirely suppressed. With the Emperor dead, these once forbidden speculations would gain new urgency and attention. The first and most widespread theory would be that of the Star Child. According to this belief, which has roots in the ancient legends of the Emperor's origins, when the Emperor's physical body dies, his soul would be freed to reincarnate. The story goes that when the Emperor created the Primarchs, he cast aside his compassion and other human emotions to make himself ruthless enough to do what needed to be done. These emotions became a separate entity in the warp, the Star Child, waiting to be reunited with the Emperor's essence. When the Emperor dies, this theory suggests the Star Child would be empowered by the psychic energy released, potentially becoming a new god in the warp, one who could fight chaos on equal terms. There are several problems with this theory, and anyone with knowledge of how the warp actually functions would recognize them immediately. First, for a warp entity to gain power, it needs worship, belief, emotional energy directed toward it. The Star Child, if it exists at all, has been at best a fringe cult among the faithful. Without widespread belief to sustain it, the Star Child would be a minor warp entity at most, incapable of matching the Chaos Gods who have been fed by the emotions of countless sentient beings for millions of years. Second, the theory assumes that the Emperor's soul remains coherent after death, that it can somehow reform and retain its identity. But warp entities are not individuals in the way material beings are. They are concentrations of emotion and belief, constantly shifting and reforming. The Emperor's soul, upon entering the warp without a body to anchor it, would likely dissipate or be consumed by the Chaos Gods who have sought his destruction for so long. A related theory, once championed by a secret society known as the Illuminati, suggests that the Sensei, the Emperor's immortal children scattered across the galaxy, could be gathered and sacrificed to create a new god entity incorporating the Emperor's essence. According to this theory, the Sensei were created when the Emperor, in his long life before ascending to the Golden Throne, fathered children who inherited his perpetual nature. These Sensei would be immortal, but lack their father's psychic power. If they could be found and brought together at the moment of the Emperor's death, their combined souls could merge with his to create a new entity powerful enough to lead humanity forward. This theory has always been problematic, not least because the existence of the Sensei is disputed, with many questioning whether they are real or merely legend. And even if they exist, finding them across 1,000,000 worlds and convincing them to sacrifice themselves would be a task of staggering difficulty, possibly impossible, in the chaos following the Emperor's death. A darker theory, whispered in the hidden chambers of radical inquisitors, suggests that the Emperor's death would not lead to rebirth, but to ascension as a new chaos god. The Emperor has been worshipped as a god by trillions upon trillions of humans for 10,000 years. That worship, that psychic energy and emotional devotion has been accumulating in the warp. Some believe that when the Emperor dies, this accumulated worship would combine with his psychic essence to create a fifth chaos god, one aligned with order and humanity but still fundamentally a creature of the warp, subject to its laws and its hungers. This entity might protect humanity, but it might also demand the same sort of worship and sacrifice that the chaos gods demand of their followers. Humanity would trade the tyranny of the Imperium for the tyranny of a warp god who wears the Emperor's face. There is precedent for this. The Eldari's fall birthed Slayanesh, a new chaos god formed from the collective depravity and excess of an entire civilization. If the worship of the Emperor has been building in the warp for 10 millennia, it is not inconceivable that his death could trigger a similar apotheosis. But would this new god be the Emperor as he was, or would it be something else, shaped by the expectations and fears of those who worshipped him? The imperial cult has spent 10,000 years creating an image of the Emperor that may bear little resemblance to who he actually was. A god formed from that worship might be a parody of the Emperor, a twisted reflection of imperial faith rather than a continuation of his will. What is certain is that none of these theories would provide immediate salvation. Even in the best-case scenario where the Emperor is somehow reborn or reconstituted, it would take time. Time for the new entity to gather power, time for word to spread, time for humanity to rally around this new hope. And in that time, the Imperium would continue to fragment, worlds would continue to fall, and humanity would continue to die. The long-term consequences of the Emperor's death would fundamentally reshape the galaxy. The Imperium of Man, as a unified entity, would cease to exist. In its place would arise hundreds or thousands of smaller human civilizations, each adapting to its circumstances in its own way. Some would thrive, building new societies free from the oppressive bureaucracy and religious fanaticism that characterized the Imperium at its worst. These worlds might rediscover lost technologies, might forge alliances with Xenos races on terms of mutual respect rather than subjugation or extermination. They might create something genuinely new, something better than what the Imperium ever offered. But most would not thrive. Most would struggle, would fight desperate battles for survival against enemies they cannot hope to defeat. Without the protection of the Imperial military, without the resources that came from being part of a galaxy-spanning civilization, most worlds would be vulnerable. They would fall to chaos corruption, to orc invasions, to tyrannid consumption, to any of 100 threats that the Imperium, for all its flaws, had kept at bay. The galaxy would become even more dangerous than it already was, a place where human civilization is reduced to isolated pockets of light in an ever-expanding darkness. The loss of knowledge would be catastrophic. The Imperium has never been good at preserving its past. too much has been lost over the millennia. Too many standard template constructs destroyed. Too many libraries burned by zealous inquisitors rooting out heresy. But at least the Imperium maintained some continuity, some institutions dedicated to preserving what knowledge remained. The Adeptus Mechanicus, for all their superstition and religious dogma, have kept the forges running, have maintained the technologies that allow humans to travel between the stars and wage war on a galactic scale. With the Imperium fragmented, many of these institutions would collapse. Forge worlds cut off from their supply chains would go dark. Tech priests who can no longer communicate with Mars would be left to interpret the machine spirits on their own, potentially leading to divergent technological traditions or complete technological collapse. Within a few generations, many human worlds would regress. Hive worlds that depend on food imports would descend into cannibalism and eventually extinction. Agricultural worlds that lose access to the machinery needed to work their fields might return to pre-industrial farming techniques, barely able to feed their own populations, let alone export food to others. Forge worlds that run out of raw materials would rust and decay, their great factories falling silent, their secrets lost as the tech priests who understood them die without passing on their knowledge. The galaxy would enter a new dark age, a second age of strife, perhaps even worse than the first, because this time there would be no emperor waiting in the wings to unite humanity and lead it back to the stars. The psychological impact on humanity would be profound. The Imperium has always defined itself by its relationship to the Emperor. He is the center of everything, the figure around which all of human civilization orbits. To be human is to serve the Emperor, to work toward the fulfillment of his vision for humanity. When the Emperor dies, that central organizing principle vanishes. What does it mean to be human in a galaxy where the Emperor is gone? Where do you find purpose, meaning, hope, when the figure who gave your species direction for 10,000 years is no longer there? Some would find new sources of meaning. They would build local communities, would find purpose in protecting their immediate families and neighbors, rather than serving some distant ideal. They would create new philosophies, new ways of understanding humanity's place in the cosmos that do not depend on the Emperor's vision. These would be the survivors, the ones who adapt and persist despite everything that has been lost. But many more would fall into despair. Suicide rates would skyrocket. Entire populations might simply give up, lacking the will to continue in a universe that seems designed to crush any hope of something better. Some would turn to chaos, not out of ambition or desire for power, but simply because damnation seems preferable to meaningless suffering. If the Emperor is dead, if his sacrifice was for nothing, if humanity is doomed regardless of how hard it fights, then why not embrace the powers that at least promise sensation, that offer pleasure or purpose, even if it comes wrapped in corruption? This would be chaos's true victory, not the conquest of worlds or the corruption of armies, but the corruption of the human spirit itself. The Emperor's death would prove what the Chaos Gods have always claimed, that humanity's hope is a lie, that the universe is fundamentally hostile to order and meaning, that the only truth is power and survival at any cost. And as more and more humans accept this dark truth, the Chaos Gods would grow stronger, fed by the very despair that their victory has created. Yet even in the darkest timeline, there would be glimmers of resistance. The Space Marines who remained loyal to the ideals the Emperor represented, if not to the Imperium itself, would continue to fight. Small groups of Inquisitors, Sororitas, and Imperial Guard would wage guerrilla wars against the forces of chaos, knowing that they cannot win, but fighting anyway, because that is what humanity does. Pockets of human civilization that managed to preserve some semblance of order and technology would become beacons for refugees, last bastions where the old ways are remembered and maintained, even as the galaxy descends into madness around them. The Emperor's death would not mean humanity's immediate extinction. Humans are remarkably resilient. capable of surviving and even thriving in conditions that would destroy most species. Scattered across 1,000,000 worlds, embedded in countless different environments, humanity would persist. But it would be a fundamentally changed species, shaped by the trauma of the Imperium's collapse and the Emperor's death. Future generations might not even remember that there was once a unified human civilization, that their ancestors came from a single world and spread out across the stars in a great crusade to reclaim the galaxy. The Emperor himself might fade into myth, becoming just another god in humanity's pantheon of legends, worshipped or forgotten as local conditions dictate. As we contemplate these possible futures, we must also consider whether the Emperor's death would be entirely negative. The Imperium, for all that it has accomplished, for all the worlds it has protected, and the enemies it has defeated, has also been a source of tremendous suffering. It is a civilization built on religious fanaticism, on the sacrifice of billions of souls to keep a rotting corpse alive, on a xenophobic doctrine that permits no tolerance for the alien or the different. It is a dystopia in the truest sense, a place where individual life has no value, where entire populations can be condemned to death if it serves the broader imperial interest, where dissent is heresy and inquiry is blasphemy. If the Emperor's death leads to the Imperium's collapse, it might also lead to something new, something potentially better. Without the imperial cult demanding absolute obedience, without the Inquisition rooting out any hint of deviation from approved thought, human civilization might evolve in unexpected directions. Local cultures might flourish, finding new expressions of what it means to be human. Scientific inquiry might resume, no longer constrained by the tech priest's insistence on ritual and tradition. Cooperation with alien races might become possible, leading to alliances that could prove beneficial for all involved. This is admittedly an optimistic take, one that assumes humanity can learn from its mistakes and build something better from the ruins. History suggests otherwise. The age of strife that preceded the Emperor's rise was not a time of enlightenment and cooperation, but of horror and isolation, of humanity's colonies devolving into barbarism as warp storms cut them off from one another. There is every reason to believe that the Emperor's death would lead to something similar, that without his unifying presence and the institutions he created, humanity would fragment and fall. But perhaps, in a few lucky places, in a few communities that managed to preserve their technology and their culture, something new and worthwhile might emerge. What is certain is that the galaxy would be forever changed. The Emperor's death would mark the end of an era, the close of a chapter in galactic history that has lasted for over 10,000 years. Whatever comes after, whether it is a new dark age or a potential renaissance, would be built on the ruins of what the Emperor created. His legacy, for good or ill, would shape humanity's future even after his death. The question is whether that legacy would be a foundation to build upon or a weight that drags humanity down into oblivion. There is one final possibility that we must consider, one that is perhaps the darkest of all. What if the Emperor's death accomplishes nothing? What if, despite everything, despite the collapse of the Imperium and the suffering of trillions, the fundamental situation does not change? The galaxy would still be a hostile place, filled with enemies that seek humanity's destruction. The Chaos Gods would still hunger for souls. The Tyranids would still devour. The Orcs would still wage war. Only now, humanity would face these threats divided and weakened, without the unity and military might that the Imperium provided. In this scenario, the Emperor's death would not be a transformative event, but simply the beginning of the end. Humanity would persist for a time, scattered across isolated worlds and pocket empires. But it would be in a state of slow decline, losing ground generation by generation. Eventually, perhaps in centuries or perhaps in millennia, the last human would die and the galaxy would continue on without us, indifferent to the tragedy of our extinction. The Emperor's sacrifice, his 10,000 years of suffering on the Golden Throne, would ultimately have been for nothing, merely delaying the inevitable rather than preventing it. This is the nightmare that haunts those who understand the precariousness of humanity's position. The Imperium is terrible, oppressive, cruel beyond measure, but it is also all that stands between humanity and annihilation. To wish for its end is to wish for humanity's end, because there is no guarantee that anything better would rise from its ashes. The Emperor, for all his flaws and all the suffering his rule has caused, has at least kept humanity alive. Without him, that survival is no longer assured. As we reach the end of this journey through the catastrophe that would follow the Emperor's death, we must acknowledge a simple truth. We cannot know what would actually happen. The Emperor is not going to die tomorrow, despite the alarmist tone of this exploration. Games Workshop, the creators of Warhammer 40,000, are unlikely to advance the setting's timeline in such a dramatic way, at least not anytime soon. The status quo is simply too valuable, too central to the setting's identity. The Emperor will remain on the Golden Throne, will continue to suffer, and the Imperium will continue to teeter on the brink of collapse without actually falling. This is the nature of Warhammer 40,000, a setting frozen in its darkest hour, always 5 minutes to midnight, but never reaching that final moment. But exploring these hypotheticals, considering what might happen if the Emperor died, helps us understand what makes Warhammer 40,000 so compelling. It is a universe of impossible choices, where there are no good options, only varying degrees of terrible ones. The Emperor's continued existence is a horror, a state of perpetual suffering that no being should have to endure. But his death might be an even greater horror, one that would doom the species he has sacrificed everything to protect. This is the fundamental tragedy of Warhammer 40,000, that sometimes survival requires accepting the unacceptable, that sometimes the lesser evil is still very much evil. The Emperor's death would be the ultimate expression of this tragedy. It would force humanity to confront the question of whether survival is worth the cost, whether it is better to live in misery and oppression or to die with some measure of dignity and freedom. Different factions, different individuals would answer this question differently. Some would fight to the last breath to preserve what remains of the Imperium, believing that any life is better than extinction. Others would embrace the collapse, would welcome the end of a civilization they see as irredeemably corrupted. And most would simply try to survive, making whatever choices seem necessary in the moment, without the luxury of contemplating the larger philosophical questions. In the darkness of the far future, where there is only war, the Emperor's death would not bring peace. It would not bring justice or redemption. It would simply bring more war, more suffering, more desperate struggles for survival against impossible odds. But it might also bring something else, something that has been absent from the Imperium for 10,000 years, the possibility of change. Whether that change would be for better or worse, whether it would lead to humanity's salvation or its extinction, no one can say. But it would be change nonetheless, and in a universe as stagnant and ossified as Warhammer 40,000's Imperium, change itself might be worth the risk. The question of what happens when the Emperor dies is ultimately a question about hope. Is there hope for humanity in Warhammer 40,000? Or is the species doomed regardless of what it does? The Emperor's existence on the Golden Throne has always been ambiguous on this point. He is a symbol of hope, proof that humanity once had a champion powerful enough to unite the species and drive back its enemies. But he is also a symbol of despair, evidence that even the greatest of beings can be broken, that no amount of power or planning can overcome the fundamental hostility of the universe. His death would resolve this ambiguity one way or another, would force humanity to confront the truth about its chances for survival. Perhaps that is why the Emperor cannot be allowed to die, why the setting must remain frozen with him on the threshold. To answer the question of what happens after his death would be to answer the larger question about humanity's fate, and that answer might be one that readers are not ready to hear. So the Emperor suffers, and the Imperium endures, and we continue to explore this dark universe, always wondering what lies beyond the next corner, what horrors await in the shadows, and whether there is any hope at all in the grim darkness of the far future. As you contemplate these possibilities, as you imagine the catastrophe that would unfold if the Emperor died tomorrow, remember that Warhammer 40,000 is ultimately about struggle. It is about ordinary people facing extraordinary horrors and finding the courage to fight, despite knowing that they cannot win. The Emperor's death would not end that struggle. If anything, it would intensify it, would force humanity to dig even deeper, to find reserves of strength and determination that even they did not know they possessed. Whether that would be enough to save the species, no one can say. But it would be a story worth telling, a saga of survival against impossible odds that captures everything that makes Warhammer 40,000 so compelling. In the end, the Emperor's death would not be an ending at all. It would be a beginning, the start of a new chapter in humanity's long and bloody history. What that chapter would contain, what horrors and triumphs would fill its pages, is left to the imagination. And perhaps that is for the best, because the reality might be more terrible than anything we could imagine, or it might be something we could never have anticipated, something that defies our expectations and challenges our assumptions about what the Warhammer 40,000 universe is capable of showing us. For now, the Emperor endures. He suffers on the Golden Throne, his consciousness stretched thin, his power waning with each passing century, but still he holds on. Still he keeps the Astronomicon lit and the webway sealed. Still he protects humanity, not because he must, but because he chooses to. Because giving up would mean condemning the species he has dedicated his existence to saving. And we, as observers of this universe, can only watch and wonder how much longer he can maintain this vigil, and what will happen when finally, inevitably, that vigil ends. If you found this exploration into the darkest possibilities of the Warhammer 40,000 universe compelling, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. In this space, we delve deep into the lore of the 41st millennium, examining the histories, the heroes, the horrors that make this setting so endlessly fascinating. The Emperor may sit silent on his throne, but there are 10,000 years of stories to tell, countless worlds to explore, and infinite possibilities to consider. Join us as we continue to journey through the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war and where every story is a tragedy waiting to unfold. The Emperor protects, they say. But what happens when the Emperor is no longer there to protect? That is the question that haunts the Imperium, the nightmare that keeps the custodians vigilant and the High Lords awake through the long Terran nights. We have explored some possible answers, but the truth is that no one knows for certain. And perhaps that uncertainty, that terrible not knowing, is the most frightening thing of all. Because in the grim darkness of the far future, there is no hope without fear, no salvation without suffering, and no end to the eternal war that defines humanity's existence among the stars. In the grim darkness of the far future, there exists no greater perversion of the Emperor's grand design than the Chaos Space Marines. These fallen angels, once humanity's finest defenders, now stand as its most terrible enemies. Where loyalist Space Marines represent hope and valor, their corrupted brothers embody despair and damnation. But how does one become a Chaos Space Marine? What twisted paths lead to such profound corruption? Today, we delve deep into the dark machinery of creation that forges these warriors of ruin. The transformation from human to Chaos Space Marine is not merely a physical process. It is a descent into darkness that corrupts body, mind, and soul. Unlike their loyalist counterparts, who undergo carefully monitored transformation in fortress monasteries under the watchful eyes of apothecaries and chaplains, those who become Chaos Space Marines are subjected to brutal, accelerated procedures that care nothing for the sanctity of life, or the preservation of sanity. The process is as varied as it is horrific, differing between the traitor legions and renegade warbands, yet all paths lead to the same destination. Warriors who have abandoned their oaths to the Emperor and embraced the ruinous powers that whisper from the warp. Understanding how Chaos Space Marines are made requires us to look beyond simple surgical procedures and genetic manipulation. We must examine the very nature of chaos itself and how its corrupting influence seeps into every aspect of their creation. From the moment a potential recruit is captured or corrupted, the taint of the dark gods begins its insidious work. The process encompasses not just the implantation of gene seed organs, but also exposure to the warping energies of the immaterium, indoctrination into twisted belief systems, and the gradual erosion of everything that once made them human. Some Chaos Marines were once loyalists, who fell to corruption. Others were created from scratch, using stolen gene seed and enslaved populations. Still others emerged from the laboratories of mad geniuses like Fabius Bile, crafted through methods that make even other traitors recoil in disgust. The Chaos Space Marines represent 10,000 years of accumulated hatred, bitterness, and ambition. They are the veterans of the Long War, warriors who have survived countless battles and emerged stronger, if more twisted, from each encounter. Their creation is not a single event, but an ongoing process of transformation that continues throughout their existence. With each passing century spent in the Eye of Terror or other warp-saturated regions, they become less human and more demon. Their armor fuses with their flesh. Their weapons develop a hunger all their own. Their very presence becomes an affront to reality itself. This is the fate of all who walk the path of chaos, and it begins with the first step of their creation. Historical origins, the Horus Heresy. To understand how Chaos Space Marines are made in the current era, we must first travel back 10 millennia to the galaxy-spanning civil war known as the Horus Heresy. This catastrophic conflict, which nearly destroyed the Imperium in its infancy, marked the creation of the first Chaos Space Marines and established many of the methods still used today. The heresy was not simply a military rebellion. It was a fundamental corruption of everything the Emperor had built, a perversion of his greatest achievements turned against him. During the Great Crusade, the Emperor of Mankind had created 20 Primarchs, demigod generals, crafted from his own genetic material. Each Primarch led a legion of Space Marines numbering in the tens of thousands, warriors who shared their Gene Father's genetic template. These legions conquered the galaxy in the Emperor's name, bringing countless worlds into the fold of the nascent Imperium. But the Chaos Gods, those malevolent entities that dwell in the warp and feed upon mortal emotions, had long plotted against the Emperor's plans. They scattered the infant Primarchs across the galaxy and began laying the groundwork for corruption. The fall began with Lorgar Aurelian, Primarch of the Wordbearers Legion. When the Emperor chastised him for spreading worship of the divine rather than the secular imperial truth, Lorgar's faith did not die. Instead, it sought new gods to venerate. Guided by his first captain, Erebus, and his mentor, Cor Phaeron, Lorgar discovered the Chaos Gods and embraced them as the true powers of the universe. The Wordbearers became the first legion to fall to chaos, though they hid their corruption for decades while they worked to bring others into the fold. The corruption of Horus Lupercal, the Emperor's most favored son and appointed war master of all imperial forces, proved to be the keystone of the traitor conspiracy. While recovering from a grievous wound on the world of Davin, Horus was subjected to a vision orchestrated by chaos that showed him a future where the Emperor was worshipped as a god, while the Primarchs were forgotten. The seeds of doubt planted by the Wordbearers years earlier now bloomed into full rebellion. Horus turned traitor, and with him, 8 other legions followed: the Emperor's children under Fulgrim, the Iron Warriors under Perturabo, the Night Lords under Conrad Curzon, the World Eaters under Angron, the Death Guard under Mortarion, the Thousand Sons under Magnus the Red, the sons of Horus, and the Alpha Legion under Alpharius and Omegon. But this fall to chaos was not instantaneous for all members of these legions. Many Space Marines within the traitor legions remained loyal to the Emperor, particularly those who had been recruited from Terra itself before reunification with their Primarchs. This presented a problem for the traitor cause. Horus could not launch his rebellion with significant loyalist elements within his own forces. The solution was as brutal as it was efficient: the Istvan III atrocity. Under the pretense of putting down a rebellion on Istvan III, Horus gathered the loyalist elements from 4 legions: the Sons of Horus, World Eaters, Death Guard, and Emperor's Children, and sent them to the surface. Once they were engaged with the enemy, the orbiting fleet launched a devastating virus bombing that killed everything on the planet's surface. Those loyalists who survived the initial bombardment, having taken shelter in hardened positions, were then subjected to orbital bombardment, followed by ground assaults by their own traitorous brothers. Over the course of weeks, the loyalist elements were systematically purged. This act marked the true birth of the Chaos Space Marines as a distinct faction. These were no longer simply Space Marines who happened to rebel against authority. They had murdered their own brothers, violated the most sacred oaths of brotherhood, and aligned themselves with powers that sought the destruction of humanity itself. The transformation was spiritual as much as physical. When Horus opened his forces to the influence of chaos, the warp began its corrupting work on both flesh and equipment. The longer the heresy continued, the more pronounced these changes became. The Emperor's children embraced Slaanesh, the dark prince of pleasure and excess. Their pursuit of perfection became an obsession that twisted into seeking ever more extreme sensations. Their flesh began to mutate, taking on aspects that reflected their new patron god. The World Eaters, already modified with the butcher's nails implants that increased their aggression, threw themselves into Khorne's worship with savage abandon. The Death Guard, betrayed by their father Mortarion's desperate pact with Nurgle, became walking vessels of plague and decay. The Thousand Sons, trying to save themselves from mutation, fell deeper into Tzeentch's schemes, eventually suffering the rubric of Ahriman that turned all but their most powerful psykers into dust trapped within their armor. The process of corruption varied widely. Some Space Marines actively sought the gifts of chaos, making bargains with demons and offering sacrifices to the dark gods. Others were gradually worn down by exposure to the warp, their resistance eroding over months or years of campaigning. Still others were forcibly corrupted through dark rituals or exposure to warp-tainted artifacts. The Word-Bearers, who had planned this corruption for decades, used their dark apostles and rituals to spread chaos, worship throughout the traitor ranks. They taught the rites and prayers that would open Space Marines to possession or grant them demonic power. By the time the traitor forces reached Terra for the final assault on the Imperial Palace, they bore little resemblance to the warriors who had set out on the Great Crusade. Many had sprouted additional limbs, horns, or otherworldly appendages. Their armor had fused with their flesh in many cases, creating a hybrid of biological and mechanical that pulsed with warp energy. Their weapons wept blood or screamed with the voices of bound demons. They had become living weapons of chaos, and though the heresy would end in defeat with Horus's death at the Emperor's hands, the Chaos Space Marines had been born. The defeated traitor legions fled into the Eye of Terror, a region of space where the warp bleeds into real space. Here, in this hellish domain, they would spend the next 10,000 years plotting their return. And here, cut off from the Imperium's resources and infrastructure, they would need to find new ways to replenish their numbers. The methods they would develop would be crude, brutal, and utterly devoid of the reverence and care that characterized loyalist Space Marine creation. But they would work, after a fashion, and they would allow the traitor legions to continue the long war against the Imperium they once served. The Gene Seed Foundation. At the heart of every Space Marine, whether loyalist or traitor, lies the gene seed. This miraculous genetic material, created by the Emperor himself during the founding of the Space Marine Legions, represents the pinnacle of biological engineering. Understanding gene seed and how it functions is crucial to understanding how Chaos Space Marines are made, for even corrupted and twisted, it remains the foundation upon which these warriors are built. Gene seed is not a single organ or genetic sequence, but rather a collection of specialized germ cells that have been genetically engineered to develop into 19 distinct organs when implanted into a human host. These organs fundamentally transform a normal human into a transhuman Astartes, granting abilities far beyond natural human limitations. Each of the original 20 Primarchs served as a genetic template, with their unique characteristics encoded into the gene seed that would be used to create their legions. When a Primarch's gene seed is implanted into a recruit, that recruit doesn't just gain superhuman abilities. He gains echoes of his gene father's own characteristics, both physical and mental. The 19 gene seed organs work in concert to transform a human adolescent into a space marine. The secondary heart provides a backup for the primary heart and can maintain full circulatory function if the primary fails. The os modular secretes hormones that cause the skeleton to grow larger and the bones to become much stronger. The biscopia enhances muscle growth throughout the body, creating the massive physique that makes space marines such formidable warriors. The hemastomen increases the blood's oxygen-carrying capacity and produces new blood cells at an accelerated rate. The Laramans organ creates specialized cells that act as superior platelets, causing wounds to seal almost instantly. Other organs provide even more exotic abilities. The catalepsian node allows a space marine to remain conscious and alert even when parts of his brain are resting, effectively eliminating the need for normal sleep. The preomnor acts as a pre-stomach that can neutralize most poisons before they reach the digestive system. The omophagia connects to the brain and allows a space marine to gain genetic memories from consumed flesh, hence the blood drinking and flesh-eating rituals of some chapters. The multi-lung provides a backup respiratory system that can function in hostile atmospheres. The oculobe modifies the eyes to enhance vision in low light and protect against sudden bright flashes. The Lyman's ear improves hearing and provides immunity to vertigo and motion sickness. The Susan membrane allows a space marine to enter a state of suspended animation when grievously wounded. The melanochrome controls skin pigmentation and provides protection from radiation. The oolitic kidney acts as an emergency toxin filter. The neuroglottis enhances taste and smell to the point where a space marine can track prey by scent or detect poison by taste. The mucranoid secretes a waxy protective coating over the skin in response to extreme temperatures. The Betcher's gland allows a space marine to spit blinding venom. The progenoids, perhaps the most crucial organs, collect and store the genetic data needed to create new gene seed, ensuring the continuation of the chapter. The black carapace, the final implant, is a sheet of fibrous organic material that is surgically implanted beneath the skin. It hardens into a tough interface between the space marine's nervous system and his power armor. Fiber bundles grow throughout the marine's body, connecting to the black carapace and allowing thought impulse control of armor systems. This creates the seamless integration between marine and armor that makes them such effective warriors. This entire process of implantation and development normally takes years under carefully controlled conditions. Imperial apothecaries monitor each stage, adjusting hormone treatments and conducting hypno-indoctrination to ensure the recruit's body accepts the implants. The failure rate, even under ideal conditions, is significant. Many recruits die during the process, their bodies rejecting the gene seed or being overwhelmed by the radical changes. Those who survive emerge as space marines, but only after years of pain, transformation, and conditioning. For Chaos Space Marines, this process is fundamentally altered in several critical ways. First and most importantly, the gene seed of the traitor legions has been corrupted by 10,000 years of exposure to the warp. The genetic code has mutated and degraded, introducing instabilities that make the already dangerous transformation process even more lethal. Some organs no longer function properly. Others produce unexpected effects. The rate of mutation and rejection is far higher than in Loyalist chapters, and the resulting Chaos Marines often bear physical alterations that mark them as tainted. The corruption manifests differently depending on which legion's gene seed is used and which Chaos God, if any, has claimed it. The Death Guard's gene seed, saturated with Nurgle's essence, produces Marines whose bodies are riddled with disease, yet impossibly resilient. The Emperor's Children's gene seed, touched by Slaanesh, heightens sensation to painful extremes, while dulling the recruit's capacity for normal emotion. The Thousand Sons face a genetic curse that causes rapid and uncontrollable mutation, which was only stabilized after a fashion by the rubric of Ahriman. The World Eater's gene seed, already modified by the Butcher's nails, creates warriors consumed by rage and bloodlust. Moreover, the Chaos Space Marines lack the sophisticated infrastructure that Loyalist chapters possess. They have no secure fortress monasteries with sterile operating theaters and banks of preserved gene seed. They possess no tech marines trained on Mars in the proper maintenance of equipment. No apothecaries who learned their craft from those who had practiced it for centuries. Instead, they have what they can salvage, steal, or create through dark pacts with the forces of chaos. Their gene seed is often harvested from the dead after battles, torn from cooling corpses by apothecaries who serve the dark gods. It may be centuries old, poorly preserved, and contaminated with warp energies. The instability of traitor gene seed creates a desperate hunger for new genetic material. This is why Chaos Warbands raid Imperial Fortress monasteries whenever possible, seeking to steal untainted gene seed stocks. A cache of Loyalist gene seed represents an invaluable resource, potentially able to create dozens or even hundreds of new Chaos Marines. Of course, Loyalist gene seed implanted into those who serve Chaos will itself become corrupted over time. But initially, it produces more stable results than the degraded material the traitors normally work with. Some traitor Legion apothecaries have become expert at blending different gene seed lineages, creating hybrid Marines that carry genetic material from multiple Primarchs. This was once considered the gravest heresy, but Chaos cares nothing for the Emperor's laws. These hybrids often exhibit unpredictable traits and accelerated mutation rates, but when they survive the process, they can be formidable warriors. Fabius Bile, the infamous apothecary of the Emperor's Children, has pushed this art to its limits, creating abominations that bear only the slightest resemblance to true Space Marines. The degradation of gene seed over millennia in the Eye of Terror has led some warbands to the point of desperation. Their gene seed stocks have become so corrupted that they can no longer create new Marines reliably. These warbands must either disband, join larger forces, or find alternative methods. Some turn to even darker pacts with Chaos, accepting demons into their ranks or transforming their warriors into possessed. Others seek out the services of beings like Fabius Bile, trading slaves and resources for his expertise in creating new Marines from degraded genetic material. Yet despite all these challenges and corruptions, gene seed remains the irreplaceable foundation of Chaos Space Marine creation. Without it, there can be no true Astartes, only normal humans enhanced through surgery and warp taint. The gene seed is what makes a Space Marine fundamentally superior to even the most augmented human warrior. It is the Emperor's greatest gift and his greatest curse, for the same genetic engineering that created his finest defenders also enabled his most terrible enemies to endure across 10,000 years of war. Acquisition of recruits. While gene seed provides the genetic foundation for creating Chaos Space Marines, that gene seed must be implanted into human hosts. Unlike Loyalist chapters, which carefully select recruits from specific worlds and bloodlines, testing them for genetic compatibility and psychological fortitude, Chaos Warbands acquire their raw material through far more brutal and pragmatic methods. The acquisition of recruits is the first step in the physical transformation from human to Chaos Marine, and it sets the tone for all that follows. The primary method of acquiring recruits is through raids on Imperial worlds. Chaos warbands will descend upon poorly defended settlements, typically on frontier worlds or in the outer systems of a sector where Imperial response times are measured in weeks or months rather than hours. These raids serve multiple purposes. They acquire slaves for labor, sacrificial victims for dark rituals, supplies and equipment, and most importantly, potential recruits. The raiders don't simply grab every warm body they find. Even corrupted and degraded gene seed requires recipients who fall within certain parameters. Recruits must be young, typically adolescents whose bodies have not yet fully matured but are past the earliest stages of childhood. This age window is narrower for Chaos recruitment than for Loyalists because the process is more rushed and brutal. An ideal recruit is between 10 and 14 Terran years old, though some warbands will accept slightly older candidates if they're desperate for numbers. The recruit must also be male. The gene seed zygotes are keyed to male hormones and genetic structure. Attempts to implant gene seed into female subjects universally result in rejection and death, though some Chaos sorcerers claim to have found ways around this limitation through the use of warpcraft. Beyond age and sex, the selection criteria become murkier. Loyalist chapters test for genetic compatibility, psychological resilience, physical prowess, and moral character. Chaos warbands care about none of these things except genetic compatibility, and even that is treated more as a guideline than a requirement. Physical strength and endurance are useful, as they increase the chance of surviving the transformation, but a weak recruit who survives may become strong through the gene seed's effects. Psychological stability is irrelevant or even undesirable. A recruit who is already half mad from trauma may accept the corruption of Chaos more readily than one who clings to sanity. Moral character is worse than irrelevant. It's an active hindrance. The transformation into a Chaos Marine requires the death of conscience and compassion. The raid itself is a traumatic experience that begins the psychological conditioning process. Villages are burned, families slaughtered before the eyes of children, and the most helpless left to die slowly. Those selected as potential recruits are herded like cattle, beaten if they resist, and transported in the holds of ships where the screams of other captives echo through the darkness. Some recruits are taken from feral worlds where they have already known nothing but violence. Others come from civilized hive worlds, snatched from comfortable lives and thrust into nightmare. By the time they arrive at whatever hellish facility will serve as their transformation site, they have already begun to break. Not all recruits come from raids, however. Some Chaos warbands maintain slave populations on demon worlds within the Eye of Terror or other warp-saturated regions. These populations are bred specifically to produce recruits. The children of these slaves are born into captivity, raised in conditions of deprivation and violence, and selected for transformation based on their survival of these harsh conditions. This method produces recruits who have never known anything but the will of their Chaos Marine masters, making them potentially more tractable subjects. However, generations spent in warp-saturated environments often result in mutation that makes the population less genetically stable over time. The word bearers, with their focus on religious indoctrination, sometimes acquire recruits through a different method entirely. They seed Chaos cults on Imperial worlds, allowing these cults to grow over years or decades. When the cult reaches sufficient size and influence, the word-bearers descend not as raiders, but as liberators in the eyes of the cultists. The cultists willingly offer their children to be transformed into Dark Apostles and Chaos Marines. These recruits come pre-indoctrinated in the worship of Chaos, though they still require extensive conditioning to become full members of the Legion. The Night Lords, who care nothing for the worship of Chaos and see themselves primarily as criminals and killers, often recruit from the worst elements of criminal underworlds. They seek out those who have already embraced violence and cruelty, who have proven themselves capable of atrocity without remorse. These recruits require less psychological conditioning because they're already broken in the ways the Night Lords value. What they may lack in initial physical prowess, they make up for in cunning and viciousness. The Iron Warriors, pragmatic and disdainful of what they see as chaos worship, frequently conscript recruits from conquered worlds. When they take a world through siege warfare, a process that can take years, they observe the defenders. Those who show particular resilience, tactical acumen, or willingness to commit atrocities in the name of survival are marked for transformation. The Iron Warriors view the selection process as just another logistical problem to be solved through efficient methods. The Black Legion, largest of the Chaos warbands and led by Abaddon the Despoiler, draws recruits from all methods. Some come from raids, others from allied warbands that pledge their newest warriors to Abaddon's cause, still others from entire chapters of Space Marines that turn renegade and join the Long War. The Black Legion is less a single organized force than a confederation of warbands united under Abaddon's banner, and each warband maintains its own recruitment methods. Renegade chapters present a special case in recruit acquisition. When an Imperial chapter turns traitor, whether through gradual corruption or sudden revelation, they often retain their recruitment apparatus, at least initially. They continue to draw recruits from their homeworld or recruitment worlds using the same methods they always have. The new recruits may not even realize they're joining a traitor force until deep into their transformation. By the time the truth is revealed, they're already implanted with gene seed and committed to the process. This method produces Chaos Marines who begin with loyalist training and must be broken of it, a process that's both more difficult and potentially more rewarding than starting with raw slaves. The selection process, such as it is, typically involves sorting captured slaves and selecting those who meet the basic criteria. This is done by apothecaries, or their corrupted equivalents, sometimes aided by chaos sorcerers who can sense which subjects will be most receptive to warp taint. The rejected are not simply released. Most become slave labor, working until they die in the forges and factories of chaos. Others are used as raw material for darker purposes, their bodies rendered down for genetic material or offered as sacrifices to summon daemons. The most fortunate are killed quickly. Those selected as recruits face a different fate, though whether it's better or worse depends on one's perspective. They will be subjected to the implantation process, a procedure that will either transform them into superhuman warriors or kill them in ways that make a quick death seem merciful. The survival rate varies enormously depending on the quality of gene seed available, the skill of the apothecary performing the procedure, the age and condition of the recruit, and the favor or disfavor of the dark gods. Under the best conditions, perhaps 1 in 10 recruits survives to become a full Chaos Marine. Under typical conditions, the rate may be as low as 1 in 100. But numbers mean little to the forces of chaos. There are always more slaves to be taken, more worlds to raid, more innocents to be dragged screaming into the darkness. The acquisition of recruits is an ongoing process, a grim harvest that never ends because the Long War never ends. Each new generation of Chaos Marines is built on the corpses of countless failed recruits. And each recruit who does survive carries forward the hatred and bitterness that fuels the Traitor Legion's eternal crusade against the Imperium. The implantation process. Once recruits have been acquired and selected, the actual process of transformation can begin. This is where the fundamental differences between Loyalist and Chaos methods become most apparent. The implantation of gene seed organs is a delicate procedure, even under ideal conditions. For Chaos Space Marines, ideal conditions simply don't exist. What follows is a brutal ordeal that prioritizes speed and volume over the survival and sanity of the recruits. In Loyalist chapters, gene seed implantation follows a carefully structured timeline spanning years. Each organ is implanted and given time to develop properly before the next is added. The recruit undergoes constant medical monitoring, hypnotherapy to help his mind accept the changes, and physical training carefully calibrated to his current state of development. The entire process might take 5 to 10 years, with the recruit serving as a scout marine during the latter stages while his transformation completes. This careful approach maximizes the chance of survival and ensures the resulting space marine is as physically and mentally stable as possible. Chaos warbands cannot afford such luxuries. Time spent in careful transformation is time not spent fighting, and many warbands lack the resources for extended medical care of recruits. The solution is to compress the process as much as possible, implanting multiple organs in rapid succession and flooding the recruit's system with growth hormones and stimulants to accelerate development. What would take a decade in a loyalist chapter might be compressed into months or even weeks for a Chaos Marine. This acceleration comes at a terrible cost. The process typically begins with the secondary heart, as it does for loyalists. This organ must be in place before more radical changes are made, as it helps stabilize the recruit's cardiovascular system against the shock of subsequent procedures. But where a loyalist apothecary might wait months before the next implantation, a Chaos apothecary might proceed within days or even hours. The osmodula and biscopea are implanted next, triggering the explosive bone and muscle growth that will transform a human adolescent into something approaching Astartes proportions. The speed of this growth is agonizing. Recruits are kept in chemically induced comas for portions of the process, because the pain of bones lengthening and muscles tearing and rebuilding would drive them mad. Even in unconsciousness, they scream and thrash. Those who wake prematurely often die from shock or injure themselves so badly they must be terminated. The ones who survive this initial phase emerge weak and disoriented, their bodies having grown so rapidly that they haven't had time to adapt to their new proportions. Where a loyalist scout would spend months learning to move in his new body, a Chaos recruit may have only days or weeks. The Larraman's organ and other organs that enhance healing and resilience are prioritized in Chaos implantation. These improve the recruit's chances of surviving the trauma of accelerated transformation and the dangerous conditions in which they're kept. Sanitation is often poor, with multiple recruits kept in the same holding pens where infection can spread rapidly. The preomnor and oolitic kidney help them survive the poor quality food and water they're given. The healing organs help them survive wounds inflicted by brutal trainers or fights with other recruits. Many Chaos warbands deliberately place recruits in situations where they must compete for survival. Food is insufficient for all. The strongest take what they need, and the weak starve. This serves multiple purposes. It reduces the number of recruits who must be cared for, as the weak die off naturally. It begins the psychological conditioning that will make them suitable Chaos Marines, teaching them that only the strong survive and that mercy is a weakness. It also entertains the full Marines, who often make wagers on which recruits will survive. The catalepsian node and other organs affecting the brain and nervous system are particularly dangerous to implant rapidly. These organs interface with existing neural structures, and if given insufficient time to integrate, they can cause seizures, personality fragmentation, or permanent psychosis. For loyalists, this is a concern to be carefully managed. For Chaos warbands, it's an acceptable risk. If a recruit goes mad, he can be useful as a berserker or simply disposed of. If he survives with his mind relatively intact, that's ideal. If he develops useful psychic abilities from the trauma, that's a bonus. The black carapace, the final and most complex implant, is installed when the recruit has reached sufficient physical maturity. This process involves extensive surgery to implant the organic interface layer beneath the skin across most of the body. For loyalists, this is done in multiple stages over weeks in sterile surgical bays. For Chaos recruits, it may be done in a single marathon surgery in facilities that would horrify any Imperial apothecary. The risk of infection is enormous. The pain is beyond description. Many recruits die during or shortly after the procedure, but those who survive can now interface with power armor, the final step in becoming a true Chaos Marine. Throughout the implantation process, recruits are subjected to indoctrination that would be called brainwashing in any context other than Space Marine creation. They are taught to hate the Imperium, to see the Emperor as a false god who betrayed his finest warriors, to embrace chaos as the only true power in the universe. This indoctrination is often reinforced through torture, drug-induced visions, and exposure to warp energies. The goal is to break down their existing sense of identity and rebuild them as servants of whatever power their warband follows. The word-bearers conduct elaborate rituals during implantation, with dark apostles presiding over each stage and invoking the blessings of the Chaos Gods. Recruits are taught that their transformation is a religious experience, that they are being elevated from base humanity into something greater through the favor of the Dark Gods. Those who reject this teaching are killed and their gene seed recovered for use in more receptive subjects. The Emperor's children, devoted to Slanesh, approach implantation as an art form. They seek to make each transformation a masterpiece of pain and pleasure, pushing recruits to the edge of death and then pulling them back. The experience is meant to teach them that sensation, any sensation, is preferable to the grey emptiness of normal human existence. Many recruits develop addictions to pain or pleasure, or both, which serves the Legion's purposes perfectly. The Death Guard's implantation process is nightmarish even by Chaos standards. Recruits are infected with diseases as part of their transformation, their bodies becoming hosts for Nurgle's plagues. They learn to embrace the decay of their flesh even as it becomes stronger and more resilient. The process often leaves them in a state of constant, low-level agony that they learn to ignore or even appreciate as Nurgle's gift. The World Eaters, where they still bother creating new Marines, rather than simply recruiting from other warbands, often implant the Butcher's nails along with the standard gene seed organs. These cybernetic implants, originally designed to turn gladiators into fearless killers, gradually destroy the higher brain functions while enhancing aggression and pain tolerance. The implantation is crude and causes constant pain, which the nails transform into rage. A World Eater's recruit who survives transformation is functionally lobotomized, capable of fighting with superhuman skill but little else. Chemical treatments and hormone therapy, carefully calibrated in loyalist transformations, become a haphazard affair in Chaos hands. The exact doses and timing that would optimize development are often unknown or deliberately ignored. Recruits are simply given whatever chemicals are available and whatever seems to work. This trial and error approach means many recruits die from hormone imbalances or drug interactions. But it also means that occasionally a recruit responds exceptionally well to a particular treatment, emerging stronger and more capable than normal. These survivors become prized warriors, their exact transformation regimen potentially studied and replicated. The influence of the warp adds another layer of complexity and danger to the process. Recruits are often kept in areas where the barrier between real space and the warp is thin. Demons may watch the proceedings, occasionally interfering to corrupt a particularly promising recruit, or simply for their own amusement. Warp energies suffuse the developing organs, accelerating mutations, but also occasionally granting unexpected gifts. A recruit might develop psychic abilities, unusual physical mutations that prove advantageous, or simply a stronger connection to whichever Chaos God claims him. The entire process from capture to full Chaos Marine, assuming the recruit survives, typically takes between 6 months and 2 years. This is a fraction of the time required for Loyalist transformation, and the results show it. Chaos Marines created through these rushed methods are often physically scarred, psychologically damaged, and genetically unstable. But they are still Space Marines, still transhuman warriors, capable of killing dozens of normal humans and standing toe-to-toe with Loyalist Astartes in combat. And for the traitor legions, that's sufficient. The implantation process is not a story of noble sacrifice and transformation into a guardian of humanity. it is a story of torture, trauma, and corruption, of innocents taken from their homes and broken down until nothing remains but hatred and hunger for violence. Every Chaos Marine created through this process represents not just a new warrior for the forces of chaos, but also a failure of the Imperium to protect its citizens and a tragic waste of human potential. The young men who become Chaos Marines might, in another life, have been productive citizens, perhaps even heroes. Instead, they become engines of destruction, living weapons whose only purpose is to bring suffering to the galaxy. Fabius Bile, the Dark Innovator. Among the many horrors that stalk the galaxy in the name of chaos, few are as singularly disturbing as Fabius Bile, the Primogenitor, the Clone Lord, the Man-Flayer. Once the chief apothecary of the Emperor's Children Legion, Bile has spent 10,000 years pursuing a twisted vision of perfection through biological experimentation. His role in creating Chaos Space Marines and his innovations in gene manipulation have made him simultaneously invaluable and reviled across the traitor legions. To understand the full scope of how Chaos Marines are made in the current era, one must understand the work of Fabius Bile. Bile's fall to his current state began long before the Horus Heresy. Even as a loyalist, he had pushed the boundaries of what was considered acceptable in genetic modification. His talent for flesh crafting was undeniable, but so was his willingness to experiment on living subjects without concern for their suffering. When Fulgrim and the Emperor's children fell to Slaanesh, Bile saw an opportunity. Freed from the constraints of imperial law and the apothecarium's regulations, he could pursue his research without limit. He claims to serve no god, not even Slaanesh, and indeed seems motivated purely by his obsession with biological perfection. But whether he acknowledges it or not, his work serves chaos. Bile's importance to the traitor legions lies in his ability to create new space marines from degraded or corrupted gene seed that other apothecaries would consider unusable. Over the millennia, he has refined techniques that can coax viable implants from genetic material so damaged that it should be inert. He can blend gene seed from multiple lineages, creating hybrid marines that carry traits from different primarchs. He can even, it is whispered, create gene seed from scratch through methods he learned from studying the Emperor's original work during the Unification Wars. Whether this last claim is true or simply another of Bile's boasts, none can say for certain. His methods are as varied as they are horrific. Bile maintains multiple laboratories aboard his flagship and on demon worlds throughout the Eye of Terror and beyond. These facilities are part surgical theatre, part genetic engineering lab, and part charnel house. Subjects are cut open, their organs removed and studied, before being either disposed of or reassembled into something new. Bile sees no distinction between willing subjects and unwilling victims. All flesh is simply raw material for his experiments. The Tirata are perhaps Bile's most infamous creations, aside from his work on standard Chaos Marines. These are enhanced warriors created through processes that push the boundaries of what can be called Space Marines at all. Bile subjects them to genetic modifications far beyond the standard 19 gene seed organs. Additional limbs might be grafted on, taken from other species, or grown in vats from modified human tissue. Neural implants heighten reflexes and pain tolerance to inhuman levels. Chemical treatments cause explosive muscle growth that leaves the Tirata larger and stronger than normal Chaos Marines, though their lifespan is often shortened by the stress these modifications place on their bodies. The Tirata serve as Bile's personal army and as proof of concept for his techniques. When other warbands seek his services, he can point to these warriors as examples of what he can create. The fact that many Tirata are unstable, prone to fits of rage or sudden physical breakdown is conveniently downplayed. Those that survive long enough to prove their worth are exceptional killers, and that's what matters to the warbands that employ Bile's services. Bile does not give his services freely. He charges enormous fees, typically in the form of slaves, genetic material, or ancient technology. A warband seeking to rebuild its numbers might trade hundreds of captured humans for Bile's expertise in creating a dozen new Marines from their degraded gene seed. Those humans will not simply be killed. Bile will use them in his experiments, subjecting them to procedures that will leave most dead and the survivors twisted beyond recognition. But he will deliver the Marines he promised. And for many warbands, that transaction is worth any price. His cloning technology represents another crucial aspect of his work. Bile has claimed to have unlocked the secrets of the Emperor's early replicas experiments, the cloning techniques used to create the Primarchs and the first Space Marines. While he cannot clone Primarchs successfully in a way that preserves their essential nature, he has created clones of various Primarchs that serve as either mockeries or homages, depending on one's perspective. More importantly for the traitor legions, he can clone Space Marines, creating copies of exceptional warriors to bolster a warband's ranks. These clones are not perfect copies. The process of cloning often introduces errors, particularly when dealing with gene seed-enhanced individuals. Cloned Marines may be mentally unstable, lacking the memories and experience of their originals, or physically flawed in ways that don't become apparent until they're deployed in combat. But they're still Astartes, still superhumanly strong and durable, and they can be created in less time than it takes to transform a human recruit through traditional methods. For warbands desperate for numbers, cloned warriors are an attractive option despite their flaws. Bile has also pioneered techniques for salvaging gene seed from corpses that have been too damaged or too long dead for normal harvest. Loyalist apothecaries must harvest the progenoid glands within hours of death, and even then the gene seed must be properly preserved or it becomes useless. Bile has developed chemical treatments and minor warp sorcery that can coax viable genetic material from progenoid glands that have been rotting for weeks or even months. The resulting gene seed is heavily degraded and mutation-prone, but it can still sometimes be used to create new Marines when nothing else is available. His new men represent a different approach to the question of enhanced humanity. These are not Space Marines, but something else entirely. Enhanced humans created through methods that blend gene seed implantation with genetic engineering and selective breeding. The new men possess strength and intelligence superior to baseline humans, though still inferior to true Astartes. Bile envisions them as a successor species to humanity, one that has evolved beyond the need for gods or empires. He has seeded populations of new men on numerous worlds throughout the galaxy, hidden among human populations, waiting to one day supplant unmodified humans through natural selection. The glandhounds are another of Bile's innovations, created through partial gene seed implantation in subjects who are too old or otherwise unsuitable for full transformation into Space Marines. These beings receive some of the Astartes' organs, particularly those enhancing physical strength and senses, but not enough to make them true Marines. They serve as shock troops, assassins, and hunters, often working in packs to take down targets that a single glandhound couldn't overcome. They're also useful for recovering gene seed from fallen Marines, as their enhanced senses can track Astartes over great distances, and their partial transformation makes them resistant to many of the dangers that would kill normal humans attempting such work. Bile's relationship with the various traitor legions and warbands is complex. He is in demand because of his skills, but he is also mistrusted because of his complete lack of loyalty to any cause beyond his own research. He has worked for the Word-Bearers, helping them create new Dark Apostles from captured slaves. He has aided the Black Legion in rebuilding their numbers after costly campaigns. He has traded his services to the Iron Warriors in exchange for technology and ancient genetic samples. But he has also betrayed warbands when it suited him, taken his payment and delivered nothing, or used his position to conduct unsanctioned experiments on his employer's warriors. Despite this, warbands continue to seek him out because alternatives are limited. Most chaos. Apothecaries lack Bile's skills and resources. They can perform standard gene seed implantation, harvest progenoid glands, and conduct basic field surgery, but they cannot work the dark miracles that Bile can. When a warband's gene seed stocks have degraded to the point where normal implantation fails more often than it succeeds, when they desperately need to rebuild after near annihilation, when they seek to create something special to turn the tide of a crucial battle, they turn to Fabius Bile. His survival across 10 millennia is itself remarkable. Bile's body is failing him constantly due to a genetic flaw that causes rapid degeneration. He has managed to sustain himself through the creation of multiple clones into which he transfers his consciousness when his current body fails. This neural network that preserves his mind is one of his greatest achievements, ensuring that his knowledge and skills persist even as individual bodies are used up. How many times he has been reborn in this fashion, even Bile himself may not remember. But each iteration continues his work, continues experimenting, continues pushing the boundaries of what can be done with flesh and gene seed. His ultimate goal, he claims, is to surpass the Emperor's achievement in creating the Primarchs and the Astartes. He wishes to prove that he can create superior beings through his own methods, without the need for the Emperor's genius or the resources of the ancient Imperium. Whether this goal is achievable or simply the delusion of a mind corrupted by 10,000 years of isolation and experimentation, none can say. But in pursuit of this goal, Bile has created countless new Chaos Marines and will doubtless create countless more before his story ends. The Demoncolaba, horror incarnate. In the long and bloody history of the Chaos space, Marines, certain events stand out as particularly horrifying, even in a setting defined by atrocity. The Demoncolaba, a method of Chaos Marine creation developed by the Iron Warriors warsmith Honsu on the daemon world of Medrengard, represents perhaps the single most disturbing process ever devised for creating new Astartes. Though it was ultimately destroyed, the Demoncolaba serves as an example of just how far from any semblance of humanity the servants of chaos have fallen. Understanding this horror provides context for the depths of depravity that characterize Chaos Marine creation at its worst. The Demoncolaba was the brainchild of Honsu, a half-breed Iron Warrior whose mixed gene seed heritage marked him as an outcast among his legion. After the Iron Warriors successfully raided the Imperial Fist's fortress world of Hydra Caudatus and stole massive quantities of gene seed, Honsu was given control of this resource. However, the gene seed alone was not enough. Standard implantation methods were too slow and had too high a failure rate for Honsu's ambitions. He needed a way to create new Iron Warriors rapidly, and he was willing to employ any method, no matter how vile, to achieve this goal. Working with corrupted members of the Adeptus Mechanicus known as Savage Morticians, Honsu developed a system that was as much a profanation of the sanctity of life as it was a piece of genetic engineering. The process began with the capture of human women from the slave populations on Medrengard. These women were shackled in iron cages and force-fed a special nutrient slurry that caused their bodies to bloat to grotesque proportions. Their limbs atrophied from disuse, and their bodies expanded until they could barely move, becoming living incubation chambers. The Savage Morticians then performed extensive surgical and chemical modifications on these women. Using a combination of traditional surgery, chemical treatments, and chaos-tainted sorcery, they altered the women's internal morphology and embedded stolen Imperial Fist's gene seed into their bodies. The exact mechanisms are mercifully unclear, but the result was that each woman became what was called a Demoncolaba, a living birthing womb capable of transforming human adolescents into Space Marines through an accelerated and nightmarish process. Once a woman had been transformed into a Demoncolaba, adolescent males taken from the slave populations were implanted within them, through a procedure that can only be described as a reverse caesarean section. The demonculaba was cut open without anesthetic. The young male was inserted into the cavity within her body. His limbs were stapled and sutured to the inside of the womb, and the incision was stitched closed. The host remained conscious throughout this procedure, able to feel everything as a foreign body was forced into her own. Over the course of several days, the gene seed within the demonculaba would begin its work on the implanted adolescent. The transformation that normally took years was compressed into less than a week, through the unique biological processes the savage morticians had engineered. The subject's body would undergo rapid mutation and growth, expanding within the confines of the demonculaba's body cavity. Finally, when the transformation was complete, the subject would tear its way free of the demonculaba's flesh, in a birth that was always excruciating and sometimes fatal for the host. The newly created Chaos Marine would emerge skinless, a raw mass of muscle and bone without the protective covering that normal humans possess. Those deemed successful would be taken and have skin grafted onto their bodies. This skin was harvested from other slaves who had been deliberately bloated to enormous size, so their skin could be stretched and removed in large pieces. These slaves were flayed alive for this purpose, their deaths adding to the already staggering body count of the demonculaba process. Once skinned, the new Marine could be armored and deployed. However, the success rate was abysmal even by Chaos standards. The accelerated transformation often went catastrophically wrong, producing subjects that were hideously mutated or simply died during the process. Some emerged with limbs that were atrophied or overgrown in wrong proportions. Others were conjoined with other subjects who had been implanted in the same demonculaba. Still others were so badly mutated that they could do nothing but howl in agony, their bodies twisted into forms that could barely sustain life. These failures were called the unfleshed, and they were cast out into the wastelands of Medrengard, where they formed feral packs that haunted the dark places of the demon world. For the demonculaba themselves, survival of the birthing process was not release, but simply a return to the cycle. If a woman survived one birth, she would be used again and again and again until trauma, blood loss, infection, or botched surgery finally killed her. The average survival was perhaps 3 to 5 birthings, though records are naturally unclear. Each birth was an experience of unimaginable suffering, and death, when it finally came, must have seemed like mercy. The system could also process genetic material extracted from dead space marines of any chapter or legion. Corpses were put through crushers, rollers, and other machinery that rendered them down into a gene seed-rich paste that could be fed intravenously to the demonculaba. This allowed Honsu to make use of genetic material that would normally be useless, though it further destabilized an already horrifically unstable process. The scale of the demonculaba operation was substantial. Honsu maintained hundreds of these living wombs within his fortress of Kalangol, with new Marines being created at a rate that would have been miraculous if the cost in suffering hadn't been so obscene. In the few years the demonculaba operated, it produced a significant force of new Iron Warriors, giving Honsu the strength to become a major power within the fractious politics of Medrengard. The demonculaba was ultimately destroyed by Captain Uriel Ventris of the Ultramarines and his companion, Sergeant Pesanius Lysane. These two Space Marines, having violated the Codex Astartes and been sent on a suicide mission as penance, found their way to Medrengard and discovered the horror of the demonculaba. With the aid of the unfleshed, those tragic failures of the process who still retained enough humanity to be horrified by what they had become, Ventris and Pesanius destroyed the demonculaba chambers and freed what slaves they could. During this mission, Ventris himself was briefly trapped within a demonculaba. The gene seed within it extracted some of his genetic material and memories, creating a twisted clone known as the Newborn. This creature would later become one of Honsu's most valuable assets, as it carried Ventris's memories, including full knowledge of Ultramar's defenses. Honshu would use this information in his later invasion of Ultramar, demonstrating that even in destruction, the Demonculaba left a poisonous legacy. The destruction of the Demonculaba was a victory, but it was not total. Honshu escaped and swore vengeance. More importantly, the knowledge of how to create such a system survived with him and with the savage morticians who had helped design it. While no other Demonculaba on the same scale has been discovered since, the techniques could potentially be replicated by anyone sufficiently skilled and sufficiently depraved. The fact that it was created at all demonstrates that there are no depths to which chaos will not sink in pursuit of victory. The Demonculaba represents the absolute nadir of chaos space marine creation, a method so evil that it transcends simple military pragmatism and becomes an act of deliberate torture and dehumanization. Even among the traitor legions, many viewed it with disgust, but disgust did not stop them from using the marines it produced. Honshu's warriors fought in the same campaigns as other Iron Warriors, and few asked where they had come from or what horrors had attended their birth. The Demonculaba serves as a reminder that the question of how Chaos Space Marines are made is not simply one of technical process, but of moral descent. Each method of creation, from the merely brutal to the utterly abominable, represents a step away from any conception of human dignity or compassion. The men who become Chaos Marines through these methods are not noble warriors who chose a different path. They are victims transformed into victimizers, their humanity stripped away before they even understood what they were losing, and the galaxy is darker for their existence. Warp corruption and mutation. The creation of a Chaos Space Marine is not complete when the last gene seed organ has been implanted and the black carapace has hardened beneath the skin. Indeed, in many ways, the transformation has only just begun. Unlike Loyalist Space Marines, whose physical form remains relatively stable after their initial creation, Chaos Marines undergo continuous transformation throughout their existence. This ongoing mutation is driven by exposure to the corrupting energies of the warp and the attention of the Chaos Gods themselves. Understanding this process of corruption is essential to understanding what Chaos Marines truly are. The warp, also known as the Immaterium or the Sea of Souls, is a parallel dimension that underlies real space. It is formed from the psychic emanations of sentient beings throughout the galaxy, a realm where thoughts and emotions take on reality and where the laws of physics hold little sway. Within the warp dwell entities of pure psychic energy, including the four great Chaos Gods, Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh. Exposure to the warp's energies is inherently transformative and corrupting. For normal humans, even brief unprotected exposure can result in mutation, madness, or death. For Space Marines, with their enhanced physiology and mental conditioning, the process is more gradual, but no less inevitable. The Chaos Space Marines make their homes in regions where the barrier between real space and the warp is thin or non-existent. The Eye of Terror, a massive warp rift created by the fall of the Eldar race, is the primary refuge of the traitor legions. Within the Eye, the laws of reality are suggestions rather than rules. Time flows strangely, or not at all. Space folds in on itself in impossible geometries, and the energies of the warp saturate everything, seeping into flesh and armor and soul. For the Chaos Marines who dwell there, mutation is not a possibility, but a certainty. The only question is what form it will take. The speed and nature of warp-induced mutation depends on several factors. The first is the individual's resistance, which is largely a matter of willpower and faith. Those who firmly reject chaos and maintain their sense of self can resist mutation for longer periods. Ironically, this means that some of the most atheistic and cynical traitor legions, like the Night Lords and Iron Warriors, show less physical corruption than those who enthusiastically embrace chaos worship. They may spend centuries or even millennia in the Eye of Terror while showing only minor mutations. Conversely, those who open themselves fully to chaos, actively seeking the gifts of the dark gods, can be transformed in days or hours. The second factor is proximity to sources of warp energy. Living on a demon world, where reality itself is compromised, accelerates mutation far more than dwelling in a relatively stable region of space. Participating in dark rituals, making pacts with demons, or spending time near warp artifacts all increase exposure. Even among Chaos Marines, there's a recognition that some places and practices are more corrupting than others and more pragmatic. Warbands try to limit their exposure when possible. The third factor is the attention of the Chaos gods themselves. The Dark gods can choose to mutate their followers, granting them what they call gifts, but what others might call curses. These mutations can be rewards for service, tests of loyalty, or simply the whims of entities for whom mortal suffering is entertainment. A warrior who has served Khorne well might find himself granted additional strength, the ability to ignore wounds that would fell others, or a skull that becomes fused with his helmet. A sorcerer who has pleased Tzeentch might sprout additional eyes, gain the ability to see possible futures, or have his very form become mutable and unstable. The physical manifestations of warp corruption vary enormously. Some mutations are relatively minor, a change in skin color or eye color, unusual texture to the skin, or slight alterations in facial features. Others are more dramatic, additional limbs, horns or spines protruding from the body, flesh that becomes translucent, revealing organs beneath, or tentacles replacing hands. In extreme cases, Chaos Marines may become so mutated that they're barely recognizable as having once been human. Their bodies might become amalgamations of flesh, machine, and demonic essence, walking blasphemies against the natural order. The armor of chaos. Marines mutates alongside their flesh. Power armor is more than simple protective equipment. It contains a machine spirit, a fragment of artificial intelligence that helps manage the armor's systems. When exposed to warp energies, these machine spirits can become corrupted or possessed. The armor begins to grow and change, developing organic components that blur the line between machine and flesh. Spikes and horns erupt from shoulder pads. Helmets reshape themselves into demonic visages. The armor's energy field takes on colors that shouldn't exist in real space. In time, the armor and the Marine wearing it can become so thoroughly fused that removing the armor would mean removing portions of the Marine's body. Weapons undergo similar transformations. A chainsword might develop organic teeth that grow back when damaged. A bolter might learn to scream with the voices of those it has killed. A power fist might develop a hungry sentience that demands to crush and rend. These changes often enhance the weapon's effectiveness in combat, but they also make the weapon unpredictable and sometimes dangerous to its wielder. A Chaos Marine must learn to work with his equipment's emerging personality, or else risk it turning against him at a crucial moment. Psychological mutation accompanies physical changes. The warp erodes sanity as surely as it corrupts flesh. Chaos. Marines often develop obsessions, compulsions, or personality traits that grow more extreme over time. A warrior might become fixated on collecting skulls from his victims, unable to feel satisfaction unless he takes this particular trophy. Another might develop an addiction to the sensation of killing, requiring ever more violent acts to achieve the same satisfaction. Fear, compassion, and other emotions that might cause hesitation are often the first things to erode, leaving warriors who can commit atrocities without remorse or second thought. Memory becomes unreliable under the influence of warp corruption. Chaos. Marines who have spent subjective centuries in the Eye of Terror may have difficulty distinguishing their actual history from false memories implanted by warp exposure. They might remember versions of battles that never happened, or forget crucial events from their past. Some have lived so long and changed so much that they no longer remember what they were like as humans, or even what they were like as newly created Space Marines. Their identity has been dissolved in the acid of chaos and reconstructed into something alien to their original nature. The line between mutation and demonic possession can become blurred. Some Chaos Marines actively seek possession, offering their bodies as vessels for demons in exchange for power. These possessed Marines gain access to demonic abilities like moving through walls, manifesting warp fire, or changing their shape at will. However, they also lose autonomy as the demon within them exerts influence over their actions. In extreme cases, the demon may take full control, leaving the Marine's original consciousness trapped as a passenger in his own body, able to perceive but unable to act. Not all mutations are beneficial, even by the warped standards of chaos. Many are actively detrimental, reducing the Marine's combat effectiveness or making normal life impossible. A warrior might develop eyes that cannot close, leaving him unable to rest. Another might find his bones becoming brittle, despite enhanced durability, leading to frequent fractures. Mutations that continue unchecked can render a Chaos Marine unable to function, transforming him into a creature that can no longer wear armor, wield weapons, or even move under its own power. This fate, the loss of all control and identity to mutation, is called spawndom. A Chaos Marine who accrues too many mutations, who opens himself too fully to warp energies without the strength to control them, risks degenerating into a chaos spawn. These creatures were once warriors, but have become mindless masses of constantly shifting flesh, capable only of basic predatory behavior. They are herded into battle as shock troops, or left to wander demon worlds, living warnings of what happens to those who cannot master the gifts of the dark gods. Spawndom is the ultimate fate that awaits many Chaos Marines who survive long enough. It represents the final dissolution of their identity, and the complete victory of chaos over whatever they once were. Yet despite all these risks and horrors, Chaos Marines continue to embrace mutation. For some, it represents power that cannot be gained through normal means. For others, it's a mark of divine favor, proof that they have been chosen by the gods for great things. For still others, it's simply inevitable, an unavoidable consequence of the path they have chosen. They were transformed into inhuman warriors when they received their gene seed. Warp mutation is merely the continuation of that process, another step in their ongoing departure from baseline humanity. And in a perverse way, it represents freedom. Freedom from the limitations of flesh, freedom from the constraints of sanity, freedom from any moral compass that might cause doubt or hesitation. They become more than human, which also means becoming less than human, until finally, there's something that cannot be judged by human standards at all. The 4 paths, Legion-specific methods. While all Chaos Space Marines undergo the basic process of gene seed implantation and subsequent corruption by the warp, the specific methods and results vary considerably between the different traitor legions. Each legion has developed its own traditions, techniques, and relationships with the Chaos Gods that shape how they create new Marines and what those Marines become. Understanding these different approaches provides insight into the diverse nature of Chaos Marine creation and the various paths that lead to damnation. The Death Guard, perhaps more than any other traitor legion, exemplify how chaos worship can completely transform the process of creating Space Marines. When Mortarion led his legion into Nurgle's service during the Horus Heresy, he did so to save them from a plague that was killing them in the void. Nurgle granted them immunity to death and disease, but at the cost of making them living hosts to countless infections. Now every Death Guard Marine is a walking plague vector, his body riddled with diseases that would kill any normal organism, but that merely enrich and strengthen him. The creation of new Death Guard Marines involves infecting recruits with Nurgle's plagues as part of the transformation process. The standard gene seed organs are implanted, but so too are various disease pathogens, some natural and others spawned directly from the warp. The recruit's body becomes a battleground as the diseases fight for dominance, and the enhanced immune system granted by Astartes' physiology struggles to adapt. Most recruits die screaming, their bodies consumed by infections that liquefy organs or cause flesh to rot while they still live. Those who survive emerge as plague marines, their bodies swollen and corrupt, but also impossibly resilient. They feel no pain from their constant state of decay. Their enhanced constitution allows them to function despite injuries that would incapacitate normal marines. They can survive in toxic environments that would kill even other Astartes, and they carry with them clouds of infection that spread disease to all who come near. They are walking contradictions, dead but alive, rotting but strong, filled with sickness, yet more durable than healthy warriors. This is Nurgle's greatest joke and his most powerful gift. The Thousand Sons follow a fundamentally different path, one shaped by their curse and by the catastrophic consequences of trying to overcome it. The Legion was always prone to mutation due to a flaw in their gene seed, a curse that predated their fall to chaos. When Magnus the Red made his pact with Tzeentch, the god of change, it seemed to stabilize this mutation for a time. But Tzeentch, being the god of change and schemes, could not be trusted. Eventually, the mutations returned worse than ever, threatening to destroy the entire Legion. The Rubric of Ahriman, a galaxy-spanning spell cast by the chief librarian Ahriman, was meant to save the Thousand Sons from mutation. It succeeded, after a fashion. Those Thousand Sons with psychic ability were stabilized, their mutations halted, and in some cases reversed. But those without psychic power suffered a different fate. Their bodies were reduced to dust, their souls bound into their armor. These Rubric Marines are animated suits of armor filled with ash, capable of following orders and fighting with all their old skill, but possessing no will or personality of their own. They are eternal servants, unable to die because they're already dead. Creating new Thousand Sons in the current era is therefore less about implanting gene seed and more about binding souls into armor. The sorcerers who lead the warbands must find souls to fuel their Rubric Marines, typically through dark rituals that trap the dying or enslave demons into the empty suits of armor. New sorcerers are created through the standard process of gene seed implantation, but only those who show psychic potential survive the transformation. Those without such power are killed by the mutation the gene seed induces, or are turned into more Rubric Marines through mystical means. The Thousand Sons have become a legion of sorcerers, served by legions of hollow automatons, their pursuit of knowledge having transformed them into something barely alive. The World Eaters represent perhaps the most straightforward and brutal approach to creating new Chaos Marines. This legion cares nothing for subtlety or sorcery. They worship Horn, the blood god, who demands only blood and skulls. The World Eaters were already savage warriors before their fall, having been implanted with the Butcher's Nails, archaeotech neural implants that Angron, their Primarch, had received as a slave gladiator. These implants stimulate aggression and convert all pain into rage, making the World Eaters fearless and relentless, but also gradually destroying their capacity for anything beyond violence. When the World Eaters create new Marines, they implant the Butcher's Nails along with the standard gene seed organs. The psychological effects of these implants are immediate and devastating. Recruits who might have retained some measure of humanity are reduced to barely controlled berserkers. Within weeks, they lose the ability to feel pleasure from anything except violence. They become addicted to the sensation of killing, needing to shed blood regularly, or else suffer withdrawal-like symptoms. Their higher brain functions deteriorate over time as the nails dig deeper into their neural tissue. The advantage of this approach is that it creates warriors of terrifying effectiveness in close combat. A World Eater in the grip of his nails is nearly unstoppable, fighting with a frenzy that allows him to ignore wounds that would fell other Marines. The disadvantage is that they are difficult to control and impossible to use in situations requiring strategy or restraint. They are weapons that must be pointed at the enemy and unleashed, then collected after the killing is done. many world eaters eventually degenerate into little more than rabid animals, useful only for suicide charges or for being unleashed as living weapons of mass destruction. The Emperor's children pursue an entirely different philosophy in their corruption. Devoted to Slanesh, the dark prince of pleasure and excess, they seek to experience every possible sensation, to push themselves beyond all limitations in pursuit of perfection. Their recruitment and transformation processes have become elaborate rituals designed to introduce recruits to sensation in ways that will break them properly. Gene seed implantation is merely the beginning. The real transformation comes through a program of carefully orchestrated experiences that teach the recruit to chase sensation above all else. Recruits are subjected to both exquisite pleasure and extreme pain, often simultaneously. They are given drugs that heighten sensation to impossible levels. They are made to participate in acts that would horrify normal humans until they become desensitized to normal morality. The goal is to create warriors who are addicted to experience, who will do anything to achieve new sensations because they can no longer feel satisfaction from normal life. These noise marines, as some of them become, are armed with sonic weapons that allow them to weaponize sound itself, killing enemies with pure sensory overload while experiencing pleasure from the cacophony. The transformation often involves physical modifications beyond standard gene seed implantation. Nerve endings might be multiplied across the body's surface. New sense organs might be grown. Portions of the brain responsible for pleasure and pain are rewired to blur the distinction between the two. The result is a warrior who can fight effectively in conditions that would overwhelm normal Marines because pain only makes them stronger, and who pursues combat not out of duty or even ambition, but out of sheer addiction to the sensations it provides. The word bearers, the first legion to fall to chaos, approach creation of new Marines as a religious sacrament. Their dark apostles, corrupted versions of chaplains, preside over every stage of transformation, with elaborate rituals. Gene seed implantation is accompanied by prayers to the dark gods. Indoctrination is a matter of religious education, teaching recruits that the Emperor is a false god and that only through chaos can true enlightenment be achieved. The word-bearers worship chaos undivided, venerating all four of the great chaos gods as aspects of a greater truth, and they teach this faith to all who join their ranks. Their recruitment often draws from chaos cults that the word-bearers have seeded on imperial worlds. These cultists have already been indoctrinated in the worship of chaos, making them receptive subjects for transformation. The children of cultists are raised with prayers to the dark gods, prepared from birth for the possibility of ascension into the ranks of the heretic Astartes. When the time comes for transformation, they go willingly, seeing it as the greatest honor that can be bestowed. This willing participation often increases survival rates because the recruits don't resist the corruption that accompanies gene seed implantation. The word-bearers also maintain extensive records and rituals related to the process. Where other legions might take shortcuts or improvise when resources are limited, the word-bearers insist on following proper protocols. They view the creation of a new Marine as too important to be left to chance or individual whim. This gives them some advantages in consistency and success rates, though it also makes their process slower than that of some other warbands. But for the word-bearers, creating Marines is not simply about adding numbers to their ranks. It's about forging true believers who will carry the word of chaos to all corners of the galaxy, and that requires proper devotion to the ritual. Other traitor legions and renegade warbands have their own variations on these themes. The Iron Warriors, pragmatic and disdainful of chaos worship, create Marines through the most efficient means possible while trying to limit mutation through bionic replacement. The Night Lords, who never fully embraced chaos worship, focus on psychological indoctrination that teaches new recruits to use terror as a weapon. The Alpha Legion, mysterious and duplicitous, may have recruitment methods that none outside their ranks truly understand. Each path leads to the same destination: the creation of warriors who have abandoned any loyalty to the Imperium and who serve chaos in one form or another. But the journey shapes what those warriors become and how they wage the long war. Modern recruitment challenges. In the current era, 10,000 years after the Horus Heresy, the Chaos Space Marines face numerous challenges in maintaining and expanding their numbers. While the basic methods of gene seed implantation remain available to them, the resources and circumstances that make this possible have changed dramatically. Understanding these challenges provides crucial context for why Chaos Marines employ such varied and, often, desperate methods to create new warriors, and why their numbers remain limited despite millennia of warfare. The most fundamental challenge is gene seed scarcity. Unlike Loyalist chapters, which receive their founding stock of gene seed from the Adeptus Mechanicus on Mars, and can tithe new gene seed at regular intervals to maintain central stocks, the Chaos Space Marines are cut off from any such support. Every single progenoid gland must be harvested from fallen Marines, and every loss in battle represents not just a dead warrior, but also the potential loss of gene seed that could create 2 more Marines. When a Chaos Marine dies and his body cannot be recovered, his gene seed is lost forever. This creates a vicious cycle. Warbands that suffer heavy casualties lose warriors and the ability to replace them. This makes them weaker, which makes them more likely to suffer further casualties. Small warbands can be wiped out entirely in a single disastrous engagement, their gene seed lost with them. Even large warbands must husband their gene seed carefully, viewing each successful harvest from fallen brothers as a precious resource that can never be taken for granted. Chaos. Apothecaries have standing orders to recover gene seed before any other consideration in battle, even if it means abandoning wounded warriors who might otherwise be saved. The degradation and corruption of traitor gene seed compounds this scarcity. 10,000 years of exposure to the warp has not been kind to the genetic material that makes Space Marine creation possible. Mutations accumulate in the gene seed with each generation, like errors in a corrupted data file being copied over and over. Some gene seed organs no longer function correctly. Others produce unstable results, creating Marines who are prone to spontaneous mutation or organ failure. The success rate of gene seed implantation drops with each passing century as the genetic material becomes more degraded. Different legions face this problem to different degrees. The Death Guard's gene seed is saturated with Nurgle's influence, making it highly unstable, but also giving it a certain resilience through the power of disease. The Thousand Sons gene seed carries a mutation that causes spontaneous psychic awakening in recipients, limiting who can safely receive it. The Emperor's Children's gene seed often produces Marines with sensory distortions and obsessive personalities. The World Eater's gene seed, combined with the Butcher's nails, creates warriors who are difficult to control and prone to short, brutal lives. Each legion must work around these limitations, finding recruits who can survive their particular brand of corruption. This genetic degradation makes Loyalist gene seed extraordinarily valuable. When Chaos forces successfully raid a Space Marine fortress monastery or defeat a Loyalist force in battle, recovering untainted gene seed from the dead becomes a top priority. Such gene seed can be implanted into recruits with much higher success rates than corrupted traitor gene seed. Of course, this gene seed will itself become corrupted over time as its recipients are exposed to chaos, but initially it provides a crucial boost to a warband's ability to create new Marines. Major gene seed raids, like Honsu's theft from Hydra Caudatus, are landmark events that can sustain a warband for decades or centuries. The lack of infrastructure creates additional challenges. Loyalist chapters maintain fortress monasteries with dedicated facilities for training and transforming recruits. They have apothecarians staffed by expert apothecaries who have spent decades perfecting their craft. They have chapter serfs who handle logistics and maintenance, freeing the Space Marines to focus on warfare and training. The Chaos Warbands have none of this. They operate from demon worlds where reality itself is unstable, from space hulks that barely maintain structural integrity, or from hidden bases in the dark corners of the galaxy where they must constantly watch for enemies. Creating new Marines in such conditions is extraordinarily difficult. Sterility, crucial for preventing infections during surgery, is nearly impossible to achieve on a demon world where the very air carries warp taint. Temperature and atmospheric control, important for maintaining gene seed viability, are luxuries that many warbands simply cannot afford. Even basic medical supplies must be scavenged or stolen. The apothecaries who perform implantations often work with whatever tools and materials they can acquire, adapting imperial medical equipment or creating crude substitutes from what's available. The shortage of qualified apothecaries represents another significant limitation. The apothecarian of each traitor legion suffered casualties during the heresy and in the millennia since. Every dead apothecary represents lost knowledge and skills that may never be replaced. Training new apothecaries requires an experienced mentor, time, and resources, none of which are abundant in Chaos Warbands. Many warbands have only 1 or 2 apothecaries, sometimes none at all. When they need to create new Marines, they must trade with other warbands for the services of an apothecary, or seek out specialists like Fabius Bile. Competition between warbands further complicates recruitment efforts. The traitor legions are not unified forces, but collections of independent warbands that are as likely to fight each other as to cooperate. Gene seed, slaves, and resources are all subject to being taken by rival warbands. A warband that has invested time and effort into acquiring and preparing recruits for transformation may find those recruits stolen by a rival before the process can be completed. Alliances between warbands are temporary and fragile, often breaking down over disputes about resource allocation or the division of spoils. The unpredictable nature of time in the Eye of Terror creates its own set of problems. Warbands that enter the Eye to rebuild their strength may emerge to find that centuries or even millennia have passed in real space, rendering their strategic position obsolete. Conversely, what seems like centuries spent building up forces might be only days in real space, requiring warbands to maintain constant vigilance against Imperial counterattacks. Planning long-term recruitment programs becomes nearly impossible when time itself cannot be relied upon to flow consistently. Despite all these challenges, the Chaos Space Marines endure. They have survived 10,000 years of constant warfare, adapting their methods and finding new ways to create Marines when old ways fail. Some warbands have formed pacts with demon forges in the Eye of Terror, trading service for access to better facilities and resources. Others have established hidden bases in real space, taking the risk of discovery in exchange for more stable operating conditions. Still others have simply accepted high attrition rates as the price of their existence, focusing on acquiring the most skilled and capable warriors rather than trying to match loyalist numbers. The introduction of Primaris Space Marines by Archmagos Belisarius Call has created new opportunities and challenges for Chaos forces. These enhanced Marines represent a leap forward in Space Marine capabilities, making them highly valuable targets for gene seed raids. However, Primaris gene seed has proven difficult for Chaos forces to work with. Its complexity and the additional organs it includes require expertise that few Chaos apothecaries possess. Fabius Bile has reportedly made some progress in understanding and replicating Primaris creation, but his successes remain limited and the results often unstable. The Great Rift's opening has paradoxically both helped and hindered Chaos recruitment efforts. The massive warp storm has isolated large swathes of Imperial space, making some worlds easier to raid while cutting off others entirely. It has also spread warp corruption more widely through the galaxy, potentially creating new sources of recruits among human populations that have been exposed to chaos. However, it has also galvanized Imperial resistance and brought Primarchs back to lead the Loyalist forces, making successful raids more difficult and more costly. Modern chaos. Marine recruitment is thus a story of adaptation and survival against overwhelming odds. Every new Marine created represents a victory over scarcity, corruption, and the hostility of a galaxy that wants them dead. The methods may be brutal, the success rates low, and the results often unstable, but they work well enough to ensure that the traitor legions endure. The long war continues, and as long as there are Chaos Marines to fight it, as long as gene seed can be harvested and implanted, and as long as the Dark Gods smile upon their servants, new warriors will continue to emerge from the darkness to carry on the eternal conflict. Transformation and ascension. The process of creating a Chaos Space Marine does not end when the gene seed has been successfully implanted and the recruit survives the initial transformation. Indeed, for those who serve Chaos, transformation is an ongoing process that continues throughout their existence. From the moment they emerge from the implantation process to their eventual fate, whether that be death in battle, ascension to demonhood, or degeneration into a Chaos spawn, Chaos Marines are constantly changing and evolving. Understanding this trajectory provides crucial insight into what drives these warriors and what they ultimately become. A recruit who survives gene seed implantation emerges as something more than human, but not yet a true Chaos Marine in the fullest sense. His body has been transformed into a superhuman weapon, yes, but his mind and soul have only begun their journey into darkness. The next phase of transformation is primarily psychological and spiritual, as the new Marine is integrated into his warband's culture and begins to truly embrace chaos. This indoctrination varies between warbands, but generally follows certain patterns. The new Marine must prove himself in battle, demonstrating not just martial prowess, but also the ruthlessness and dedication to chaos that marks a true servant of the Dark Gods. He will be assigned the most dangerous tasks, sent into situations where survival is unlikely, used as expendable shock troops or reconnaissance forces. This serves multiple purposes. It tests his capabilities, it minimizes the loss if he fails and dies, and it hardens him through exposure to warfare's horrors. Those who survive these early trials earn a measure of respect and may be given better equipment and more important roles. Simultaneously, the new Marine is educated in his warband's philosophy and methods. If he serves the word-bearers, he learns the rituals and prayers of chaos worship, studying dark texts and participating in ceremonies that invoke the chaos gods. If he serves the Emperor's children, he's introduced to new sensations and experiences that cultivate the addiction to excess that characterizes that legion. If he serves the World Eaters, he learns to embrace the rage the butcher's nails generate, to ride the wave of violence rather than being consumed by it. Each warband has its own traditions, and the new Marine must master them to be accepted as a true brother. During this period, physical mutations often begin to manifest more obviously. The combination of warp exposure during transformation and ongoing exposure in the warband's operating environment causes changes that mark the Marine as chaos-tainted. These might start as small things, a change in eye color, unusual patterns in the skin, hair falling out or growing in strange ways. Over time, they progress to more dramatic alterations. Horns might begin to push through the skull. Extra limbs might bud from shoulders or back. Armor and flesh begin the slow process of fusion that will eventually make them indistinguishable. For many Chaos Marines, this stage of transformation lasts decades or centuries. They fight battles, gain experience, and slowly become more capable warriors. They form bonds with their warband brothers, though these bonds are typically based on mutual advantage and respect for combat prowess, rather than the brotherhood unto death that characterizes loyalist chapters. They acquire better war gear, either through battlefield salvage, trade, or gifts from superiors. They may receive their first real gifts from the Chaos Gods: enhanced strength, unnatural resilience, or access to minor warp powers. The relationship between Chaos Marines and the Dark Gods is complex and transactional. The gods offer power, immortality, and the chance for glory beyond anything the Imperium could provide. In exchange, they demand worship, service, and souls. Some chaos. Marines embrace this bargain eagerly, actively seeking the attention of their chosen god through acts of devotion. Others are more cautious, accepting gifts when offered, but wary of owing too much to entities that view mortals as pawns in incomprehensible games. The most successful Chaos Marines learn to balance ambition with caution, taking what the gods offer while maintaining enough independence to avoid becoming merely another demon's puppet. Exceptional warriors may begin to rise through their warband's ranks. They might be given command of squads, then companies, then entire warbands if they prove capable enough and ruthless enough to take and hold power. Leadership among Chaos Marines is rarely granted based on seniority or formal appointment, as it might be in Loyalist chapters. Instead, it's taken through strength, cunning, and the favor of the dark gods. A Marine who wants to command must prove himself superior to his current commanders, either by accomplishing great deeds that make his elevation inevitable, or by simply killing those above him and seizing their position. This meritocracy of violence creates a brutal but effective system where only the most capable warriors rise to leadership. It also means that Chaos Marine forces are led by individuals who have proven themselves in the most extreme circumstances. A Chaos Lord who commands a warband has typically survived centuries or millennia of warfare and internal power struggles. He has climbed over the corpses of rivals and enemies alike to reach his position. He may be mad, mutated, and barely recognizable as having once been human, but he is undeniably dangerous. For those who reach the heights of power and success, two potential destinies await. The first is ascension to demonhood, the ultimate reward that the Chaos Gods can offer. A Marine who has served sufficiently well, who has offered enough skulls to Khorne, or spread enough plague for Nurgle, or schemed enough schemes for Tzeentch, or pursued enough excess for Slaanesh may be granted apotheosis. His physical form is consumed and reborn as a demon prince, an immortal entity of warp stuff that exists partially in real space and partially in the immaterium. Demon princes are among the most powerful servants of chaos, capable of feats that would be impossible for mere mortal Marines. They can manifest warp powers that rival those of the greatest psykers, command legions of demons, and survive injuries that would destroy normal bodies. They are immortal in a very real sense, as even if their material form is destroyed, their essence returns to the warp to eventually rematerialize. However, ascension to demonhood comes at a terrible price. The Marine's humanity, whatever remained of it, is lost completely. He becomes something fundamentally alien, a creature of pure chaos that exists only to serve his patron god's will. He can no longer truly die, but he can also never truly rest. He is bound to his god's service for eternity, a slave whose chains are forged from ambition and pride. Many Chaos Marines pursue this goal, seeing it as the ultimate achievement, but it's unclear whether they understand what they're truly seeking, or if they're simply caught up in the addiction to power that chaos cultivates in its servants. The second destiny is far less glorious. Those who fail to achieve demonhood but continue to accumulate mutations and warp taint face eventual degeneration into chaos spawn. This represents the complete loss of identity and sanity, as the body becomes unable to maintain any stable form and the mind is overwhelmed by the sheer weight of accumulated corruption. Chaos spawn are barely sentient masses of constantly mutating flesh, capable only of basic predatory behavior. They are used as shock troops or left to wander demon worlds, tragic monuments to ambition that exceeded capability. Many Chaos Marines fear spawndom more than death, as it represents not just the end of life, but the complete annihilation of self. Between these two extremes lies a third path, perhaps the most common: eternal service in the long war without achieving either ascension or degradation. Many Chaos Marines simply continue fighting, year after year, century after century, growing more powerful and more corrupted, but never quite achieving the level of service needed for demonhood, while managing to maintain enough control to avoid spawndom. They become eternal warriors, transhuman veterans who have fought in more battles than most humans could comprehend. Time becomes meaningless to them. They may no longer remember when they were mortal or even what it felt like to be human. Their entire existence is defined by warfare and the pursuit of whatever goal or vendetta drives them forward. Some Chaos Marines become so saturated with warp energy that they achieve a kind of quasi-immortality without ascending to demonhood. They're killed in battle only to reform from warp stuff days or weeks later, their consciousness preserved by the attention of the dark gods. Others survive through more mundane means, superior skill, better equipment, or simply being cautious enough to avoid unnecessary risks while their brothers die around them. The oldest Chaos Marines are veteran survivors of the Horus heresy itself, warriors who have been fighting the Long War since its beginning 10,000 years ago. They are living legends, their names spoken with respect or fear across the galaxy, and they represent both the pinnacle of what a Chaos Marine can become and the ultimate proof of how far from humanity one can fall. The transformation from human to Chaos Marine to something beyond is thus not a single process, but a journey that continues as long as the Marine exists. It is a path of constant change, driven by warp corruption, personal ambition, and the demands of the dark gods. Some race down this path eagerly, seeking power at any cost. Others walk it reluctantly, changed despite their resistance. But all who walk it find themselves moving inexorably away from what they were and towards something alien and terrible. This is the true meaning of being a Chaos Space Marine, not just having been created through corrupted methods, but being in a state of continuous corruption, always becoming something else, never able to return to what was lost. Conclusion: Eternal Warriors of Ruin. We have journeyed through the darkness that births the Chaos Space Marines, from their origins in the Horus heresy to the brutal methods by which they are created in the current age. We've examined the gene seed that forms their physical foundation, the horrific methods by which recruits are acquired and transformed, the specialized techniques employed by different legions, and the ongoing corruption that continues throughout their existence. What emerges from this examination is a picture of warriors who represent the ultimate perversion of the Emperor's vision, superhuman soldiers twisted by 10,000 years of hatred and exposure to forces that defy comprehension. The creation of a Chaos Space Marine is not a single act, but an ongoing process of corruption and transformation. It begins with the theft or degradation of gene seed that was meant to create humanity's defenders. It continues with the brutal implantation of that gene seed into recruits taken as slaves, subjected to accelerated procedures that prioritize speed over safety, and indoctrinated with hatred for the Imperium they might once have served. It progresses through centuries of warfare, warp exposure, and the accumulation of mutations that gradually strip away whatever humanity remained. And it potentially culminates in either ascension to daemonhood, degeneration into mindless spawndom, or eternal service in the Long War. What makes the Chaos Space Marines such enduring threats is not just their individual power, though a single Chaos Marine can pose a significant danger to any Imperial force. Rather, it's their combination of superhuman abilities, millennia of combat experience, and complete freedom from moral constraints. They are not simply evil or misguided. They have moved beyond such simple categorizations to become something fundamentally alien to human values. They pursue goals that might seem incomprehensible: the favor of gods who offer only damnation, the destruction of an imperium they once served, the accumulation of power for its own sake. But within their twisted framework, these goals make perfect sense. The methods by which they are created reflect this fundamental corruption. Where loyalist space marines are created through years of careful transformation under the guidance of apothecaries who view their role as sacred duty, Chaos Marines are manufactured through procedures that treat human life as raw material to be consumed in pursuit of military strength. The Demoncolaba represents the logical endpoint of this philosophy, where even the pretense of caring about the subject's suffering is abandoned in favor of maximum efficiency. But even more standard Chaos Marine creation is marked by cruelty, carelessness, and a complete disregard for the sanctity of human life. Yet despite all the challenges they face, the scarcity of resources, the degradation of gene seed, the lack of infrastructure, and the constant internal conflicts, the Chaos Space Marines endure. They have survived for 10 millennia, longer than many civilizations have existed. They continue to recruit, create new Marines, and wage war across the galaxy. Every imperial world faces the possibility of a chaos raid that will carry away its children to be transformed into monsters. Every battlefield where Space Marines fall presents an opportunity for gene seed theft. Every moment of doubt or despair in a loyalist Marine's heart is a crack through which corruption might enter. The opening of the Great Rift has only intensified this threat. Warp energies now flow more freely through real space than at any time since the Horus Heresy. Demon worlds spill their corrupted inhabitants into imperial space. Entire sectors have been cut off from the light of the Astronomicon, left vulnerable to the predations of chaos. The Chaos Space Marines, long exiled to the Eye of Terror, now range freely across the galaxy once more. And with this renewed freedom comes renewed opportunity to create new Marines, to corrupt loyalist warriors, and to bring more and more of humanity under the sway of chaos. Understanding how Chaos Space Marines are made is crucial to understanding the threat they pose. They are not simply Space Marines who chose the wrong side in a civil war. They are the products of systematic corruption, warriors created through methods that would horrify even those who know the grim realities of the Imperium. Each one represents not just military strength, but also a victory for chaos over the Emperor's vision of ordered humanity. They are walking monuments to how far humanity can fall when it abandons the light of reason and embraces the darkness of the warp. The long war continues, and as long as gene seed can be stolen, recruits can be taken, and the dark gods offer their twisted gifts, new Chaos Marines will continue to emerge from the darkness. They will bear the marks of their creation in their corrupted flesh and twisted souls. They will wage war against the Imperium with a bitterness born of 10,000 years of hatred. And they will serve as a constant reminder that humanity's greatest weapons can become its deadliest enemies when they fall from grace. This has been an exploration of how Chaos Space Marines are made, a journey through the dark machinery that transforms humans into transhuman warriors, and those warriors into monsters. It is a grim tale of corruption, suffering, and the endurance of hatred across millennia. But it is also a necessary tale, for only by understanding our enemies can we hope to resist them. The Chaos Space Marines represent one of the gravest threats to the Imperium and to humanity itself. They will never stop, never surrender, and never show mercy. They are the fallen angels, the betrayed brothers, the eternal enemies. And their creation continues, even now, in the darkest corners of the galaxy. If you found this deep dive into the creation of Chaos Space Marines enlightening, make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more explorations into the grim darkness of the far future. What aspect of Chaos Space Marine lore would you like us to explore next? Let us know in the comments below. Until next time, remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and some of humanity's greatest defenders have become its most terrible enemies. Stay vigilant, and may the Emperor protect. There is no greater irony in the grim darkness of the far future than this. The man who sought to destroy all religion, who fought for 10,000 years to free humanity from the chains of faith and superstition, who explicitly denied his own divinity at every turn, has become the most worshipped god in the galaxy. The emperor of mankind, the master of humanity, the anathema to chaos, now sits upon the golden throne as the god emperor, venerated by trillions upon trillions of souls across 1,000,000 worlds. His name is invoked in prayers that echo through cathedral spires reaching into polluted skies. His image adorns countless shrines where the faithful kneel in desperate devotion. Wars are fought in his name. Martyrs die screaming his glory. The ecclesiarchy, his state church, wields power that would make ancient theocracies seem like children playing at authority. And yet, when he walked among men, when his physical form still possessed the vitality of life, when his mind remained unfettered by the prison of flesh and machine that now contains him, he forbade worship. He destroyed churches. He cast down priests. He declared with absolute conviction that he was not a god, that no gods existed, that faith itself was humanity's greatest enemy. The emperor built his imperium on reason, on science, on the cold light of truth that would illuminate the darkness and drive away the superstitious shadows where monsters bred. He envisioned a secular empire spanning the stars, where humanity would be free from the mental chains that had bound it since the dawn of consciousness. So how did this happen? How did the great atheist become the object of the galaxy's largest religion? How did the man who denied divinity transform into a god whose very existence now depends on faith? This is not a simple story of death and deification, though death plays its part. This is not merely the tale of desperate people creating myths from fallen heroes, though desperation runs through every page of this chronicle, like blood through shattered stone. This is the story of the most profound transformation in human history, a metamorphosis spanning 10 millennia, shaped by betrayal and war, by sacrifice and suffering, by the very nature of reality itself, in a universe where belief has power, and where the line between man and God is written in the substance of souls. To understand how the emperor became a god, we must first understand who he was before the transformation began. We must walk back through the long millennia to a time when he was simply a man, albeit the most powerful man who would ever live. We must examine his philosophy, his plans, his absolute conviction that humanity's survival depended on the death of faith. We must witness the moment when everything he built began to crumble, when the sun he had elevated above all others turned his weapons upon the Imperium itself. We must see him broken, bleeding, barely alive, trapped within the mechanisms of the golden throne with no choice but to wage an eternal war within the Immaterium, the very realm where gods are born. And we must understand that in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, belief is not merely comfort for the weak or delusion for the desperate. In the warp, in that psychic ocean where the souls of the living cast their reflections and where the emotions of countless beings pool and congeal into something approaching consciousness, belief has substance. Faith has power. And when trillions upon trillions of humans across 1,000,000 worlds believe with absolute conviction that the Emperor is divine, when they pray to him in their darkest hours, when they die with his name on their lips, when they build cathedrals that pierce the clouds and light candles that number beyond counting, something happens in the warp. Something changes. Something grows. The question that haunts the corridors of the Inquisition, that troubles the sleep of those few who dare to think such thoughts, is this: has the Emperor truly become a god, or has humanity created something else entirely, something that wears his face and bears his name, but is fashioned from their collective faith rather than his singular will? Does he still fight to deny the worship even as it empowers him? Or has his consciousness fragmented across 10,000 years of agony until nothing remains but divine instinct? When the faithful cry out for salvation and miracles answer, is it the Emperor's hand that reaches down? Or is it something humanity has birthed in the warp, a reflection of their desperate need for a guardian god? These questions have no certain answers. Even in a universe where the impossible is merely Tuesday, even in a setting where demons are real and gods walk in the immaterium, the truth about the Emperor's transformation remains shrouded in mystery and contradictory evidence. What we can trace, however, is the path that led from a man who destroyed religions to a god who inspires the largest faith in galactic history. We can follow the decades and centuries and millennia as his empire transformed from a secular enlightenment project into a theocratic nightmare. We can see how every step away from his original vision was taken in his name, how every betrayal of his principles was committed to preserve his imperium, how the very things he fought to destroy became the pillars holding up the remnants of his dream. This is the story of that transformation. This is the chronicle of how humanity's greatest atheist became their most powerful god. And it begins, as so many great stories do, at the beginning, in the ancient past, when the figure who would become the emperor was born into a world that could not imagine the darkness yet to come. Ancient origins, birth of the new man. The emperor's origins are shrouded in myth and conflicting accounts, which is perhaps fitting for a being who would eventually be worshipped as divine. Even within the vast archives of the Imperium, even among the records jealously guarded by the Inquisition and the Custodian Guard, there is no single definitive account of his birth. What we have instead are fragments of truth scattered across millennia, pieces of a puzzle that may never be completely assembled. But from these fragments, we can construct at least the outline of where he came from, even if the full picture remains frustratingly incomplete. The most ancient and widely repeated account places his birth in the 8th millennium, before the rise of the Imperium, approximately 10,000 years before what we would recognize as the present day of the 41st millennium. This would make him somewhere around 40,000 years old by the time of his internment in the Golden Throne, an age that defies human comprehension, even in an age where Space Marines can fight for centuries. The location, according to these accounts, was Anatolia, in what was then a region of primitive human settlement along the banks of ancient rivers, in the area that would later be called Turkey by civilizations that rose and fell while he watched in silence. According to the oldest records that the ecclesiarchy has declared heretical and suppressed with fire and execution, the emperor was not born in the conventional sense at all. Instead, his creation was the result of a desperate gamble by the shamans of ancient humanity, the psychers and wise men who could perceive the warp and guide their people through the perils of early consciousness. These shamans, it is said, possessed a gift that separated them from ordinary humans. When they died, their souls did not simply dissolve into the chaos of the immaterium. Instead, they could reincarnate, their psychic essence gathering power in the warp before being reborn into new bodies, their memories and knowledge preserved across lifetimes. But something was changing in the warp. As humanity spread across ancient Earth, as civilizations rose and wars were fought, as humans experienced the full spectrum of emotion from love to hatred, from joy to despair, the warp itself was changing. The nascent chaos gods, not yet the terrifying powers they would become, but growing stronger with each passing century, were beginning to hunt the souls of the shamans. When a shaman died and his soul entered the warp, it might be devoured before it could gather the strength to reincarnate. The guides of humanity were being slowly exterminated, their knowledge lost, their protective presence removed from a species that desperately needed their guidance. Faced with this existential threat, the shamans gathered in conclave and made a decision that would echo through the millennia. Rather than continue to reincarnate individually, risking the slow extinction of their kind, they would pool their power into a single entity. Every shaman, every psyker, every wise one who possessed the gift of second sight would sacrifice themselves in a coordinated ritual, sending their souls into the warp simultaneously. The combined psychic might of thousands of the most powerful human psykers would be too much for even the predators of the warp to devour. Instead, their souls would merge, forming something new, something unprecedented in human history. They called this being the new man. The ritual was conducted with solemn purpose. Thousands of shamans, gathered from every corner of ancient Earth, consumed poison and sent their souls screaming into the immaterium at the same moment. The psychic shockwave of their passing must have been visible to any who possessed the witch sight, a pillar of souls rising into the unseen realm, where they swirled and merged and became something greater than the sum of their parts. For a year, if the accounts are to be believed, this Gestalt entity existed only in the warp, gathering strength, forming purpose, preparing for birth. And then, in a small village along the Sakarya River in ancient Anatolia, a child was born to mortal parents who could not possibly understand what their son truly was. He appeared human in every way that mattered to those around him. He cried as infants cry. He grew as children grow. But within him resided the combined power and knowledge of thousands of human psykers, a psychic might that would only grow stronger with time. However, this account, dramatic and mythologically satisfying as it is, has been called into question by more recent evidence. The Primarch Lorgar, before his fall to chaos, was given access to records that suggested a different origin. Some scholars, those few who dare to question the accepted narratives, point to evidence that the Emperor might have been something else entirely. Perhaps a creation of the Dark Age of technology, when humanity's science reached heights that made the creation of artificial gods theoretically possible. Perhaps a weapon, designed and built to protect humanity from the horrors beyond, now free of its masters and pursuing its own vision of salvation. The Emperor himself has never clarified which account is true. In the book Master of Mankind, he showed one of his custodian guards a vision of his childhood, of a young boy discovering his psychic powers when his uncle murdered his father. The boy, barely more than a child, reached out with his mind and stopped the murderer's heart without mercy or remorse. This, the Emperor suggested, was the moment he realized that humanity needed law, needed order, needed a guiding hand to lift it from the darkness of savagery. But even this vision might have been metaphor rather than memory, a teaching tool rather than historical truth. The Emperor was known to show different people different faces, to reveal only what he deemed necessary for each individual to know. What we know with more certainty is that the being who would become the Emperor existed for many millennia before he revealed himself to history. He was present during humanity's first civilizations, watching as cities rose from the mud of river valleys, as agriculture replaced hunting and gathering, as the species began its long climb toward the stars. Ancient texts and fragmentary records suggest he took many forms during this time, both male and female, sometimes a conqueror and sometimes a teacher, sometimes a warrior and sometimes a healer. He walked among humanity as a ghost, observing, occasionally intervening, but never revealing his true nature or power. The historical record becomes slightly less fragmentary during what humans remember as the classical period. Evidence suggests the Emperor might have been Alexander the Great, or at least appeared as him at certain crucial moments. When Alexander supposedly wept before the river Hydaspes because there were no more worlds to conquer, the Emperor was there, for he had discovered something far more significant than earthly conquest: the Golden Throne, an artifact from a previous age that would eventually become the mechanism of his imprisonment. Whether Alexander was the Emperor himself or simply a mortal chosen as a vessel for a specific purpose remains debated, but the connection between them appears in too many sources to be mere coincidence. Throughout the rise and fall of civilizations, through the Roman Empire and its successors, through the Age of Faith and the Age of Reason, through humanity's first tentative steps into space and the glorious expansion into the stars during the Dark Age of technology, the Emperor watched and waited. He possessed knowledge of not only Earth, but of the dangers beyond it. His psychic sight allowed him to perceive the warp. to understand that humanity's emotions were feeding monstrous entities in the immaterium, to realize that if left unchecked, these chaos gods would eventually devour every human soul. He knew that humanity needed protection, but he also knew that revealing himself too soon would accomplish nothing. He had to wait for the right moment, for the crisis that would allow him to step forward and offer salvation. That crisis came during the Age of Strife, when the Elder Empire's spectacular death throes tore reality apart and birthed the chaos god Slanesh. The resulting psychic catastrophe plunged humanity into darkness, severing the connections between human worlds, spawning warp storms that made interstellar travel impossible, trapping colonies in isolation while monsters stalked the void. On Earth itself, civilization collapsed into barbarism. Techno-barbarian warlords carved out petty kingdoms among the ruins of greater ages. Psykers began manifesting in greater numbers, and without training or understanding, many became doorways for demonic possession. Humanity stood on the brink of extinction, and in that darkest hour, the Emperor finally revealed himself. He did not announce his nature or his plan. He simply began the work he had prepared for across millennia. On the war-torn surface of ancient Terra, he gathered followers and began forging an army. He created the Thunder Warriors, the first of his genetically enhanced super soldiers, warriors powerful enough to conquer the techno-barbarian kingdoms and unite the cradle of humanity under a single banner. The Unification Wars were brutal and bloody, a campaign of subjugation that left entire regions of Earth as radioactive wastes. But when they ended, Terra stood united for the first time in remembered history. And it was then, standing astride a united world with armies at his command and the technology to reach the stars once more, that the man who had walked through 40,000 years of human history chose to reveal himself as the Emperor of mankind. Not a god, never a god, simply the Emperor, the pinnacle of human evolution, the most powerful psyker ever born, the rightful ruler of the species. He made his nature clear from the beginning. He was mortal, subject to physical laws, explainable through science, even if that science was beyond current understanding. He wielded psychic power of unprecedented magnitude, but this was not magic or divine intervention. It was simply an evolved ability, a natural extension of human consciousness into realms that others could not perceive or manipulate. This distinction would prove crucial. The Emperor had seen how faith fed the Chaos Gods. He had watched as human emotion and belief given form in the warp, created and sustained the very entities that threatened to destroy the species. He understood, perhaps better than any being who has ever lived, that worship was not merely misguided reverence, but an active danger to humanity's survival. Every prayer offered to a god strengthened the forces of chaos. Every act of faith poured psychic energy into the immaterium, where it could be harvested by entities whose only desire was to corrupt and consume. If humanity was to survive, if the species was to achieve its potential and claim its rightful place among the stars, then faith had to die. All faith. Every last ember of religious belief had to be extinguished and replaced with cold reason and empirical truth. This was the foundation upon which the Emperor would build his imperium. This was the principle that would guide every decision, inform every action, shape every policy. The Imperium of Man would be an empire of reason, an enlightenment project on a galactic scale, a secular crusade to free humanity from 10,000 years of superstitious darkness. And for a time, it seemed as though he might actually succeed. For a brief and shining moment, it appeared that humanity might cast off the chains of faith and step forward into a rational future. But faith is a stubborn thing, particularly when faced with the horrors that lurk in the darkness between the stars. And the Emperor, for all his power and knowledge, could not foresee how completely his vision would be betrayed, or how the very principles he fought to establish would become the foundations of the greatest religion the galaxy had ever seen, the Imperial Truth. A secular vision. When the emperor strode forth from the unification wars and gazed up at the stars, he did so with a vision that was as comprehensive as it was revolutionary. The imperium he would build would not be merely a political entity or a military alliance. It would be nothing less than a complete reimagining of what humanity could become. A transformation of the species from superstitious primates huddling in fear of the unknown to enlightened beings who understood the universe through reason and mastery through knowledge. At the heart of this vision lay a doctrine that would come to be known as the imperial truth, a philosophical framework that explicitly rejected religion, superstition, and above all, the worship of any being as divine, including and especially the emperor himself. The imperial truth was elegantly simple in its core premises, though profound in its implications. It held that the universe was rational and comprehensible through the application of logic, observation, and empirical investigation. Mystery was not something to be feared or worshipped, but rather a temporary state of ignorance that would inevitably yield to the light of understanding. Knowledge defeated fear. Truth brought freedom. Science and reason offered the only reliable path to progress and survival. In such a universe, there was no place for gods, for supernatural explanations, for faith-based worldviews that substituted comfortable lies for uncomfortable realities. According to the imperial truth, everything that seemed supernatural could be explained through science, even if that science remained beyond current understanding. The warp was not a realm of gods and demons, but rather an alternate dimension that could be studied, mapped, and eventually controlled through sufficient knowledge and technology. Psykers were not touched by the divine, but rather represented the next stage in human evolution, individuals whose brains had developed the capacity to manipulate psychic energy in the same way that others manipulated physical forces. Even the entities that inhabited the warp, the beings that primitive cultures had worshipped as gods, were not divine, but merely powerful psychic constructs. Dangerous, certainly, but no more worthy of worship than a star or a black hole. This insistence on rationality extended to the emperor himself. Despite his immense power, despite his immortality, despite psychic abilities that dwarfed those of any other being, he explicitly and repeatedly denied divine status. When populations wanted to worship him, he forbade it. When cultures attempted to incorporate him into their existing religious frameworks, he destroyed those frameworks entirely. The emperor presented himself not as a god, but as the natural endpoint of human evolution, a being who had simply lived long enough and developed sufficiently to wield power that seemed godlike to lesser beings, but was ultimately explicable through natural law, the core. Destruction of the last church on Terra stands as the clearest example of the emperor's commitment to this secular vision. As the unification wars drew to a close, and Terra stood on the brink of a new age, a single church remained standing, the last holdout of organized religion on the cradle of humanity. Its keeper was a priest named Uriah Olathere, a man who understood that the survival of faith itself hung in the balance. Rather than simply burning the church and executing the priest, the emperor visited Uriah personally and engaged him in a battle not of weapons, but of words and ideas. Their conversation, recorded in fragments that the ecclesiarchy has desperately tried to suppress or reinterpret, reveals the depth of the emperor's conviction. He argued that religion had been humanity's greatest curse, the source of countless wars, the justification for every atrocity, the mental prison that had kept the species trapped in ignorance for millennia. He pointed to the age of strife, to the collapse that had nearly exterminated humanity, and laid the blame at the feet of superstition and faith. He declared that humanity would never be free, would never reach its potential, would never be safe from the predations of chaos until the last stone from the last church was cast down upon the last priest. Uriah argued back, of course. He spoke of hope and meaning, of the human need for something greater than themselves, of faith as a source of strength rather than weakness. But his arguments failed to move the emperor, who had seen across millennia what faith produced, who understood with a clarity that no mortal could match how human worship fed the very monsters that threatened to devour them. When their debate ended, the church burned, and Uriah was left to witness the dawn of an age that had no place for his faith or his God. But the destruction of Earth's religions was only the beginning. With terror united and the technology to reach the stars restored, the emperor launched the Great Crusade, a military and ideological campaign that would spread the imperial truth across the galaxy. He did not do this alone. In preparation for this monumental task, he had created his greatest works of genetic engineering, the 20 Primarchs, beings fashioned from his own genetic template, each designed to excel in particular aspects of leadership and warfare. These would be his generals, his sons, the commanders of the Space Marine legions that would reconquer the stars in humanity's name. Tragically, before the Primarchs could be deployed, they were stolen by the machinations of the Chaos Gods and scattered across the galaxy, cast through the warp to distant worlds where they would mature in isolation. The Emperor was forced to create the Space Marines from the genetic material the Primarchs had left behind, building his legions without the generals meant to lead them. But he did not allow this setback to delay his vision. The Great Crusade would proceed, and, as it reclaimed human worlds from the darkness of the Age of Strife, it would also free them from the tyranny of faith. This aspect of the Great Crusade is often overlooked in accounts that focus solely on military conquest, but it was absolutely central to the Emperor's plan. When a human world was brought into compliance, when its armies had been defeated and its rulers forced to acknowledge imperial authority, the iterators followed. These were not warriors, but teachers, orators trained in rhetoric and philosophy, whose task was to spread the imperial truth among conquered populations. They gave speeches in grand halls and whispered conversations in small gatherings. They taught the principles of reason and science. They systematically dismantled existing religious structures and replaced them with secular education. Ancient texts were burned not out of mindless destruction, but as a deliberate act to sever humanity's connection to its superstitious past. Temples were torn down and replaced with schools. Priests were stripped of authority and re-educated, or, if they refused to abandon their faith, eliminated. It was cultural genocide on a galactic scale, the systematic eradication of every religious tradition humanity had ever produced. And it was done in the name of enlightenment, in service of a vision that saw religion not as a difference to be tolerated, but as a disease to be cured. The Emperor was not blind to the suffering this caused. He understood that he was taking from people something that many held more dear than life itself. But he also believed, with absolute conviction, that this pain was necessary. Better to suffer the trauma of losing comforting lies than to fall victim to the very real horrors that those lies empowered. Every prayer to a false god strengthened the Chaos Gods in the warp. Every act of faith poured psychic energy into the immaterium, where it sustained the very entities that would enslave or destroy humanity given the opportunity. From the Emperor's perspective, allowing religion to continue was not compassion, but rather the cruelest form of negligence, permitting people to believe in things that would ultimately damn them. This uncompromising stance extended even to worship of the Emperor himself. Some populations, upon witnessing his power or being freed from some existential threat by his intervention, spontaneously began to treat him as divine. The response was always the same: swift, harsh correction. When the Word-Bearers Legion and their Primarch Lorgar proved particularly zealous in spreading worship of the Emperor, despite explicit orders to the contrary, the Emperor's response would set in motion events that would doom the entire Imperium. But we shall come to that tragedy in due time. What matters here is understanding the sheer totality of the Emperor's vision. The imperial truth was not a suggestion, or a preference, but an absolute requirement for humanity's survival as he understood it. There could be no compromise, no accommodation, no tolerance for religious belief in any form. The stakes were too high. The enemies were too dangerous. One could not negotiate with chaos or find middle ground with demons. Either humanity would embrace reason and science and secular enlightenment, or it would fall into darkness and be consumed by the very gods it created through its own belief and worship. For a time, it seemed as though this vision might succeed. World after world was brought into compliance. The Great Crusade pushed back the darkness and reunited scattered human settlements under the banner of the Imperium. The imperial truth spread across the stars. Iterators taught millions, then billions, then trillions about the rational nature of the universe. Religious practices were driven underground or eliminated entirely. A generation of humans grew up without gods, educated to see the universe as a place governed by natural law rather than supernatural intervention. The Space Marine legions themselves embodied the imperial truth. These were not holy warriors fighting for divine mandate, but rather scientifically enhanced soldiers serving a secular empire. They referred to the emperor not as a god, but as their creator, a being to be respected for his achievements and obeyed for his authority, but never worshipped. Their chaplains, rather than preaching faith, reinforced discipline and adherence to the imperial truth. Their rituals celebrated victory and honored the fallen, but never invoked divine intervention or supernatural protection. Even the Mechanicum of Mars, though they maintained their own peculiar veneration of the machine god, were nominally adherents of the imperial truth. Their cult Mechanicus was tolerated because it could be rationalized as reverence for technology and knowledge, rather than worship of a supernatural entity, though in practice this distinction was often quite thin. The emperor understood that completely eliminating the Mechanicum's beliefs would be impossible and potentially counterproductive given their monopoly on advanced technology, so he allowed them this single exception while maintaining zero tolerance for religious faith elsewhere in the Imperium. This was the world the emperor was building. This was the future he fought to create, a galaxy-spanning empire where reason ruled, where science advanced unimpeded by superstition, where humanity could develop its psychic potential without the corrosive influence of faith and worship. It was a bold vision, perhaps the boldest in human history, and for a brief historical moment, it seemed within reach. The emperor stood at the apex of his power, his legions conquering in his name, his primarchs found and leading their forces with skill and dedication, his dream of a rational humanity spreading across the stars like dawn breaking over a sleeping world. But dreams, even the dreams of the most powerful beings in the galaxy, can shatter against the rocks of reality. And, lurking within the Emperor's own legions, within the hearts of his own sons, were forces that would undo everything he had built and transform his secular empire into the very thing he had spent 10,000 years fighting to prevent. A theocratic nightmare, where he himself would be worshipped as the one true God of humanity. The first crack in the foundation appeared not from without, but from within, not from the enemies of the Imperium, but from one of its most devoted servants. And his name was Lorgar. Lorgar's heresy, the first worshipper. Among all the Primarchs, perhaps none was more complex or more tragic than Lorgar Aurelian, master of the 17th Legion known as the Word-Bearers. Where other Primarchs excelled in warfare or strategy, in void combat or close-quarters brutality, Lorgar's genius lay in words and ideas, in the power of belief to shape reality and the strength that faith could provide to those who embraced it. He was found on Colchis, a world steeped in religious tradition, where competing faiths had warred for supremacy until Lorgar united them under worship of a single deity, the Emperor of mankind, whom Colchis knew as the divine savior prophesied in their ancient texts. When the Emperor arrived to claim his son, Lorgar saw in his father the fulfillment of every prophecy, the answer to every prayer, the God made manifest. The Emperor's denial of divinity only strengthened Lorgar's faith, for what else would a true God do but deny his nature to test his followers' devotion. To Lorgar, the Emperor's power, his immortality, his command over forces that seemed to defy natural law, all of this was proof not of advanced evolution or superior genetics, but of genuine divinity. He believed this with every fiber of his being, and he refused to be dissuaded, no matter how explicitly the Emperor rejected such worship. Lorgar took command of his legion with the fervor of a prophet who had found his God. The word-bearers became not merely warriors, but crusaders, spreading not just the Imperium's political authority, but what Lorgar saw as the divine truth of the Emperor's nature. When they brought a world into compliance, they did not simply conquer and move on. They stayed to build monuments. They erected massive cathedrals that dwarfed anything the conquered population had ever seen. They forced entire populations to kneel before images of the Emperor and offer prayers to his glory. They produced theological texts, arguing for the Emperor's divinity, compiled the stories of his miracles, recorded the accounts of those who had witnessed his power, and lived to tell of it. Most significantly, Lorgar wrote the Lectitio Divinitatus, a religious text that would prove to be one of the most important documents in human history, though not in the way its author initially intended. The Lectitio Divinitatus laid out in careful theological detail why the Emperor must be considered divine. It argued from his power, his knowledge, his role as humanity's savior and protector. It positioned worship of the Emperor not as a violation of the imperial truth, but as its ultimate fulfillment. For what could be more rational than acknowledging and revering the one being capable of shepherding humanity through the darkness that surrounded it? The text was beautiful, persuasive, and absolutely contrary to everything the Emperor had fought to establish. Copies spread despite official prohibition. Hidden cults began to form among the mortal humans of the imperial army and navy, among workers and scribes, among those who found the cold reason of the imperial truth insufficient comfort against the horrors they witnessed in their service to the Imperium. These believers kept their faith hidden, gathering in secret to share prayers and read forbidden texts. But their numbers grew steadily throughout the later years of the Great Crusade. The word-bearers themselves made slow progress by the standards of other legions, where the Lunar Wolves or the Ultramarines would conquer dozens of worlds. In the time it took the word-bearers to bring one into compliance, Lorgar insisted on thorough conversion rather than rapid expansion. His legion built the monuments, conducted the ceremonies, educated the population in what they saw as proper worship of the Emperor. They took their time because they believed the work they did was more important than any military conquest. They were not merely expanding an empire, but spreading the faith that would sustain it. For decades, the Emperor tolerated this behavior despite his disapproval. Lorgar was his son, after all, and the word-bearers were bringing worlds into compliance, even if their methods were painfully slow and contrary to the imperial truth. Perhaps the Emperor hoped that time and repeated correction would eventually bring Lorgar around to the proper understanding. Perhaps he was too occupied with the greater challenges of the crusade to deal immediately with what seemed like a manageable problem. Or perhaps he simply underestimated how deeply Lorgar's faith ran and what consequences would follow from crushing it. Whatever the reason, when the Emperor finally decided to make his displeasure clear, he chose to do so in the most brutal and humiliating way imaginable. He ordered Guilliman and the Ultramarines to the world of Monarchia, a city that Lorgar had crafted as the perfect example of proper emperor worship. The word-bearers had spent decades making Monarchia into a living cathedral, a city where every street and building testified to the emperor's glory, where millions lived in constant devotion to their divine savior. It was Lorgar's masterpiece, the ultimate expression of his faith and vision. Guilliman's forces descended on Monarchia and destroyed it. Not through orbital bombardment or mass slaughter, but through systematic and deliberate dismantling. Every monument was toppled. Every cathedral was reduced to rubble. Every icon was defaced. The population was forced to watch as everything they had been taught to revere was ground to dust. And when Lorgar and his legion arrived, summoned by the Emperor's command, they were forced to kneel in the ashes of their greatest achievement. The Emperor himself spoke then. His message carried through psychic means to ensure every word-bearer heard it clearly. He declared that he was not a god, had never been a god, and would never be a god. Worship of him was forbidden. Faith was weakness. The imperial truth was the only acceptable doctrine. If the word-bearers could not accept this, if Lorgar could not bring his legion into compliance with the proper understanding, then perhaps they had no place in the Great Crusade at all. The threat was clear: conform or be destroyed. The humiliation of Monarchia was approximately 43 years before the outbreak of the Horus heresy, and in those decades between shame and betrayal, everything changed. Lorgar did not repent. He did not accept the Emperor's correction and return to the imperial truth. Instead, he took a different lesson from Monarchia's ashes. If the Emperor would not accept his worship, then he would find gods who would. Lorgar's journey to damnation was guided by his most trusted advisors, Cor Phaeron and Erebus, who had harbored their own reservations about the Emperor's secular vision. They whispered to their Primarch of other powers, entities that demanded worship and rewarded the faithful, beings of immense power who existed beyond the Emperor's authority. These chaos gods, they suggested, were more deserving of devotion than a father who rejected his son's love. They guided Lorgar to Cadia, to the edge of the Eye of Terror, where the barrier between reality and the warp grew thin. There, in the heart of madness, Lorgar met the demon Ingathil, the Ascended, who showed him what she called the primordial truth. The chaos gods were real, were conscious, were powerful beyond the Emperor's lies about rational explanations. They welcomed worship. They rewarded faith. They offered power to those who would serve them. Ingathil showed Lorgar visions of a future where the Emperor sat broken upon a throne, where humanity writhed in ignorance and superstition, where the very things the Emperor had fought to prevent came to pass, despite all his power and planning. And she convinced Lorgar that this future was inevitable, that the Emperor's vision was doomed to failure, that only by embracing chaos could humanity achieve anything approaching its true potential. Lorgar was converted. The Primarch, who had once been the Emperor's most devoted son, became Chaos's most fervent apostle. He returned to his legion and began the secret task of converting them as well, slowly and carefully spreading the worship of the Chaos gods undivided among the word-bearers, while maintaining the appearance of compliance with the imperial truth. He wrote a new text, the Book of Lorgar, which would become the dark mirror of the Mern, Lectitio Divinitatus, a guide not to worshipping the Emperor, but to serving the ruinous powers. But Lorgar's ambitions extended beyond merely corrupting his own legion. He had realized something profound. If he could be turned from the Emperor's light, so could others. And if enough of the Emperor's sons could be corrupted, if enough of the Space Marine legions could be brought to chaos, then the Emperor's secular dream could be destroyed forever. Faith would return to humanity, worship would pour psychic energy into the warp, and the Chaos gods would grow strong enough to challenge the Emperor himself. Lorgar identified Horus, the War Master, as the key to this grand betrayal. Horus was the Emperor's favorite, the first found, the most trusted, the one elevated above all others to command the Great Crusade in the Emperor's name. If Horus could be turned, if Horus could be convinced to rebel, then the Imperium would tear itself apart. And so Lorgar and his agents carefully cultivated the seeds of resentment in Horus's heart, fed his pride, nurtured his doubts about the Emperor's plans and purposes. They orchestrated events on the moon of Davin, where Horus would be wounded by a blade that refused to heal, where his desperate officers would take him to a Chaos temple for healing, where in his fever dreams he would see a future where he was forgotten and the Emperor worshipped as a god. That vision was the final push Horus needed. Shown a future where his father, who had forbidden worship, would be venerated as divine while Horus himself was barely remembered. The War Master's pride and hurt turned to rage. If the emperor would not share his glory, if the Imperium would become a theocracy despite all the emperor's insistence otherwise, then perhaps the emperor did not deserve to rule at all. Horus embraced chaos, accepted the dark gifts offered by the ruinous powers, and began planning the greatest betrayal in human history. The irony is almost too perfect to be coincidental. Lorgar, desperate to worship the emperor as a god, was rejected so thoroughly that he turned to chaos. His conversion led directly to the Horus heresy. The heresy would mortally wound the emperor and force his internment in the Golden Throne. And that internment would eventually lead to the rise of the very religion Lorgar had always wanted, the worship of the emperor as the one true god of humanity. Everything the emperor fought to prevent came to pass because he refused to accept Lorgar's devotion. In crushing the first worshipper, the emperor created the conditions that would transform him into the most worshipped god in the galaxy. The Lectitio Divinitatus, banned and burned during the Great Crusade, would survive. Hidden copies would spread among the faithful who gathered in secret. And when the emperor fell and the Imperium descended into chaos and uncertainty, when people desperately needed something to believe in, Lorgar's text would provide the theological foundation for the religion that would define the next 10,000 years. Lorgar himself, transformed into a demon prince and dwelling in the Eye of Terror with his corrupted legion, would watch this development with what one imagines must be profound satisfaction mixed with bitter irony. He had been right all along. The emperor was worthy of worship. And now, at last, the entire Imperium finally agreed with him. They simply had to reject everything else he stood for first. The Horus heresy, from ruler to martyr. The Horus heresy was not merely a civil war, though it certainly was the greatest civil war in human history, tearing the Imperium apart and leaving scars that would never heal. It was not merely a betrayal, though Horus's fall represents perhaps the most devastating betrayal imaginable, the most favored son turning his weapons upon his father. It was, in a very real sense, the end of the emperor's dream and the beginning of everything he had fought to prevent. And in its aftermath, the transformation from man to God would become inevitable. The heresy began not with open warfare, but with careful preparation. Lorgar and his word-bearers had been working for decades to corrupt other legions, to spread the worship of chaos among those who might be receptive to it. The War Master Horus, once turned, brought his considerable charisma and strategic genius to the conspiracy. One by one, other Primarchs fell or were convinced to join the rebellion. The Night Lords, already brutal and uncontrolled, found in chaos a justification for their worst impulses. The Iron Warriors, bitter at being relegated to garrison duty while others claimed glory, saw in Horus a leader who would value them properly. The Death Guard, the Emperor's children, the Thousand Sons, the Alpha Legion, all had their reasons for turning. All brought their legions to the War Master's banner. When the betrayal erupted into open warfare at Istvan III, when Horus ordered the bombardment of loyalist elements within the traitor legions, the Emperor was not present to respond. He had returned to Terra years earlier, withdrawing from the Great Crusade to work on a secret project that he refused to explain even to his sons. This withdrawal had itself fed resentment among the Primarchs, who felt abandoned by their father at the moment when the crusade neared its completion. They could not know that the Emperor was working on something he deemed even more important than the reconquest of the galaxy, the Imperial Webway project. The Golden Throne, that ancient artifact the Emperor had discovered during his long life, was not originally a life support mechanism. It was a portal, a means of accessing the Webway, the system of dimensional tunnels the Elder had built during their height. The Emperor had been modifying and repairing the throne, preparing to give humanity access to this network so that they would no longer depend on warp travel, with all its dangers and uncertainties. If successful, it would free humanity from the predations of chaos entirely, allowing safe travel anywhere in the galaxy without ever touching the immaterium where demons lurked. It was the ultimate realization of the imperial truth, technology overcoming mysticism, reason triumphing over the supernatural dangers of the warp. But Magnus the Red, the Primarch of the Thousand Suns, had been manipulated by chaos into committing a catastrophic error. When Magnus discovered Horus's treachery, he attempted to warn the Emperor using his psychic powers. What Magnus did not know was that the Emperor had forbidden the use of such powers for good reason. Magnus's warning, sent with the best of intentions, tore through the psychic wards protecting the Imperial Webway project and shattered the Emperor's carefully constructed barrier between real space and the warp. Demons poured through the breach into the human-built section of the Webway, slaughtering the workers there and forcing the Emperor to rush to the Golden Throne. From that moment forward, the Emperor was trapped. Only his psychic power was sufficient to keep the breach sealed and prevent a demonic invasion of Terra itself. He had to remain on the Golden Throne, channeling his will through its ancient mechanisms, holding shut a door that Chaos desperately wanted to tear open. Malkador the Sigillite and Rogel Dawn, Primarch of the Imperial Fists, took over the management of the war effort, but everyone knew that the Emperor's absence from the battlefield was a devastating blow to loyalist morale. Meanwhile, Horus and his forces carved a path of destruction through the Imperium. Entire systems fell to chaos. Worlds burned. Populations were enslaved or sacrificed to dark powers. The traitor, legions, empowered by demonic gifts and no longer constrained by any semblance of honor or mercy, committed atrocities that would echo through 10 millennia of historical memory. The very fabric of reality seemed to be tearing apart as the warp pressed closer to the material universe, drawn by the massive outpouring of emotion and violence that the heresy generated. Yet even in this darkness, even as the Imperium tore itself apart, the seeds of the Emperor's eventual deification were being planted. Underground, in hidden chambers and secret meetings, the cults of Emperor worship that had formed despite official prohibition began to multiply. The Lectitio Divinitatus, banned but never completely eliminated, circulated among the faithful. Euphrati Keeler, a remembrancer who had witnessed the Emperor's power firsthand and survived demonic possession, became one of the most prominent early figures of Emperor worship, preaching to anyone who would listen that the Emperor was indeed divine, and that faith in him offered protection against the terrors of chaos. These cults faced persecution from both sides. The loyalists, still committed to the imperial truth, viewed Emperor worship as a dangerous deviation that had to be suppressed. The traitors sought to corrupt or destroy any who might strengthen the Emperor's position, even through misguided worship. Yet the cults survived and grew, offering something that the cold reason of the imperial truth could not provide in humanity's darkest hour: hope, comfort, and the belief that a divine protector watched over them, even when all seemed lost. The Horus heresy reached its apocalyptic climax with the Siege of Terra, when the traitor forces fought their way into the Sol system and laid siege to the Imperial Palace itself. For months, the defenders held the walls as traitor titans and demon engines battered against them. The Emperor remained locked to the Golden Throne, unable to intervene directly, while he held shut the portal that would doom Terra if it opened. Loyalist reinforcements were en route, coming from across the galaxy, but they might arrive too late to save the throne world. In what appeared to be a desperate gambit, Horus lowered the void shields of his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, and issued a direct challenge to the Emperor. Whether this was genuine hubris, overconfidence in his chaos-enhanced power, or a calculated move to force a final confrontation before reinforcements arrived, remains debated. The Emperor saw the opportunity and knew he had to take it. He left the Golden Throne, asking Malkador the Sigillite to take his place and maintain the seal on the Webway breach. a task that would kill the Sigillite, but buy the Emperor the time needed for confrontation. The Emperor teleported to the Vengeful Spirit with an honor guard that included Primarch Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists, Primarch Sanguinius of the Blood Angels, units of Adeptus Custodes, and Space Marines from loyal legions. But the forces were scattered during the teleportation, separated throughout the massive flagship, forced to fight their way toward Horus's location on the command deck. Sanguinius, magnificent and terrible in his fury, reached Horus first. The angel faced the War Master in single combat, and though Sanguinius fought with the skill and power befitting the most beloved of the Primarchs, Horus had been enhanced by the gifts of all 4 Chaos Gods. The battle was short and brutal, ending with Sanguinius slain and his broken body lying at his brother's feet. When the Emperor finally reached the throne room, he found Horus standing over Sanguinius's corpse, the War Master at the peak of his demonic power, transformed into something that was no longer entirely human. What happened next has been the subject of countless historical accounts, theological debates, and conflicting eyewitness testimonies. The 2 most powerful beings in the Imperium clashed in a duel that was as much psychic as physical, their weapons striking not just at flesh and armor, but at souls and essence. According to most accounts, the Emperor initially held back, unable or unwilling to use his full power against his most favored son. Perhaps he hoped that some fragment of the true Horus remained, that the being who had been his greatest pride might yet be redeemed. This hesitation cost him dearly. Horus's attacks struck home again and again, burning flesh, breaking bones, inflicting wounds that even the Emperor's regenerative capabilities could not immediately heal. The Emperor's face was burned, his eye burst, his arm torn from its socket, his spine broken. He was being killed, slowly and agonizingly, by his own son. What finally broke the Emperor's restraint varies by account. Some say he saw a custodian or a mortal human, traditionally named Olanius Pius, interpose himself between the combatants, only for Horus to obliterate the brave soul with casual contempt. Others claim the Emperor finally realized that Horus was completely lost, that nothing of his son remained within the chaos-corrupted shell. Whatever the catalyst, the Emperor unleashed the full magnitude of his psychic power, striking not just at Horus's body, but at his very soul. The attack was so powerful, so absolute, that it did not merely kill Horus, but annihilated him utterly, burning away every trace of the War Master's existence so completely that even the Chaos Gods could not preserve or resurrect him. But the victory came at a price that would reshape the Imperium forever. The Emperor's body was broken beyond any hope of recovery. His wounds were too severe, his systems too damaged, his flesh too destroyed to support life through natural means alone. He was found barely conscious, barely alive, his magnificent form reduced to a shattered ruin. Rogel Dawn and the other survivors brought him back to Terra, back to the Golden Throne, where the tech priests worked frantically to adapt the ancient device from a webway portal into a life support mechanism that might keep the Emperor's consciousness tethered to the material world. The Emperor survived, after a fashion, but he would never again walk among men. Never again would he lead armies, or guide policy, or shape the Imperium directly. His physical body, what remained of it, was sealed within the Golden Throne, kept barely alive through a combination of ancient technology and the daily sacrifice of psychers, whose life force was fed into the mechanism to sustain him. His mind, however, remained active, extending its awareness into the warp, where it battled chaos eternally and guided the beacon of the Astronomicon that made interstellar travel possible. Before his internment became permanent, before consciousness faded to the twilight existence he would endure for 10,000 years, the Emperor spoke briefly to the survivors. He commanded them to continue the fight, to cleanse the Imperium of the traitor's taint, to preserve what he had built, even if it could no longer progress as he had envisioned. He did not, according to any reliable account, retract his prohibition on worship. He did not suddenly embrace the religious devotion that had spawned in his name. He remained, to the end of his active life committed to the imperial truth and the secular vision he had fought to establish. But the emperor's intentions no longer mattered. He was, for all practical purposes, dead. And in his death, he became something far more powerful than he had ever been in life. He became a martyr. The Golden Throne, Eternal Vigil. The Golden Throne stands at the absolute center of the Imperium, both literally and metaphorically. Located deep within the Imperial Palace on Terra, in chambers so heavily guarded that entire armies could not hope to breach them, the throne is the one indispensable component of humanity's survival. Without it, the Emperor would die. Without the Emperor, the Astronomicon would fail. Without the Astronomicon, interstellar travel would become impossible. Without interstellar travel, the Imperium would fragment into isolated worlds, each vulnerable to the endless threats that prowl the darkness. The Golden Throne is not merely important. It is the keystone holding up the entire arch of human civilization across 1,000,000 worlds. The throne itself is an ancient artifact dating to the Dark Age of technology, that legendary period before the Age of Strife, when humanity's scientific achievements reached heights that even the Mechanicum cannot fully comprehend or replicate. What it was originally designed for remains uncertain. The Emperor discovered it in the ruins beneath the deserts of ancient Asia, presumably recognizing in this incomprehensible technology potential that others could not see. He spent centuries studying it, modifying it, adapting it to serve his purposes. The result was the gateway to the webway, the key to freeing humanity from its dependence on warp travel. When Magnus the Red's warning shattered that dream, when the Emperor was forced to use the throne not as a portal, but as a seal against demonic invasion, the device proved adaptable to this desperate purpose. The Emperor's psychic power, channeled through the throne's ancient mechanisms, was sufficient to keep the breach closed even while maintaining other essential functions. But it required his constant attention, his unwavering focus, his presence physically bound to the throne itself. From the moment Magnus broke through the psychic wards until the throne room was sealed, during the Emperor's final battle with Horus, the Emperor could not leave the throne for more than brief moments without risking catastrophic demonic invasion. After the Emperor's near death on the Vengeful Spirit, the throne's purpose changed yet again. Under the direction of Rogal Dorn, and with the desperate efforts of the Mechanicum's greatest tech priests, the Golden Throne was rapidly modified to serve as a life support mechanism for the Emperor's shattered body. Stasis fields and psi-fusion reactors, technologies that the Mechanicum could maintain but not truly understand, were integrated into the system. The result was a bizarre hybrid, part webway portal, part psychic amplifier, part medical device, part prison. The Emperor's consciousness remained aware. His psychic power still flowed through the device, but his physical form was locked away, slowly decaying, kept from true death only through the throne's mysterious mechanisms. The Golden Throne requires constant maintenance and an enormous investment of psychic energy to keep functioning. Every day, approximately 1,000 psykers are sacrificed to power the device, their life force is drained away to sustain the Emperor's connection to the material world. These psykers are not killed quickly or painlessly. Over months, they are gradually consumed, their souls fed into the mechanisms of the throne to provide the psychic sustenance the Emperor requires. When they finally die, their husks are removed and new psykers take their place, maintaining the cycle that has continued unbroken for 10,000 years. The source of these psykers is the Black Ships, those dreaded vessels that travel from world to world, collecting any humans who manifest psychic abilities. Every world in the Imperium is required to surrender its psykers to these ships, and most do so willingly, understanding that unsanctioned psykers represent a mortal threat to their communities. Some of these psykers are valuable enough to be trained as astropaths, the telepaths, who allow communication across interstellar distances. Others become sanctioned psykers, serving the Inquisition, the military, or other imperial institutions. But many, perhaps most, are deemed suitable only for the one service all psykers can provide: fuel for the Golden Throne. The numbers are staggering and have only grown worse with time. In the early years after the Emperor's internment, fewer psykers were needed to maintain the throne's function. But as centuries became millennia, as the throne's ancient mechanisms slowly degraded, as the Emperor's physical form continued its gradual decay, the requirements increased. By the closing years of the 41st millennium, approximately 1,000 psykers per day were being consumed, and even this sacrifice barely maintained optimal power levels. The tech priests who monitor the throne's systems have detected failures and malfunctions that they lack the knowledge to repair, suggesting that eventually, inevitably, the throne will fail completely unless some solution is found. But the Golden Throne does far more than simply keep the Emperor's body technically alive. Through its mechanisms, the Emperor's psychic power is amplified and projected across the entire galaxy. The Astronomicon, that massive psychic beacon located in the Forbidden Fortress in the Himalayan mountains, is powered by the Emperor's mind channeled through the throne. The beacon consists of a choir of 10,000 specially trained psykers, whose combined psychic output is directed by the Emperor's consciousness into a focused beam that reaches approximately 70,000 light-years across the galaxy. Navigators, those mutant humans whose third eye can perceive the warp, use the Astronomicon as a fixed reference point, allowing them to plot safe courses through the chaos of the immaterium. Without this beacon, faster-than-light travel would be nearly impossible, reducing humanity to crawling between the stars at sublight speeds that would make maintaining an interstellar empire impossible. The Emperor's presence in the warp serves another crucial function beyond the Astronomicon. According to the beliefs of the imperial cult and the testimony of saints and psykers throughout the Imperium, the Emperor actively battles chaos from within the immaterium itself. His psychic form, or some extension of his consciousness, fights an eternal war against the chaos gods and their demon servants, preventing them from overwhelming humanity through direct warp invasion. He guards the portal beneath the Imperial Palace, that still sealed breach in the Imperial webway, ensuring that the demonic hordes beyond can never pour through into real space. He protects the souls of the faithful, or so the ecclesiarchy teaches, gathering them to his side after death, rather than allowing them to dissipate into the warp where they might be devoured by demons. Whether these claims about the Emperor's ongoing activities are literally true, metaphorically true, or primarily propaganda, remains one of the great mysteries of the 41st millennium. What seems certain is that the Emperor's psychic presence in the warp is immense, and that it does seem to provide some measure of protection to humanity. Psykers across the Imperium report visions of the Emperor, receiving guidance or warnings that prove accurate. Saints manifest with powers that appear to derive from the Emperor himself. Miracles occur that have no explanation except divine intervention. Chaos cultists speak with hatred and fear of the anathema, their name for the Emperor, suggesting that he represents something genuinely threatening to their dark masters. The physical reality of the Emperor's existence is far less glorious than the myths suggest. Within the Golden Throne, sealed away from all eyes except those of the Adeptus Custodes who guard it, and the highest-ranking tech priests who maintain it, the Emperor's body is a slowly rotting corpse. The magnificent physical form that once walked across Terra in golden armor, that stood taller than any space marine, that radiated power and authority, has been reduced to a desiccated husk. His flesh, such as remains, is kept from complete decay only through the throne's stasis fields. His bones, twisted and broken from Horus's assault, can never heal. His organs, most destroyed or damaged beyond function, are supplemented or replaced by arcane machinery that the Mechanicum maintains through ritual rather than understanding. Some accounts suggest the emperor retains some level of awareness of the material world, that he can communicate with those who approach the throne through psychic means, that he occasionally issues commands or provides guidance to the highest authorities of the Imperium. The Primarch Robert Guilliman, when he returned in the era immediately before the 41st millennium, was granted audience with his father and reportedly emerged shaken by the experience, speaking little of what he witnessed, but suggesting that the emperor's consciousness might be fragmented or changed in ways that made communication difficult and unsettling. Other accounts are less optimistic. Some suggest that the emperor's consciousness is so divided, spread so thin across his many tasks, that little remains of his original personality or intentions. Perhaps maintaining the Astronomicon consumes 99% of his attention, leaving only fragments to battle chaos and virtually nothing to observe or direct the Imperium he created. Perhaps the daily sacrifice of psychers sustains not the emperor as he was, but merely the psychic echo of what he once represented, a resonance in the warp that takes his form but lacks his mind. Perhaps he died millennia ago, and what the Imperium worships is already more ghost than God, more symbol than consciousness. These questions cannot be answered with certainty, and asking them too openly invites accusations of heresy from the ecclesiarchy. What matters to the daily function of the Imperium is not whether the emperor truly lives, but that the Golden Throne continues to function, that the Astronomicon continues to burn, that the daily sacrifice of psychers continues to provide whatever power the throne requires. Whether this sustains a living God, a fragmented consciousness, or merely an incredibly powerful psychic construct, has become almost irrelevant to the practical reality of maintaining an empire across 1,000,000 worlds. The Golden Throne has become the physical manifestation of humanity's desperation. It represents the terrible compromise at the heart of the Imperium, that to survive, humanity must feed its protector a steady diet of its own children, sacrificing roughly 1,000,000 psychers every 3 years to keep the emperor sustained. It demonstrates the fragility of the entire imperial project, how completely it depends on a single mechanism that is slowly failing and cannot be replaced or repaired. It embodies the irony of the emperor's fate, that the being who fought to free humanity from dependence on faith and mysticism now exists in a liminal state between life and death, sustained by machinery no one understands, and worshipped by trillions who have never been told he forbade such devotion. And it is upon this crumbling foundation, upon this failing mechanism, upon this slowly decaying corpse connected to ancient technology, that the largest religion in galactic history has been built. The Golden Throne has become not merely a life support device, but the holiest of holies, the inner sanctum where the God Emperor dwells, the ultimate destination of pilgrims who travel across the stars, hoping for a glimpse of the chambers where he resides. It has been transformed from a pragmatic necessity into a sacred site, its mechanisms venerated as divine works, its guardians treated as priests ministering to the living God. The emperor sought to build an empire on reason. Instead, he created a theocracy centered on a throne he never wanted to occupy, sustained by a faith he always rejected, dependent on daily human sacrifice to a God who insisted he was merely a man. Rise of the imperial cult. In the immediate aftermath of the Horus heresy, the Imperium faced crises that would have destroyed a less resilient civilization. Half the Space Marine legions had turned traitor. Terra itself had been ravaged by siege and battle. The Emperor, the central authority around whom the entire Imperium had been built, was now locked away in the Golden Throne, unable to provide direct guidance or leadership. The survivors faced the monumental task of rebuilding a shattered empire while simultaneously hunting down the traitors who had nearly destroyed it. The Great Scouring, as this campaign became known, would take years to complete and would never entirely succeed in eliminating the threat of chaos. Yet even as the military situation gradually stabilized, even as traitor forces were driven back into the eye of terror, and the Imperium's borders were slowly restored, a different kind of transformation was taking place among the population. The imperial truth, that secular doctrine the emperor had fought so hard to establish, was dying, and in its place, fed by desperation and grief and the need to make sense of catastrophic loss, a new religion was being born. The Lectitio Divinitatis, Lorgar's banned religious text arguing for the emperor's divinity, had never been completely eliminated. Hidden copies had circulated underground throughout the Great Crusade, passed between believers who met in secret to share their forbidden faith. During the Horus heresy, as reality itself seemed to be falling apart, and demons walked openly on human worlds, these hidden cults exploded in membership. People who had accepted the imperial truth during times of relative stability found that cold reason offered little comfort when facing the literal forces of hell. The promise that the emperor, now martyred in humanity's defense, watched over his faithful and would protect them even in death, proved far more appealing than scientific explanations of warp phenomena. Euphrati Keeler, the remembrancer who had witnessed the emperor's power and survived demonic possession, emerged as one of the most important early figures of emperor worship. She preached openly despite persecution, arguing that her survival and her visions proved the emperor's divine nature. She gathered followers who called themselves the Light Bearers, and later the Confederation of Light, establishing a tradition of missionary work that would eventually become central to the imperial cult. When she died, decades after the heresy, she was already being venerated as a saint, the first of countless individuals who would be elevated to sacred status for their service to the God Emperor. The transformation from forbidden cult to accepted practice took time. In the immediate aftermath of the heresy, the surviving leadership of the Imperium, particularly the Primarchs who remained loyal, attempted to maintain the imperial truth despite growing pressure from below. Robert Guilliman, who had taken on much of the administrative burden of rebuilding the Imperium, viewed emperor worship with deep suspicion and worked to suppress it wherever possible. He understood that the emperor had explicitly forbidden such devotion and believed that the Imperium's survival depended on maintaining the secular vision, even in its founder's absence. But Guilliman and the other rationalists faced an impossible task. How could they enforce atheism when the evidence of divine powers was manifest throughout the Imperium? People had seen demons, had witnessed chaos sorcery, had experienced the very real power of faith and worship to shape events in the warp. The strict materialism of the imperial truth, the insistence that everything was explainable through natural law, rang hollow to populations who had survived apocalypse through prayer and had watched saints perform miracles on the battlefield. The emperor might have insisted he was not a god, but what else would one call a being of such immense power who now fought eternally in the warp to protect humanity? Moreover, the worship of the emperor provided something that the shattered Imperium desperately needed: unity. Across 1,000,000 worlds, among countless different human cultures, with their own traditions and beliefs, the emperor became the one universal constant. Planetary governors and military commanders found that emperor worship provided a powerful tool for maintaining order and ensuring loyalty. Soldiers fought more fiercely when they believed the emperor watched over them. Workers labored more diligently when they saw their service as holy duty. Entire populations could be controlled and directed through the promise of the emperor's divine favor or the threat of his sacred wrath. By the 32nd millennium, approximately 1,000 years after the heresy, emperor worship had become so pervasive and so powerful that suppressing it was no longer feasible or even desirable. Multiple different cults and sects had emerged, each with their own interpretation of proper worship, but all united in the belief that the emperor was divine. The largest and most successful of these was the Temple of the Savior Emperor, which had the advantage of being based on Terra itself and led by a former Imperial Guard officer named Fatidicus, who had fought during the Siege of Terra. Fatidicus proved to be a brilliant organizer and evangelist. Under his leadership, the temple spread rapidly across the Segmentum Solar and beyond, absorbing smaller cults and establishing a comprehensive theology that could accommodate many different forms of emperor worship. When Photiticus died at the age of 120, the temple had billions of followers on Terra alone and uncounted trillions throughout the wider Imperium. His successor continued the work of expansion, and within centuries, approximately 2/3 of the entire Imperium worshipped the emperor according to the temple's doctrines. The formal recognition of the temple as an official institution of the Imperium came in the early 32nd millennium, when it was granted the title Adeptus Ministorum and given authority over all religious matters throughout imperial space. A few centuries later, the ecclesiarch, the leader of the Adeptus Ministorum, received a permanent seat among the High Lords of Terra, making the head of the imperial cult one of the most powerful political figures in the entire Imperium. What had begun as forbidden cults meeting in secret had become the state religion, and those who denied the emperor's divinity were now the heretics subject to persecution. This transformation was not without conflict. Different interpretations of proper worship led to countless theological disputes, some of which erupted into violence or even full-scale wars. The question of what the emperor actually was, of how he should be properly worshipped, of what duties the faithful owed to him, all of these became matters of intense debate that sometimes resulted in entire planetary populations being declared heretical and purged. The Adeptus Ministorum itself became increasingly corrupt, with many high-ranking officials using their religious authority to accumulate wealth and political power, rather than genuinely serving the faithful. The crisis came to a head during the Age of Apostasy in the 36th millennium, when a man named Goga van Dyer seized control of both the Adeptus Administratum and the Adeptus Ministorum, becoming simultaneously the Lord High Administrator and the Ecclesiarch. His reign was marked by tyranny, corruption, and horrific abuses of power, all committed in the emperor's name. Entire systems were purged for insufficient devotion. The ecclesiarchy's militant orders became tools of oppression rather than defenders of the faith. The Imperium teetered on the brink of another civil war, this time over religion rather than ideology. The Age of Apostasy ended when Sebastian Thor, a preacher from a distant world, led a religious reformation and ultimately toppled Van Dyer with the help of the Adeptus Custodes and other imperial forces. Thor's Confederation of Light reformed the imperial cult, establishing new doctrines that emphasized humility and service rather than power and domination. The Temple of the Savior Emperor, which had become synonymous with Van Dyer's tyranny, was declared heretical, and its remaining followers were hunted down. Thor's reforms established the structure and theology that would define the imperial cult for the next 5 millennia, right up to the 41st millennium. The imperial cult as it exists in the era of the 41st millennium is vast, complex, and nearly impossible to fully describe. It exists in millions of different forms across the Imperium's countless worlds, adapted to local cultures and traditions while maintaining certain core beliefs. Almost every human in the Imperium is raised to believe in the Emperor's divinity, taught from birth that he is the one true God of humanity, that faith in him provides protection from the terrors of the galaxy, that service to the Imperium is service to him, that death in his name guarantees a place at his side in the eternal battles beyond. The Adeptus Ministorum maintains vast cathedrals on countless worlds, employs millions of preachers and missionaries, operates the Schola Progenium that trains the orphans of imperial servants, and commands militant orders like the Sisters of Battle, who serve as the ecclesiarchy's military arm. The organization is immensely wealthy and politically powerful, able to declare worlds heretical and call for their punishment, to excommunicate individuals or entire populations, to shape imperial policy through the ecclesiarch's seat among the High Lords. Yet despite this institutional power, despite the near-universal acceptance of the emperor's divinity, the imperial cult remains in many ways a religion of desperation. People pray to the emperor not out of philosophical conviction, but out of desperate need for protection in a universe that is actively trying to kill them. They see miracles not as joyful manifestations of divine love, but as the minimum intervention necessary to prevent total annihilation. They worship the Emperor because the alternative is chaos, damnation, and death, not because faith brings them comfort or enlightenment. The irony would not be lost on the Emperor if he retained enough consciousness to contemplate it. Everything he fought against has come to pass. The religion he spent 10,000 years trying to prevent has become the dominant force in human civilization. The superstition he sought to eliminate is now enforced by violence against anyone who dares question it. The faith he understood as humanity's greatest weakness has become the Imperium's primary source of strength and unity. His image adorns trillions of shrines. His name is invoked in countless prayers. His divinity is the foundational truth upon which the Imperium builds its laws, its culture, its entire worldview. And perhaps most ironically, it was Lorgar's work. Lorgar, the first heretic. Lorgar, whose betrayal led directly to the Horus heresy. Lorgar, whose actions doomed the Emperor to an eternity of suffering. It was his Lectitio Divinitatis that provided the theological foundation for the religion that would define the Imperium's future. The man the Emperor humiliated at Monarchia, whose faith he crushed beneath the rubble of destroyed monuments, was ultimately proven right. The Emperor was worthy of worship. It simply took his near death and 10,000 years of slow transformation to make the rest of humanity understand what Lorgar had known all along. The imperial cult is not what the Emperor wanted. It is not what he envisioned when he began the Great Crusade. It represents the complete failure of the imperial truth and everything he fought to establish. But it is also, undeniably, what has kept the Imperium together across 10,000 years of endless war. Without the unifying force of shared faith, without the belief that the Emperor protects and that service to the Imperium serves a divine purpose, humanity would likely have fragmented into warring factions, or been overwhelmed by the countless Xenos threats and chaos incursions it faces. In this sense, the Emperor's transformation into a god, however much it violates his original intentions, may have been the only thing that could save the Imperium he created. Whether he would consider that a victory or the ultimate defeat remains unknowable. The God Emperor in the 41st millennium. By the closing years of the 41st millennium, the transformation is complete. The Emperor is no longer remembered as a man who denied divinity. He is the God Emperor of mankind, the master of humanity, the one true God whose worship is not merely accepted, but mandatory across the million worlds of the Imperium. To question his divinity is heresy punishable by death. To refuse worship is to mark oneself as an enemy of humanity itself. The secular empire he built has become the most thoroughly theocratic civilization in galactic history. The imperial creed, as taught by the Adeptus Ministorum, is flexible enough to accommodate countless different cultural expressions, while maintaining certain core tenets that all believers must accept. First and foremost, that the God Emperor of mankind once walked among mortals in physical form, but is and has always been divine. That he is the one true God of humanity, regardless of whatever beliefs any human may have previously held. That it is the sacred duty of every human to purge the heretic, beware the psyker and the mutant, and abhor the alien. That every human being has a place in the Emperor's divine order, and that serving the Imperium is serving him directly. These beliefs shape every aspect of life throughout the Imperium. Children are taught from their earliest years that the Emperor watches over them, that his divine will guides the Imperium's destiny, that faith in him provides protection from the horrors of the galaxy. Every meal might be preceded by prayers of thanks to the Emperor. Every important event from births to deaths to marriages involves ceremonies invoking his name. Every military unit marches into battle with the conviction that they serve the greatest God humanity has ever known. The physical manifestations of emperor worship are omnipresent throughout the Imperium. Cathedrals dwarf cities, their spires, reaching kilometers into polluted skies, their interiors vast enough to hold tens of thousands of worshippers. Shrines appear on every world, from elaborate structures maintained by the ecclesiarchy to simple altars where ordinary citizens light candles and leave offerings. The aquila, the double-headed eagle that serves as the emperor's symbol, marks everything from military banners to common tools, a constant reminder of whose Imperium this is and who deserves worship. Pilgrimage is considered a sacred duty, with millions attempting to reach Terra at least once in their lives to see with their own eyes the world where the emperor dwells. Most will never succeed, dying in transit or turned away by the overwhelming numbers seeking entry to the throne world. Those few who do make it to Terra might spend their entire lives in prayer, sustained by the ecclesiarchy in exchange for their devotion, never seeing the emperor himself, but content merely to exist on the same world where he maintains his eternal vigil. The concept of saints is central to how the imperial cult understands the emperor's interaction with the material world. Throughout the Imperium's history, certain individuals have manifested powers that seem to derive from the emperor himself, performing miracles that save worlds or inspire faith in ways that change entire sectors. Some of these saints are recognized only after death, their legends growing until the ecclesiarchy formally canonizes them and establishes feast days in their honor. Others are living saints, rare individuals who appear in moments of greatest need, blazing with holy power, able to resurrect after death, undeniably touched by something beyond mortal understanding. Saint Celestine is perhaps the most famous of these living saints, a warrior who has appeared repeatedly throughout imperial history to turn the tide of crucial battles. She fights with weapons wreathed in holy fire, survives wounds that would kill anyone else, and resurrects when struck down, returning to the fray when the emperor's people need her most. Whether she is a manifestation of the emperor's will, a consciousness he has invested with power, or something else entirely remains debated, but her existence and the miracles attributed to her provide powerful evidence for the faithful that the emperor is indeed divine and actively protecting his people. The Sisters of Battle, the militant orders of the Adepta Sororitas, demonstrate the power of faith in the most literal sense. These warriors are not genetically enhanced like Space Marines, but are nevertheless capable of remarkable feats through their absolute devotion to the Emperor. They manifest what they call acts of faith, abilities that seem to defy natural law. Bullets that should have killed them miss or fail to penetrate. Their weapons strike with impossible force. They shrug off injuries that should be crippling. They see visions that guide them to victory. Whether these abilities are psychic, powers channeled through faith, direct intervention by the Emperor, or the warp responding to intense belief remains unclear, but the results are undeniable. The imperial cult also promises an afterlife, teaching that the souls of the faithful go to the Emperor's side after death to serve him in the eternal wars against chaos. Whether this is true remains one of the great mysteries of the Imperium. Souls do exist in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. They are tangible things that persist after death and enter the warp. Whether the Emperor genuinely protects and gathers the souls of his faithful, whether he has created some kind of realm within the warp where they can exist safely, or whether this is simply comforting mythology, remains impossible to verify. What seems certain is that something happens to the souls of those who die with the Emperor's name on their lips, that they do not simply dissipate or get devoured by demons, as seems to be the fate of most human souls entering the warp. The daily life of imperial citizens is saturated with religious observance to a degree that would be overwhelming to anyone from a more secular culture. Morning prayers thank the Emperor for another day of life. Evening prayers beg his protection through the night. Prayers precede work, consecrating labor as service to the divine. Prayers follow meals, acknowledging that all sustenance comes ultimately from the emperor's beneficence. Holy days commemorate victories, remember saints, celebrate the emperor's birth or his ascension to the golden throne. Entire worlds function as shrine worlds, their sole purpose to maintain temples and support pilgrims, their populations existing solely to worship. This universal devotion serves multiple purposes beyond the spiritual. It provides social control, with the ecclesiarchy working hand in hand with secular authorities to maintain order through the threat of divine punishment for disobedience. It offers psychological comfort in a galaxy where horrors beyond description are objectively real and where any world might face extinction at any moment. It creates unity across vast distances and wildly different cultures, providing something that all humans share, regardless of what world they inhabit or what conditions they endure. And, according to the faithful and possibly according to objective reality, it provides genuine protection from chaos by strengthening the Emperor's presence in the warp through the psychic weight of universal belief. Yet the imperial cult, for all its power and universality, is not without its dark aspects. The same faith that inspires soldiers to heroic sacrifice also fuels witch hunts that burn innocent psykers. The same devotion that builds magnificent cathedrals also justifies the most brutal oppression in the Emperor's name. The same belief that the Emperor protects allows corrupt officials to commit atrocities while claiming divine authority. Faith in the God Emperor can inspire the best of humanity, but it also enables the worst. The relationship between the Space Marines and the Imperial cult is complex and often contradictory. Most chapters officially acknowledge the Emperor's divinity, while maintaining their own distinct traditions and beliefs. They are often the most fervent worshippers, dedicating their very existence to the Emperor's service. Yet they also remember traditions that predate the Imperial cult, that come from the time when the Emperor walked among them and specifically denied being a god. Some chapters, like the Black Templars, embrace the Imperial cult wholeheartedly, worshipping the Emperor with a fervor that matches or exceeds that of any mortal believer. Others maintain a more nuanced position, venerating the Emperor as the ultimate exemplar of what humanity can achieve, while not necessarily accepting all the theological doctrines of the ecclesiarchy. The Primarch Robut. Guilliman's return in the years immediately before the 41st millennium's end created an unprecedented theological crisis. Here was a son of the Emperor, a Primarch who had walked with the Emperor during the Great Crusade, who knew his father's actual intentions and beliefs. Guilliman made no secret of his opinion that the Emperor was not divine, that the Imperial cult represented everything the Emperor had fought against, that faith had brought the Imperium not strength, but weakness and stagnation. Yet the ecclesiarchy insisted on venerating Guilliman as a living saint, as the Emperor's chosen regent, even as he explicitly rejected these characterizations. The situation revealed the fundamental problem at the heart of the Imperial cult. It was built on a foundation of denial and ignorance. The Emperor had denied divinity. He had forbidden worship. He had fought to eliminate faith from human civilization. But 10,000 years of propaganda, coupled with genuine miracles and the undeniable evidence that something powerful protected the faithful, had created a religion so entrenched that even the return of a Primarch could not shake it. The faithful simply reinterpreted Guilliman's words, arguing that his denial of the Emperor's divinity was either a test of faith or that he was too humble to recognize the divine when it stood before him. In the grim darkness of the far future, the God Emperor is the one constant across the Imperium. He is invoked by soldiers dying in trenches, by workers laboring in hive factories, by navigators steering ships through the warp, by inquisitors burning heretics, by missionaries bringing primitive worlds into compliance, by saints performing miracles on battlefields, by countless trillions of human beings who find in faith the only comfort available in a universe actively trying to destroy them. Whether he is truly a god or merely the most powerful psyker who ever lived has become almost irrelevant. What matters is that billions believe, and in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, belief has power. The Emperor may have begun as a man who denied divinity, but after 10,000 years of worship by uncounted trillions, after becoming the focus of the largest religion in galactic history, after having every prayer and hope and desperate plea of humanity directed toward him, something has changed. The question is not whether the Emperor has become a god. The question is what kind of god he has become, and whether any fragment of the man who once walked among humanity remains within that deific power. The power of belief, warp entity or man. In the Warhammer 40,000 universe, the line between belief and reality is not merely blurred, but fundamentally irrelevant. The warp, that alternate dimension that underlies and interpenetrates real space, is a realm where consciousness and emotion have direct and tangible effects on the substance of reality itself. Thoughts have weight, feelings have form, and belief, sustained across billions or trillions of minds, can create beings of immense power that are as real as anything in the material universe, perhaps more so. This is how the Chaos Gods came into existence. They were not created deliberately or through any conscious act of worship. Rather, they coalesced from the collective emotions of sentient beings across the galaxy. Horn was born from rage and bloodlust, Nurgle from despair and the fear of death, Tzeentch from ambition and the desire for change, Slaanesh from excess and decadence. These beings are real in every sense that matters. They can think, plan, act upon the material universe. They possess power that dwarfs even the mightiest mortal civilizations. They are gods, even if they were created by the very beings who now worship or fear them. The question that haunts those few within the Imperium who dare to think such thoughts is this: has the same process occurred with the Emperor? When trillions of humans across 1 million worlds pray to him daily, when they believe with absolute conviction that he is divine, when they attribute miracles to his intervention and see evidence of his protection everywhere they look, does that belief create or strengthen something in the warp that corresponds to the Emperor? Has the Emperor, through the weight of universal worship, become the very thing he always denied being? There are several theories about what the Emperor's current state might be, none of them provable, and all of them dangerous to voice openly given the ecclesiarchy's violent intolerance of theological speculation that strays too far from orthodox doctrine. The first possibility is the most straightforward. The Emperor remains fundamentally what he always was, an extraordinarily powerful human psyker whose consciousness is trapped in a half-dead body, while his psychic power extends into the warp to perform the tasks necessary for the Imperium's survival. According to this view, the worship directed at him has no particular effect, beyond perhaps providing some amount of psychic energy that sustains him, much as the daily sacrifice of psykers does more directly. He is not becoming a god. He was never a god. He is simply an incredibly powerful being doing his best to protect humanity, despite his physical limitations. The second possibility is more concerning, that the Emperor is indeed dead in any meaningful sense, that the consciousness that was once a man named by many names across his long life has fragmented and dispersed, but that the combination of the Golden Throne's mechanisms and the weight of universal belief has created something that appears to be the Emperor, but is actually a warp entity shaped by humanity's collective faith. This would be the Emperor as godling, a nascent deity born not from the man's own power, but from the belief of his worshippers, wearing his face and bearing his name, but perhaps lacking his consciousness, his memories, his actual will. The third possibility, and perhaps the most complex, is that both things are happening simultaneously. The man who was the Emperor still exists in some form, his consciousness stretched thin across multiple tasks and slowly fragmenting under the strain of 10 millennia of torment. But alongside this fading consciousness, something else is growing in the warp, fed by the belief of trillions, taking shape as a genuine divine entity that reflects humanity's need for a protecting God rather than the Emperor's own nature or intentions. These two entities, the man and the god, might be separate but connected, might be merging, might be in conflict with each other, The emperor as he was, and the god-emperor that humanity's faith has created, might be two different beings occupying the same conceptual space. There is evidence to support all these theories, though the evidence is fragmentary, often contradictory, and always subject to interpretation through the lens of faith or skepticism. Saints manifest across the Imperium, performing miracles that seem to draw power from the emperor. Are these his direct intervention, or are they channeling the power of humanity's collective belief? The Sisters of Battle perform their acts of faith, defying what should be possible through sheer devotion. Is this the emperor protecting his most faithful servants, or is it the warp responding to intense belief by making the impossible real? Psychers report visions of the emperor, receiving guidance that proves accurate. Is this him communicating, or is it their own unconscious minds drawing on the Gestalt entity that humanity's faith has created? The most intriguing piece of evidence comes from something called the Star Child theory, an ancient and heavily suppressed doctrine that claims the emperor's soul survived the battle with Horus and exists separately in the warp, slowly gathering strength for eventual rebirth. According to this theory, when the emperor finally slew Horus and burned his soul to ash, he was forced to expend so much power that his own soul essentially exploded, with most of his essence scattering into the warp, while a small core, a fragment containing the essential emperor, remained tethered to his body through the Golden Throne. This fragment, sometimes called the Star Child, is accumulating power from the faith of humanity, growing stronger with each prayer, each sacrifice, each act performed in the Emperor's name. Eventually, the theory suggests, the Star Child will become powerful enough to be reborn, whether by finally releasing the Golden Throne and allowing the Emperor's physical death, or through some other mechanism. The Inquisition has declared the Star Child theory to be dangerous heresy, and those who preach it are hunted down and executed. This is partly because the theory suggests the Emperor could die, which threatens the stability of the Imperium's foundational myths, but also because it implies something profoundly uncomfortable, that the Emperor might not be the same being when and if he returns, that the accumulation of humanity's faith might have changed him into something quite different from the secular rationalist who began the Great Crusade. What we can say with some certainty is that something in the warp corresponds to the Emperor, and that this something has immense power. The Chaos Gods themselves refer to the Emperor as the Anathema, acknowledging him as their greatest enemy, and the one being in the galaxy who genuinely threatens their dominion. They cannot simply overwhelm him despite his physical helplessness, because his presence in the warp is protected and strengthened by something, whether his own power, humanity's faith, or both. Demons that speak of him do so with hatred and fear, suggesting he is more than merely a powerful psyker, but perhaps not yet the equal of the Chaos Gods themselves. There are also accounts from those who have encountered what they believe to be the Emperor directly, either through visions or in near-death experiences, or in the warp itself. These accounts are maddeningly inconsistent. Some describe him as an overwhelming presence of golden light, consciousness so vast and powerful that it cannot be comprehended by mortal minds. Others report encountering what seems to be a fragmented being, shards of a personality that was once unified but has been shattered by millennia of torment. Still others claim to have met something that seemed to be trying to appear as the Emperor, but lacked the depth or coherence of a true consciousness, more like an echo or a mask than an actual being. The Primarch Robert Guilliman's account of his audience with the Emperor, such details as he has shared, suggests something profoundly disturbing. Guilliman, who knew his father before the internment, who understood the Emperor's actual nature and capabilities, emerged from that meeting shaken and reluctant to discuss what he experienced. In the few comments he has made, he has suggested that the Emperor he met was not entirely the father he remembered, that something had changed in 10,000 years of half-death, that the being on the Golden Throne might possess his father's power but perhaps not his humanity or wisdom. All of this brings us back to the fundamental question: has the emperor become a god? The answer might be that he is in the process of becoming one, that 10,000 years of worship has been slowly transforming him whether he wills it or not, that the boundary between the man who denied divinity and the God that humanity's faith is creating has become increasingly indistinct. He began as a man who rejected worship. He now exists as the focus of the largest religion in galactic history. Whether he has genuinely achieved godhood or merely appears to have done so might be a distinction without difference. In the Warhammer 40,000 universe, gods are not metaphysical absolutes, but rather extremely powerful warp entities that can affect reality through the application of immense psychic force. By this definition, the emperor might have always been a god, or at least godlike, given his power. But perhaps what has changed is not his power, but his nature, his essence, what he actually is beneath the manifestation of power. The man who walked among humanity had purposes, plans, a vision for what humanity could become. The god emperor that trillions worship might possess none of these things, might be more force than consciousness, more symbol than being, more the collective need of humanity than any individual will. Or perhaps he remains the same as he always was, trapped and suffering but conscious, aware of what has been done in his name, unable to prevent his deification, but still fundamentally the rational being who built the Imperium on secular principles. Perhaps he spends every moment of awareness in the purest agony, not just from his physical wounds, but from the knowledge that everything he fought for has been betrayed, that his Imperium has become exactly what he sought to prevent, that he is worshipped as the god he always denied being. That would be the ultimate irony, the cruelest torture, to achieve apotheosis while remaining conscious enough to recognize and despise what you have become. The truth, if such exists in this context, is that we simply do not know. The Emperor's current state remains one of the great mysteries of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, deliberately left ambiguous by those who chronicle these dark times. What we can observe is the effect, that the Emperor, man or god or something in between, functions as a divine being for all practical purposes of the Imperium, and that humanity's belief in his divinity has consequences that reverberate through both the material universe and the warp beyond. Conclusion: the transformation of the Emperor from man to god represents one of the most profound ironies in all of galactic history. The being who spent 40,000 years fighting to free humanity from the mental chains of religion has become the centerpiece of the largest faith the Milky Way has ever known. The rationalist who burned churches and cast down priests is now worshipped in cathedrals that dwarf mountains. The atheist who banned all worship of the divine is prayed to by trillions every day. His name invoked in supplications for protection, his image adorning shrines on 1,000,000 worlds. How did this happen? The path is clear when traced from beginning to end, even if the transformation was never planned or desired by its subject. It began with Lorgar's devotion, that unshakable faith that the Emperor could not break despite his most brutal attempts. It continued through the Lectitio Divinitatis, spreading underground even as official doctrine forbade it. It accelerated during the Horus heresy, when humanity needed something to believe in as their universe tore itself apart and cold reason proved insufficient comfort against the manifested horrors of chaos. It crystallized in the Emperor's martyrdom, his near death in defense of humanity, providing the narrative arc that every religion needs, the God who sacrificed himself to save his people. And it was completed through 10,000 years of worship, of prayers repeated so many times they became reality, of faith so universal and so intense that it might have actually created or transformed the very being it claimed to venerate. The Emperor is a god now, whether he wanted to be or not, whether he deserves worship or not, whether anything of the original consciousness remains, or whether humanity's collective belief has created something that merely wears his face. The Imperium that exists in the 41st millennium is everything the Emperor fought against. It is built on superstition, where he valued reason. It is maintained through faith, where he demanded science. It is ruled by religious authorities, where he established secular governance. It burns heretics, where he tried to eliminate the concept of heresy itself. It worships a man who spent 40 millennia insisting he was not divine and should not be treated as such. Yet this theocratic nightmare, this betrayal of everything the Emperor intended, might be the only thing that has allowed the Imperium to survive. Faith unites humanity across vast distances and wildly varying cultures. Devotion motivates soldiers to fight when reason would counsel retreat. Prayer provides comfort when logic offers none. The belief that the Emperor protects gives billions the strength to endure conditions that would otherwise break them. Miracles occur that cannot be explained except through divine intervention, whether genuine or imagined. Saints manifest to turn the tide of crucial battles. The Sisters of Battle perform impossible feats through pure devotion. And across the entire Imperium, the conviction that serving the Emperor serves the greatest good humanity can conceive provides purpose and meaning to lives that would otherwise seem utterly pointless. Would the Imperium have survived 10,000 years without this faith? Could secular reason have held together an empire spanning 1,000,000 worlds when travel between them is uncertain and communication is limited? Could the imperial truth have provided sufficient psychological armor against the objective reality of chaos and demons and horrors beyond description? Perhaps not. Perhaps the Emperor's transformation into a god, however much it violated his intentions, was the only possible path forward for an empire that faced enemies on every side and could not afford the luxury of internal division or existential doubt. But what of the Emperor himself? What does he think of all this, assuming he retains enough consciousness to have opinions? Does he rage against the violation of his principles? Or has he accepted that humanity's survival requires the very things he fought to eliminate? Does he even remain aware enough to understand what has been done in his name? Or has 10,000 years of agony and division of attention reduced him to something less than conscious, a psychic presence without coherent thought? When the faithful cry out for his protection, does he hear and respond? Or does something else, something born from their collective belief, answer in his place? These questions have no definitive answers, and perhaps that is appropriate. In the grim darkness of the far future, certainty is a luxury afforded to none. What we can say with confidence is that the man who denied divinity has achieved deification, that the atheist has become the god of a religion that defines an empire, that the greatest transformation in his long existence occurred not through his own will, but through the desperate need of the species he sought to protect. The emperor of mankind became the God Emperor, not through the revelation of his true nature, but through humanity's refusal to accept his own account of what he was. He became divine through martyrdom, through faith, through the accumulated weight of 10,000 years of prayer and worship and desperate belief. He became a god by dying and yet not dying, by existing in a twilight state between mortality and divinity, where the line between man and God grows increasingly indistinct with every passing century. And in that transformation, in that ultimate irony, we see the central tragedy of Warhammer 40,000, that the Emperor's greatest victory, the survival of his Imperium across 10 millennia of warfare and horror, required the absolute defeat of everything he believed in and fought for. He saved humanity by becoming exactly what he insisted he was not. He preserved his empire by allowing it to become everything he sought to prevent. In protecting his species, he was transformed into their god, whether he wills it or not, whether any fragment of the man remains, or whether humanity's faith has created something entirely new. The God Emperor sits upon his golden throne, slowly dying yet held from death, consciousness vast yet possibly fragmented beyond recovery, worshipped by trillions who have never been told he forbade such devotion. And across the Imperium, across 1,000,000 worlds beneath strange stars, humanity kneels before his image and prays for salvation, finding in faith the strength to endure another day in the universe's endless night. Whether those prayers reach a living God, a gestalt entity born from belief, or simply echo unheard through the warp, remains unknown and unknowable. What matters is that they believe, and in believing, they endure. The Emperor became a god. Whether this was apotheosis or damnation depends entirely on who you ask, and in the grim darkness of the far future, no one knows the answer. If you enjoyed this deep dive into how the Emperor became the God Emperor of mankind, please like this video and subscribe to the channel for more Warhammer 40k lore. And remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, but there is also faith. Whether that faith is justified remains the greatest mystery of all. The Imperium of Man stands as the greatest monument to humanity's will to survive. Across 1,000,000 worlds, countless trillions serve beneath the watchful gaze of the God Emperor, their lives spent in endless war against the darkness that presses in from every side. For 10,000 years, this vast stellar empire has endured despite impossible odds, its armies holding back the tide of annihilation through sheer determination and faith. But empires, like all things beneath the uncaring stars, are mortal. The Imperium of Man is dying, and the manner of its death grows clearer with each passing century. This is not a tale of sudden catastrophe or apocalyptic destruction arriving without warning. The end of the Imperium will not be a single blow that shatters humanity's dominion in an instant. Instead, it is a slow death, a gradual erosion of strength and stability that has been underway for millennia. The Imperium bleeds from 1,000 wounds, each one seemingly survivable on its own, yet together forming a confluence of threats that no amount of courage or faith can ultimately overcome. The great machine of human civilization grinds forward, but its gears grow brittle, its fuel runs low, and the enemies waiting in the darkness grow ever more numerous and bold. To understand how the Imperium will end, we must first recognize what it has become. The Imperium of the 42nd millennium bears little resemblance to the enlightened empire that the Emperor once dreamed of creating. Where he envisioned reason and progress, there is now only blind faith and stagnation. Where he championed science and understanding, there remain only ritual and superstition. The Administratum, that vast bureaucratic machine meant to govern 1,000,000 worlds, has become so massive and inefficient that entire sectors can be lost to Xenos invasion before a plea for aid is even processed. The Adeptus Mechanicus hoards technology it no longer fully understands, treating machines as divine spirits rather than tools to be improved upon. The Ecclesiarchy preaches that suffering and sacrifice are virtues in themselves, ensuring that the masses never question why their lives are spent in misery for an empire that offers them nothing but toil and death. This is an empire that has forgotten how to grow, how to innovate, how to adapt. It maintains what it has through brute force and numbers, throwing bodies at problems until they are temporarily solved, or until all the bodies are used up. Such an approach might have sustained the Imperium indefinitely in a more forgiving galaxy, but the 42nd millennium offers no such mercy. The threats facing humanity have never been more dire, more numerous, or more existential. And worst of all, many of these threats are accelerating, growing stronger at a pace that far outstrips the Imperium's ability to respond. The Great Rift tears across the galaxy like a wound in reality itself, splitting the Imperium in two and flooding untold systems with the raw energies of chaos. On one side, Imperium Sanctus struggles to maintain order and supply its endless wars. On the other, Imperium Nihilus descends into darkness, cut off from Terra's light, and left to fend for itself against horrors that multiply with each passing day. The Golden Throne, that miraculous device which sustains the Emperor's broken body and powers the Astronomicon, deteriorates beyond the ability of any living tech priest to repair. The Tyranid hive fleets, having arrived from beyond the galactic rim, consume world after world, their numbers growing with each victory. The Necrons awaken from their 60 million year slumber, their technology so advanced that entire Imperial battle fleets can be annihilated without meaningful resistance. Chaos, ever patient, feeds on the despair and fear that such threats generate, growing stronger as humanity's faith in the Emperor's protection begins to crack. Each of these threats alone would challenge the Imperium to its absolute limits. Together, they form a perfect storm of destruction that no amount of Space Marine heroics or Guard stubbornness can hold back forever. The mathematics are simple and brutal. The Imperium loses more than it gains, bleeds faster than it can recover, and faces enemies that grow stronger while it grows weaker. This is not a question of if, but when. The only mystery is which particular wound will prove fatal, which specific catastrophe will deliver the killing blow to an empire that has survived for so long against such terrible odds. In the darkness of the far future, humanity faces its final centuries. The light of the Astronomicon flickers, the God Emperor's strength wanes, the enemy masses at every gate, and across 1,000,000 worlds, the faithful continue their prayers, desperately hoping that their devotion will be enough to stave off the inevitable. It will not be. The Imperium of man will end, not in glory or triumph, but in fire, darkness, and the cold certainty that all empires, no matter how grand, eventually crumble into dust. The rotting foundation, the golden throne, failure. At the very heart of the Imperium's doom lies a machine that should never have existed. The golden throne, that ancient wonder of the dark age of technology repurposed by the Emperor himself, serves 3 critical functions upon which the entire Imperium depends. It sustains the Emperor's shattered body, keeping the tiniest spark of his consciousness bound to the material realm. It powers the Astronomicon, that psychic beacon which allows navigators to chart safe courses through the roiling madness of the warp. And it seals the breach in the webway beneath the Imperial Palace, holding back an infinite tide of demons that would pour into terror itself, should that barrier ever fail. For 10,000 years, the Golden Throne has performed these functions without interruption, sustained by the daily sacrifice of 1,000 psychers whose souls are fed into its ancient mechanisms. But machines, no matter how well crafted or divinely blessed, eventually break down, and the Golden Throne is failing. The first warnings came during the late 36th millennium, when the Adeptus Mechanicus noticed that the throne required increasing amounts of psychic energy to maintain optimal function. By early M41, 4 times as many psychers were being sacrificed daily compared to earlier eras, their life forces burning faster as the throne's efficiency degraded. The tech priests recalibrated what they could, performed what maintenance their limited understanding allowed, but they were attempting to repair a device whose fundamental operating principles were beyond even the most learned magi. The Golden Throne was built during humanity's technological zenith, an age when mankind reshaped reality through science so advanced it might as well have been sorcery. 10,000 years later, the Mechanicus treats technology as religion, following ritual and prayer rather than understanding and innovation. They can no more repair the Golden Throne than a medieval peasant could fix a nuclear reactor. In 998-41, barely a standard year before the Great Rift tore the galaxy asunder, tech priests conducting routine maintenance discovered failures in the throne's mechanisms that were far beyond their ability to repair. Components crafted with techniques lost since the Age of Strife had begun to degrade, their crystalline structures cracking under the immense psychic energies they channeled. Backup systems that had lain dormant for millennia were corroded beyond use. The tech priests performed what stopgap measures they could, patching the machine together with prayers and desperation. But they knew the truth that they dared not speak aloud. The Golden Throne was dying, and with it, the Emperor and perhaps the Imperium itself. The implications of the throne's failure are almost too terrible to contemplate. When the machine finally breaks down, several catastrophes will occur simultaneously, each one potentially fatal to the Imperium on its own. First and most immediate is the breach in the webway. During the Horus heresy, when Magnus the Red desperately attempted to warn the Emperor of Horus's betrayal, his psychic message tore through the wards protecting the Emperor's webway project, creating a massive portal between Terra and the raw warp. Demons poured through by the millions, and it took the combined might of the Legio Custodes and the Sisters of Silence months of continuous battle to drive them back. The Emperor was forced to abandon his webway project and take his place upon the Golden Throne to seal the breach, a prison of his own making, from which he has never been able to escape. That breach still exists, held closed only by the Emperor's constant psychic vigilance and the throne's amplification of his will. When the throne fails, that breach will open once more. But this time, there will be no Emperor at full strength to battle the demonic hordes. No unified Imperium, able to throw countless reinforcements into the defense. The breach will flood Terra with demons beyond counting, and the Custodian Guard, mighty though they are, cannot hold against such a tide forever. The Imperial Palace itself may fall, the very heart of humanity's empire consumed by the denizens of the warp. And even if Vulcan's Talisman of Seven Hammers is activated, destroying Terra and much of the Sol system to deny it to chaos, the psychological blow to the Imperium would be catastrophic. Terra is not merely the administrative capital of humanity's empire, it is the spiritual center of the Imperial Creed, the holiest site in the galaxy where the God Emperor resides. Its destruction would shatter the faith of trillions, potentially triggering waves of rebellion and despair across the entire Imperium. The second consequence is the death of the Astronomicon. Without the Golden Throne to amplify the Emperor's psychic might, the great beacon that illuminates the warp for navigators will fade and die. This alone could end the Imperium as a unified entity. Warp travel without the Astronomicon is exponentially more dangerous and uncertain. Journeys that once took weeks might take years or become impossible altogether. The Imperium depends absolutely on its ability to move fleets and armies quickly across vast interstellar distances. Without reliable warp travel, each sector, each subsector, each individual star system becomes an isolated island in the void. No reinforcements can arrive to defend besieged worlds. No supply convoys can deliver the materials needed to prosecute war. No communication can coordinate the defense of humanity's scattered holdings. The Imperium would fragment into thousands of pocket empires, each one vulnerable to the enemies that surround them. Then there is the question of what happens to the Emperor himself. Here, uncertainty reigns and prophecy offers only contradictory visions. Some believe that the Emperor's physical death might free his spirit, allowing him to be reborn or ascend to full godhood in the warp. The so-called Star Child theory suggests that fragments of the Emperor's compassion, cast aside when he destroyed Horus, might coalesce into a new divine being. Others fear that the Emperor's death would simply mean extinction, his soul devoured by the Chaos Gods who have waited 10,000 years for this moment. The Cabal, a shadowy alliance of Xenos psychers, once prophesied that the Emperor's death while Horus lived would doom humanity to slow extinction, the Imperium decaying over 10 to 20,000 years until chaos consumed everything. But they also suggested that if chaos achieved a quick victory, its power might burn itself out, eventually freeing the galaxy from its influence. That second path was never taken, leaving only the slow decay the Cabal predicted. What is certain is that the Emperor's death, however it manifests, will be a moment of supreme crisis for the Imperium. The Imperial Creed has spent 10 millennia teaching humanity that the Emperor is their only protection against the darkness, that his divine will is all that stands between them and annihilation. If he dies, what happens to that faith? Will the masses continue to believe Or will despair and heresy spread like wildfire? Will chaos cults emerge openly, their promises of power and freedom suddenly more appealing than service to a dead god? The psychological and spiritual impact of the Emperor's death might prove more devastating than any material consequence. The Mechanicus has made desperate attempts to forestall the throne's failure. In the wake of the Great Rift's opening, the Adeptus Custodes took the unprecedented step of leaving Terra to search for knowledge that might allow the throne's repair. They discovered a potential solution involving the Eldari webway and even struck a bargain with the Drukhari, trading human slaves and access to the Golden Throne's technology in exchange for technical expertise. This alliance with the most depraved of Xeno's races speaks to the absolute desperation the Custodes felt. The Drukhari had their own reasons for assisting. They hoped to create their own version of the Golden Throne to defend Komorra from demonic incursions that had grown worse since the Great Rift's birth. But even this controversial bargain bought only time, delaying the throne's failure by a few centuries at most, according to some estimates. The fundamental problem remains. The Golden Throne is dying, and no one in the current era possesses the knowledge to truly save it. Some speculate that a returning Primarch might be able to sit upon the throne, taking the Emperor's place. Magnus the Red was perhaps designed for this purpose, his incredible psychic power and understanding of warp energies, making him the ideal candidate to power the throne while the Emperor walked free. But Magnus betrayed the Imperium during the heresy, and his attempt to warn his father ended up dooming the very project he might have been meant to serve. Could Guilliman or another loyal Primarch take the Emperor's place? Perhaps, but at what cost? The throne has already consumed one of the greatest beings humanity has ever produced. Feeding it another Primarch might buy more time, but it would not solve the underlying problem of the device's decay. And it would deprive the Imperium of active leadership at a time when such leadership is desperately needed on the battlefield. The failure of the Golden Throne represents the Imperium's greatest single point of vulnerability. Every other threat the Imperium faces, no matter how dire, assumes that the basic infrastructure of the Empire remains intact. Ships can still travel through the warp. Astropathic communication still functions. Terra still stands as humanity's capital and spiritual center. But when the throne fails, all of these assumptions collapse. The Imperium would find itself fighting a dozen apocalyptic wars simultaneously, while its ability to coordinate any response disintegrates. It is difficult to imagine any scenario in which the Imperium survives such a catastrophe intact. The best hope might be that fragments of the Empire endure, scattered pockets of humanity that maintain their local defense while cut off from the larger whole. The worst possibility is that the throne's failure triggers a cascade of disasters that ends human civilization entirely, leaving only scattered survivors to be hunted down by the countless predators that infest the galaxy. The Golden Throne is not merely failing, it is a ticking bomb at the heart of the Imperium. And every day that passes brings the moment of detonation closer. When it finally happens, the Imperium, as we know it, will cease to exist. What remains afterward, if anything remains at all, will be something altogether different, something diminished and desperate, clinging to survival in the ruins of humanity's once great empire. The question is not whether the throne will fail, but whether the Imperium can possibly prepare for the consequences when it does. And based on the Imperium's track record of adaptation and innovation, that answer appears to be a resounding no. The galaxy divided, the Great Rift and Imperium nihilus. In 999 M41, reality itself tore open. The 13th Black Crusade, led by Abaddon the Despoiler, achieved what 12 previous crusades had failed to accomplish: the destruction of Cadia and the Cadian pylons. These ancient Necron devices had held back the natural expansion of the Eye of Terror for millions of years, creating a stable corridor of real space through which the Imperium could monitor and defend against chaos incursions. When Abaddon sent a damaged Blackstone fortress crashing into Cadia's surface, like an artificial meteor, the resulting cataclysm destroyed the pylons and tectonically destabilized the world. Cadia, that stalwart fortress world, whose defenders had held the line against chaos for 10,000 years, died. And with its death, the Eye of Terror was unleashed. But the pylons on Cadia had been only part of a much larger network. Across the galaxy, similar structures had been placed by the Necrons in ages past, holding back the warp at key points. Abaddon had spent his 13 Black Crusades systematically destroying these pylons, preparing for this moment. When Cadia fell and its pylons shattered, it triggered a cascading failure across the entire network. Warp storms erupted across the galaxy in unprecedented numbers and intensity, and from the Eye of Terror, a massive tear in reality began to spread, reaching across the galactic plane from the western fringe all the way to the eastern reaches, connecting the Eye with other ancient warp rifts, and creating what would become known as the Great Rift, the Cicatrix Maledictum, the galaxy's greatest wound. The immediate effects were catastrophic. The period known as the Noctis Aeterna, or the Blackness, saw the Astronomican's light dim to near invisibility for entire sectors. Warp travel became nearly impossible as reality itself convulsed. Millions of ships were lost in the immaterium, their crews consumed by demons or driven mad by exposure to the raw warp. Countless worlds found themselves cut off, isolated in the darkness without communication or hope of reinforcement. And into that darkness poured the forces of chaos, demons manifesting in unprecedented numbers as the veil between real space and the warp grew thin. Entire systems fell to demonic incursion in the span of days, their populations slaughtered or corrupted, their worlds transformed into hellish parodies of their former selves. When the worst of the Noctis Aeterna finally passed, the Astronomican's light returning to something approaching its former strength, the Imperium discovered the full extent of the disaster. The Great Rift had split the galaxy in two. On the Terran side, the region now called Imperium Sanctus retained access to the Astronomican and could maintain some semblance of coordinated defense. But beyond the rift, in the vast territories now designated Imperium Nihilus, the Dark Imperium, the Light of Terror was obscured or absent entirely. Here, warp travel became exponentially more dangerous, astropathic communication unreliable at best, and the forces of chaos pressed their advantage with unrelenting fury. The strategic implications for the Imperium are almost incomprehensible. Imperium Nihilus encompasses huge swathes of the Segmentum Obscurus and Segmentum Ultima, including countless strategically vital worlds and massive populations. The Blood Angels' homeworld of Baal found itself trapped in Nihilus, besieged by Hive Fleet Leviathan, while cut off from any realistic hope of reinforcement. Chapter planets, Forge worlds, Cardinal worlds, all isolated and forced to defend themselves with only local resources. Roboute Guilliman, resurrected and serving as Imperial Regent, launched the massive Indomitus Crusade to reclaim what could be saved. But even this unprecedented military effort could only reach a fraction of the worlds in need. The Great Rift is not merely a military problem or a logistical challenge. It represents a fundamental fracturing of the Imperium's cohesion as an empire. Even with the Nachmund Gauntlet providing a stable, if heavily contested, passage through the rift, the difficulties of maintaining communication and supply lines between Sanctus and Nihilus are immense. And the Gauntlet itself depends on ancient Blackstone deposits on the worlds of Vigilus and Sanguiterra to hold back the warp storms. Should either planet fall, the Gauntlet would close, leaving Nihilus completely isolated. Already, Imperium Nihilus shows signs of diverging from the Greater Imperium. Commander Dante, Chapter Master of the Blood Angels, was appointed Regent of Nihilus by Guilliman, given authority to do whatever necessary to preserve human civilization on the dark side of the rift. This includes making alliances that the Imperium Sanctus might find heretical, adopting tactics that violate the Codex Astartes, and prioritizing survival over doctrine. In an empire as rigid and dogmatic as the Imperium, such flexibility is revolutionary. But it also suggests that Nihilus may be developing its own identity, its own way of war, perhaps even its own interpretation of the Imperial Creed, shaped by the constant proximity to chaos. If the rift persists for centuries, as seems inevitable, what will happen to the cultural and political unity of the Imperium? Will Nihilus come to see Sanctus as out of touch with the realities of modern warfare? Will theological disputes arise over whose interpretation of the Emperor's will is correct? The rift also creates massive resource imbalances. Many of the Imperium's most productive forge worlds lie in Nihilus, their munitions factories and ship foundries now operating in near isolation. Sanctus must make do with reduced material production, while simultaneously trying to support military operations on both sides of the rift. Agricultural worlds in Nihilus can no longer easily export food to feed the hive worlds of Sanctus, potentially creating famine and unrest. The Administratum, already inefficient beyond measure, struggles to track which worlds still exist and which have been consumed by the warp or overrun by enemies. Entire crusade fleets may be dispatched to defend worlds that no longer exist, while other systems scream for aid that will never come, simply because no one knows they need help. Time itself behaves strangely near and within the Great Rift. The warp's influence causes temporal distortions, where some worlds experience years in what is merely weeks for others, while other planets find themselves frozen in time, their inhabitants living the same day repeatedly. This makes coordination of military campaigns almost impossible in some regions. A Space Marine chapter might arrive to reinforce a world, only to discover that from the defender's perspective, the call for aid was sent centuries ago, and the planet has already fallen and been reclaimed 3 times over. Or worse, they might arrive before they were supposed to leave, creating paradoxes that strain the minds of even the most learned inquisitors. Perhaps most troubling is the effect the rift has on psychers. The warp's energies flood into real space through the rift, and psychic phenomena have become more common and more powerful throughout the galaxy. This event, called the Psychic Awakening by some, has seen latent psychers across the Imperium suddenly manifesting abilities they never knew they possessed. The Black Ships struggle to collect and process the increased numbers of psychers, and many go undetected until their powers manifest catastrophically, opening portals for demons or burning out their own minds. The Imperium has always viewed unsanctioned psychers as one of the greatest threats to its stability, and now such individuals appear in numbers the existing systems simply cannot handle. Every uncontrolled psyker is a potential breach in reality, and there are now millions upon millions of them across the Imperium. The Great Rift will not close on its own. The pylons that once held it back are destroyed, and even if the Imperium possessed the knowledge to build new ones, which it does not, doing so would require technology and resources the Empire simply cannot spare while fighting for survival on every front. Some theorize that only the Emperor himself, should he somehow be restored to full power, would possess the psychic might to seal the rift. But given the Golden Throne's deteriorating state, the Emperor is more likely to die than recover. Other theories suggest that the birth of Inead, the Eldari god of the dead, might close the rift, or that sufficient deployment of Necron Blackstone technology could deaden the warp's influence. But the Imperium has neither control over the Eldari's spiritual practices nor friendly relations with the Necrons. The truth is that the Great Rift represents a permanent change to the galaxy's geography. The Imperium must adapt to existence as a divided empire, or it will collapse under the strain of trying to maintain unity across an impassable gulf. Given the Imperium's well-documented inability to adapt to changing circumstances, the latter outcome seems far more likely. The rift ensures that even if no other threats existed, the Imperium would still face an existential crisis. But of course, the other threats do exist. And on the dark side of the rift, cut off from support and surrounded by enemies, they are making the most of humanity's weakness. The Great Rift has accelerated the Imperium's decline by centuries, if not millennia. It has transformed a slow death into a rapid one, taking an empire that might have endured for ages yet, and pushing it toward the brink of collapse. And short of miracles that the Imperium has no right to expect, there is no reversal possible. The galaxy is divided, and the Imperium dies the faster for it. The Tyrannid shadow, the great devourers advance. From beyond the galactic rim, they came. Not from the warp, not from some forgotten corner of the Milky Way, but from the infinite darkness between galaxies. The Tyrannids, the great devourer, a species that defies every category and classification that humanity has ever known. They are not an empire or a civilization in any meaningful sense. They are a force of nature, a galaxy-wide predator that has evolved beyond the need for culture, politics, or mercy. They exist only to feed, to consume every scrap of biological matter they encounter, and to use that matter to create more of themselves. And having exhausted the biomass of whatever galaxies they have already devoured, they have turned their attention to the Milky Way. The first true contact came with Hive Fleet Behemoth in 745 M41, and it nearly destroyed Ultramar. The Tyranids came without warning, without demands, without any attempt at communication. They simply began consuming everything in their path, stripping worlds of all organic matter down to bare rock. The Imperium had never faced an enemy like this before. Orcs were brutal and numerous, but they could be reasoned with, in a sense, could be outmaneuvered through strategy and cunning. Chaos was insidious and terrible, but it operated through human agents who could be identified and purged. The Tyranids were different. They were utterly alien, utterly inhuman, and utterly implacable. When one organism fell, a dozen more surged forward to take its place. When one strategy worked, the hive mind learned and adapted, creating new bioforms specifically designed to counter Imperial tactics. They could not be negotiated with, could not be intimidated, could barely even be slowed down. It took the combined might of the Ultramarines, the White Scars, and multiple battle fleets of the Imperial Navy to destroy Hive Fleet Behemoth at the Battle of Macragge. The cost was staggering. The Ultramarines' first company was annihilated. Macragge itself was devastated, its polar fortresses reduced to ruins, its population decimated. But Behemoth was defeated, and for a time, the Imperium dared hope that this had been the entirety of the Tyrannid threat. A single, massive hive fleet that had now been destroyed. They were catastrophically wrong. Hive Fleet Kraken arrived in 992 M41, and it was larger, more cunning, and more widespread than Behemoth had ever been. Where Behemoth had attacked as a single massive spearhead, Kraken split into countless tendrils, striking across a vast front. Genestealer cults that had infested worlds for generations suddenly activated, sabotaging defenses and opening gates to the incoming Tyrannid forces. The Imperium was forced to fight on dozens of fronts simultaneously, never able to concentrate enough force to decisively defeat any single tendril before others had consumed more worlds and grown even stronger. The craft world Iyanden was almost destroyed when a major tendril of Kraken descended upon it, saved only by the desperate intervention of Prince Iriel and his Eldritch Raiders. When Kraken was finally contained, it had consumed hundreds of worlds and demonstrated that the Tyranids possessed strategic sophistication far beyond what Behemoth had shown. Then came Leviathan, and with it, the true scale of the threat became undeniable. Leviathan approached from below the galactic plane, where the Imperium had relatively few defenses, having always focused on the eastern fringe, where previous hive fleets had appeared. It was larger than Behemoth and Kraken combined, a mass of bioships so vast that they blotted out the stars. Leviathan split into multiple massive tendrils, each one capable of consuming an entire sector on its own. The Imperium threw everything it had at Leviathan, raising thousands of Astra Militarum regiments, specifically to fight the Tyrannid threat. dedicating dozens of Space Marine chapters to the war effort, and even resorting to the controversial Kryptman Gambit to slow the Hive fleet's advance. The Kryptman Gambit deserves special mention, for it demonstrates just how desperate the Imperium has become. Inquisitor Kryptman, recognizing that the Imperium could not defeat Leviathan through conventional warfare, proposed a radical solution. He ordered Exterminatus on a line of Imperial worlds in Leviathan's path, destroying them before the Tyranids could harvest their biomass. Then he manipulated one of Leviathan's tendrils into invading the Octarius sector, home to a massive Orc empire. His hope was that the two Xeno species would fight each other to exhaustion, buying the Imperium time. The strategy worked, in a sense. The Octarian War has raged for years, with Orcs and Tyranids locked in a brutal stalemate that has consumed both sides' resources. But there are consequences. Every battle the Tyranids fight teaches the hive mind. Every Orc warrior they consume adds Orcoid genetic material to their arsenal. The Tyranids emerging from Octarius are adapted to fight Orcs, yes, but they are also stronger, tougher, and more aggressive than previous generations. And when one side finally wins, whether Tyranid or Orc, the victor will be stronger than ever and turn its attention to Imperial space with renewed vigor. The defeat of a major tendril of Leviathan at Baal was hailed as a great victory, and it was. The Blood Angels and their successor chapters, fighting alongside an unexpected alliance with Demons of Horn, managed to destroy enough of Leviathan's forces that the tendril was forced to withdraw. But the victory was Pyrrhic. Baal was left a devastated wasteland. The Blood Angels were reduced to a fraction of their former strength, and most importantly, the victory was only local. Leviathan itself, the main hive fleet, remains active and continues to consume worlds across multiple sectors. New tendrils have emerged in the wake of the Great Rift, suggesting that Leviathan is adapting to the changed galactic conditions and exploiting the Imperium's divided state. Beyond the three great hive fleets, there are dozens of smaller ones: Gorgon, Hydra, Jormungandr, Tiamat, Kronos, Medusa, Moloch, and many more. Each represents a significant threat on its own. Hive Fleet Tiamat, for instance, has occupied a star system and built some massive organic structure on the world of Zeophoria that resonates with psychic energy. The Death Watch and Inquisitor Kryptman believe this structure serves some terrible purpose for the greater hive mind, but what exactly remains unknown. Hive fleets Scylla and Charybdis are carving parallel paths up through the Segmentum Pacificus, heading directly toward Terra itself, representing the closest Tyranid threat to the Imperial capital. The splinter fleets from defeated hive fleets continue to plague the Imperium, impossible to fully eradicate and constantly growing as they consume isolated worlds. The most terrifying aspect of the Tyranid threat is that what the Imperium has faced so far is merely the vanguard. The main Tyranid swarm, the true bulk of their numbers, still lies in the intergalactic void, approaching the galaxy at an inexorable pace. If the vanguard fleets represent the greatest military threat the Imperium has ever faced, what hope is there when the main swarm arrives? Some Imperial scholars estimate that the main swarm's biomass exceeds that of all life in the Milky Way galaxy combined. If such estimates are correct, then the arrival of the full Tyranid invasion represents not a question of whether humanity will fall, but simply how quickly. The Tyranids also present a unique theological problem for the Imperium. The Imperial Creed teaches that the Emperor protects the faithful, that righteousness and devotion are rewarded, that humanity is destined to rule the stars by divine right. But the Tyranids care nothing for faith or devotion. A world of the most pious and dedicated servants of the Emperor is consumed just as surely as a heretical den of corruption. The Tyranids cannot be intimidated by displays of faith, cannot be impressed by heroic sacrifice, cannot be deterred by any appeal to reason or mercy. They simply consume, adapt, and move on to the next world. This undermines one of the fundamental pillars of imperial ideology: that faith alone is sufficient protection against the darkness. And when that faith begins to crack, when people start to wonder why the Emperor allows the Tyranids to devour world after world of his faithful servants, that is when chaos finds its opening. Every world the Tyranids consume makes them stronger while making the Imperium weaker. It is a zero-sum game where humanity is mathematically destined to lose. The Imperium cannot outproduce the Tyranids, cannot out-adapt them, cannot even meaningfully reduce their numbers. At best, humanity can buy time, delaying the inevitable through blood and sacrifice. But time for what? Time to find a solution that the Imperium has spent centuries looking for without success. Time for the Emperor to awaken and save his people through divine intervention that shows no sign of occurring. Or simply time to die with dignity rather than be consumed in blind panic. The silent king of the Necrons, Sarek, returned to the galaxy specifically because he encountered the Tyranids in the intergalactic void and recognized them as a threat to his plans. If the Tyranids consume all biomass in the galaxy, the Necrons will never be able to reverse their biotransference and regain organic bodies. Even the ancient Necrons, with their godlike technology and millions of years of experience, view the Tyranids with concern. That should tell the Imperium everything it needs to know about the scale of the threat it faces. The Tyranid shadow falls across more and more of the galaxy with each passing year. Systems go dark, their astropathic choirs silenced by the hive mind's psychic presence. Relief fleets arrive to find only barren rocks where once green worlds used to be. And the Great Devourer advances, insatiable and unstoppable, a force that makes all of humanity's wars and conflicts seem petty and meaningless in comparison. When the main swarm arrives, the Tyranid wars will make even the Horus heresy look like a skirmish, and the Imperium, already bleeding from 1,000 other wounds, may not survive that final test. The Awakening, the Necron threat. While the Imperium battles chaos, Tyranids, and its own internal decay, another ancient evil stirs beneath countless worlds. For 60 million years, the Necrons have slept in their tomb worlds, waiting for an age when the galaxy's younger races had weakened themselves through war and strife. That age has arrived. Across the Milky Way, ancient mechanisms trigger, stasis tombs open, and the Necrons wake to reclaim a galaxy they once ruled. The Undying Legions are rising, and with them comes technology so advanced that it might as well be magic. Weapons that can shatter stars and unmake reality itself. Against such power, the Imperium's vast numbers and fanatical devotion count for remarkably little. The Necrons represent everything the Imperium is not. Where humanity clings to its fragmented knowledge and treats technology as holy relics to be worshipped but never understood, the Necrons possess scientific mastery that dwarfs even the greatest achievements of humanity's dark age. They do not need the warp for faster-than-light travel. Instead, traversing the galaxy through inertialess drives and dolmen gates. They do not age, do not tire, do not fear death, because death has no meaning for beings who can simply download their consciousness into new necrodermis bodies if destroyed. Their weapons turn tanks into rust, their ships phase through Imperial fortifications as if they were not there, and their leaders possess strategic genius accumulated over millions of years of warfare. In every meaningful metric, the Necrons are simply better than humanity at the fundamental business of waging war. The Silent King, Sarek, has returned from his long exile in the intergalactic void with a mission. Having seen the Tyranids approaching and recognized them as a threat to his goal of eventually restoring his people to organic form, he travels the galaxy, awakening tomb worlds and rallying the disparate Necron dynasties. Under his guidance, though not his direct control, as he destroyed the command protocols that once gave him absolute authority, the Necrons are beginning to coordinate their efforts in ways not seen since the War in Heaven. Dynasties that might have remained isolated and vulnerable are being drawn into an informal network of alliances and mutual defense agreements. The Necrons are not yet unified as they were in ancient times, but they are becoming organized enough to pose an existential threat to the Imperium and every other faction in the galaxy. Each tomb world that awakens is a potential catastrophe for nearby Imperial systems. The Orphean War demonstrated this brutal truth when the Maynarch dynasty awoke and systematically annihilated an entire Imperial sector. World after world fell as Necron legions emerged from underground crypts, their canoptek constructs repairing millennia of damage in mere weeks, their fleets assembling in orbit from components stored in pocket dimensions. The Imperium threw massive resources at containing the Maynarch offensive, deploying multiple Space Marine chapters and Astra Militarum crusade fleets. But the technological disparity was stark. For every Necron destroyed, dozens of Imperial soldiers died. For every Necron tomb complex eliminated, entire regiments were annihilated. The war ended not with Imperial victory, but with the Maynarch withdrawing after securing their objectives, having demonstrated that they could destroy Imperial forces at will whenever they chose to commit sufficient resources. The Sautek dynasty, under Imhotep, the Stormlord, has been particularly aggressive. Imhotep has conquered dozens of worlds, building a small empire centered on Mandragora and actively raiding Imperial space for resources and prisoners to study. His tactical genius, accumulated over millions of years and backed by technology that seems like sorcery to Imperial observers, makes him perhaps the most dangerous individual military commander in the galaxy. When Imhotep chose to assault an Imperial world, the garrison stood virtually no chance of survival. His fleets appear without warning, his armies overwhelm defensive positions with calculated precision, and his strategic foresight allows him to predict Imperial responses and counter them before they even occur. Perhaps the most insidious Necron threat is the Pariah Nexus. In the wake of the Great Rift, the Silent King authorized the deployment of ancient Blackstone technology to create vast zones where the warp's influence is completely suppressed. Within a Pariah Nexus, Psykers sicken and die, demons are forced back into the Immaterium, and even Space Marines find their genocide-enhanced abilities reduced. The Imperium depends on Psykers for nearly everything: communication, navigation, divine blessings from the Emperor. A Pariah Nexus destroys all of that. Worlds caught within these zones find themselves cut off from the wider Imperium, unable to call for help, unable to receive reinforcements, slowly dying in isolation as the Necrons systematically harvest what they need from the trapped populations. The Sarachan dynasty, perceived as inheritors of the Silent King's legacy, has been particularly active in deploying superweapons against both the Imperium and the resurgent Aeldari. Citan shards, fragments of the ancient star gods that the Necrons destroyed and enslaved during the War in Heaven, are unleashed on strategic targets with devastating results. These beings of living energy can unmake matter with a thought, generate black holes, or drain the life force from entire armies. Even a relatively small shard represents power on a scale that few Imperial weapons can match, and the Necrons have dozens, if not hundreds of shards locked away in their Tesseract labyrinths, waiting to be deployed when needed. Necron cryptechs, their technological specialists, wield powers that blur the line between science and magic. Chronomancers manipulate time itself, aging Imperial soldiers to dust or rewinding their own injuries. Psychomancers assault the mind, even though Necrons themselves have no connection to the warp, creating illusions and madness through purely technological means. Plasmancers channel stellar energies to obliterate enemy formations, and these are just the known castes of cryptechs. Others surely exist, with abilities the Imperium has not yet witnessed. Each cryptech is the equal of multiple tech priests in knowledge, and they actually understand the principles behind their technology, rather than simply following ritual and prayer. The Imperium's response to the Necron threat has been characteristically inadequate. Some worlds unknowingly colonized atop Necron tomb complexes have awakened ancient terrors through their mining and excavation efforts, triggering defensive responses that annihilate the offending populations. Other systems have found themselves systematically harvested by Necron raiders, seeking specific resources or specimens for unknown purposes. The Imperium fights back when it can, occasionally managing to destroy isolated tomb complexes or defeat small Necron forces through overwhelming numerical superiority. But these are tactical victories that do not address the strategic reality. The Necrons are awakening across the galaxy, and each one that wakes represents a threat that only grows stronger as more of their kind emerge from stasis. Most tomb worlds have not yet fully awakened. Many remain damaged from the long sleep, their inhabitants still disoriented or trapped in malfunctioning stasis pods. Some have been destroyed by geological upheaval or enemy action during the millions of years they lay dormant. But those that remain operational are beginning to activate according to predetermined schedules or in response to external threats. As more Necrons wake and connect with the networks established by the Silent King and other powerful overlords, their ability to coordinate and prosecute military campaigns will only increase. A galaxy filled with fully awakened Necrons would be one in which humanity occupies borrowed space, clinging to worlds the Necrons have not yet decided to reclaim. The worst possibility is that the Necrons might actually succeed in their ultimate goal, reversing the biotransference process that turned them from organic Necron tire into immortal machines. If they discover a species whose bodies are suitable for hosting Necron consciousnesses, allowing them to become flesh and blood once more, while retaining their knowledge and powers, the result would be a race that combines the vitality of organic life with the technological mastery of the Necrons. Such beings would be utterly unstoppable, and humanity would stand no chance whatsoever against them. The Silent King seeks this outcome above all else, and he has millions of years of patience and entire dynasties of subjects to pursue it. Given enough time, the Necrons might achieve their dreams of rebirth, and in doing so, doom every other species in the galaxy to extinction or slavery. The Necrons do not need the Imperium's destruction to achieve their goals. They simply need the Imperium out of their way. Every world humanity holds is a world the Necrons once ruled and might one day reclaim. Every system the Imperium defends is built atop Necron territory. The Imperium is, from the Necron perspective, an infestation of primitive organics squatting on their property. And eventually, when the Necrons have finished dealing with more pressing concerns like the Tyranids, they will turn their full attention to clearing out the infestation. When that day comes, the Imperium's chances of survival are minimal at best. The Crimson Path. Chaos Ascendant. Abaddon the Despoiler, War Master of Chaos, and Master of the Black Legion, has been working toward humanity's destruction for 10,000 years. 13 Black Crusades have been launched from the Eye of Terror, each one seemingly a failure in the eyes of the Imperium, with Abaddon driven back after inflicting terrible damage, but never achieving his supposed goal of reaching Terra and destroying the Emperor. But the Imperium, in its arrogance and ignorance, never understood the true purpose of those crusades. Abaddon's goal was never to conquer the galaxy in a single, overwhelming offensive. That approach had already been tried by Horus and failed. Instead, Abaddon pursued a long-term strategy called the Crimson Path, a plan to gradually weaken the barriers between real space and the warp, expanding the Eye of Terror until it consumed Terra itself and transformed the entire galaxy into a realm where chaos held absolute dominion. The 13th Black Crusade represented the culmination of this strategy. Every previous crusade had served to identify and destroy ancient structures that held back the warp's influence. Blackstone deposits, Necron pylons, and other devices placed by the Old Ones or their inheritors to stabilize reality were systematically eliminated. The Gothic War saw Abaddon capture Blackstone fortresses, using them to destabilize entire sectors before turning them into weapons against Cadia itself. When the pylons on Cadia were finally destroyed and the fortress world shattered, the Eye of Terror began to expand just as Abaddon had planned. But even he could not have anticipated how successful his plan would be. The destruction of Cadia triggered a cascade effect that tore the Great Rift across the entire galaxy, splitting the Imperium in two and flooding countless systems with demonic incursions. The Great Rift is, in essence, the realization of Abaddon's Crimson Path. It provides a highway for Chaos forces to travel directly from the Eye of Terror toward Terror, without needing to traverse the difficult path through the Cadian Gate. More importantly, it has weakened the veil between real space and the warp across the entire galaxy. Demonic incursions that once required elaborate rituals and massive sacrifices can now occur spontaneously on worlds near the Rift. Chaos Space Marines who once struggled to gather sufficient forces for sustained campaigns can now recruit from countless corrupted worlds within or near the Rift's territory. The Chaos Gods themselves can focus their attention on the material realm with an ease they have not enjoyed since before the Emperor created the Astronomicon. This marks a fundamental shift in the balance of power between the Imperium and Chaos. For 10,000 years, the Imperium has held Chaos in check through constant vigilance and sacrifice. Every potential cult was ruthlessly suppressed. Every corrupted individual was purged. Every demon incursion was met with overwhelming force. This approach succeeded, after a fashion, in preventing Chaos from gaining permanent footholds in Imperial territory. But it was never sustainable in the long term, and the Great Rift has made it completely untenable. There are simply too many breaches in reality now, too many worlds falling to corruption, too many demons manifesting in too many places. The Imperium cannot plug every leak when reality itself has become a sieve. The demon Primarchs, those sons of the Emperor who turned traitor during the Horus heresy and ascended to demonhood, are more active now than at any time since the heresy itself. Magnus the Red launched a massive assault on Fenris, seeking revenge against the Space Wolves for the destruction of Prospero 10,000 years earlier. Mortarion invaded Ultramar, spreading the gifts of Nurgle across Guilliman's own realm in a deliberate mockery of the returned Primarch's efforts to save the Imperium. These are beings of immense power, each one a match for entire armies, and they are no longer content to brood within the Eye of Terror. The Great Rift has given them both the opportunity and the means to directly assault Imperial space, and they do so with increasing frequency and ambition. The traitor legions themselves grow stronger. The Black Legion under Abaddon's command is larger now than it ever was, swelled by recruits from renegade Space Marine chapters and corrupted Imperial forces. The Death Guard spreads plague and despair across systems near the Rift. The Thousand Sons pursue arcane agendas that served Tzeentch's unfathomable schemes. The World Eaters hunt for skulls to offer to Horn. The Emperor's children seek ever greater sensations to please Slaanesh. Each of these legions is a major threat on its own, and they are now supported by countless warbands of lesser Chaos Space Marines, all eager to prove themselves worthy of the Dark God's blessings. Perhaps most insidious is the spread of Chaos cults within the Imperium itself. The Great Rift and the Psychic Awakening have made it easier for Chaos to find and corrupt susceptible individuals. A desperate citizen facing starvation on a hive world might be tempted by promises of Nurgle's abundance. An ambitious officer denied promotion might make a pact with Tzeentch for knowledge and power. A soldier driven mad by the horrors of war might embrace Khorne's promise that all problems can be solved through violence. A lonely soul seeking connection might fall into Slaanesh's trap of offering pleasure without limit. The Imperial Creed's promise of salvation through faith and suffering rings hollow to those who see no reward for their devotion other than continued misery. And when faith fails, Chaos offers an alternative. The Inquisition, once capable of detecting and purging Chaos corruption before it spread, is overwhelmed. There are simply not enough Inquisitors to investigate every suspected cult, not enough agents to monitor every potential heretic, not enough firepower to burn out every taint before it metastasizes into open rebellion. And the Great Rift has made traditional inquisitorial methods less effective. Psychic detection of Chaos taint becomes unreliable when the warp's energies suffuse entire sectors. Standard interrogation techniques fail when demons can possess investigators as easily as suspects. Even exterminatus, the ultimate sanction of destroying an entire world to prevent corruption from spreading, has become a luxury the Imperium can barely afford when every world is needed to feed the war machine. Chaos victory does not require the complete destruction of the Imperium. It merely requires enough corruption to render the Imperium unrecognizable. A future Imperium, where chaos cults operate openly in some sectors, where demon princes rule over imperial worlds, where the distinction between loyal servant and heretic becomes blurred, where the Emperor's light is just one spiritual path among many, that would be a victory more complete than anything Horus achieved. The Imperium would still exist, but as a mockery of everything it once stood for. And that transformation is already beginning. The Nachmund Gauntlet, that vital corridor through the Great Rift, remains under constant assault by Abaddon's forces. If he can close the gauntlet by destroying the Blackstone deposits on Vigilus or Sangua Terra, Imperium Nihilus will be completely cut off from reinforcement. The worlds beyond the rift would be left to fend for themselves, and many would inevitably fall to chaos simply through attrition and despair. Abaddon understands that he does not need to destroy every imperial world himself. He simply needs to isolate them, corrupt them one by one, and wait for the Imperium's internal contradictions to tear it apart. The Chaos Gods themselves play a longer game than any mortal can comprehend. They fed on the emotions and spiritual energies generated by war, suffering, and despair, and the current state of the galaxy provides them with a feast beyond measure. Every world consumed by the Tyranids generates terror that strengthens Tzeentch. Every plague world in Mortarian's wake feeds Nurgle. Every battle fought with desperate fury empowers Horn. Every act of depravity in the Imperium's underhives pleases Slaanesh. The gods do not need the Imperium destroyed quickly. A slow death, drawn out over centuries of suffering, serves their purposes far better than any swift victory. In the end, Chaos does not fear the Imperium's military might or its supposedly divine emperor. It knows that given enough time, given enough pressure, given enough despair, even the most faithful will break. Even the mightiest heroes will fall. Even the God Emperor himself will fail. For chaos is patient, chaos is eternal, and chaos has already won. The Imperium just does not know it yet. Internal collapse, corruption, rebellion, and decay. While external threats hammer at the Imperium's borders, the rot within grows ever worse. An empire as vast, old, and corrupt as the Imperium of man cannot be held together solely through external threats. The internal contradictions, the systemic failures, the spiritual decay that permeates every level of imperial society are, in many ways, more dangerous than any alien invasion. An enemy can be fought, but how does one battle corruption that is woven into the very fabric of governance? How does one purge heresy when the systems meant to detect and eliminate it are themselves compromised? The Adeptus Administratum, the vast bureaucracy tasked with governing 1,000,000 worlds, has become so bloated and inefficient that it is functionally useless for anything requiring rapid response. Reports of Xenos invasion might take years to work their way through the proper channels before reaching someone with the authority to order military intervention. By the time relief arrives, the world in question may have already fallen, been reclaimed, fallen again, or been utterly destroyed. Census data can be centuries out of date, meaning tithes are assessed based on populations that no longer exist, while other worlds with expanded populations escape their fair share of military recruitment. Entire sectors can be lost in the bureaucracy, their governors filing reports that vanish into archives never to be read, their pleas for aid ignored simply because the right clerk never saw the request. This institutional incompetence creates opportunities for corruption at every level. A planetary governor who wishes to reduce his tithe burden need only bribe the right officials to have his world's production reports adjusted. A rogue trader seeking to smuggle forbidden Xenos artifacts knows exactly which port officials to pay off to ensure cargo containers are never inspected. A cult seeking to spread heresy can buy time by ensuring that reports of their activities are buried in mountains of bureaucratic paperwork that no one will read until it is far too late. And because the administratum is so vast and so decentralized, these corruptions are nearly impossible to root out. Even when discovered, punishing the guilty often requires navigating the same broken bureaucracy that enabled the corruption in the first place. The ecclesiarchy, meant to be the spiritual heart of the imperium and guardian of the imperial creed, has become almost as corrupt as the administratum. While many individual clerics are sincere believers who genuinely seek to serve the emperor, the upper echelons of the church are riddled with political infighting, doctrinal disputes, and outright heresy masked as righteous faith. Cardinals scheme for advancement, using tithes meant for the poor to fund lavish lifestyles. Preachers twist the emperor's teachings to support their own agendas, whether that be gaining personal power or settling scores with rivals. Some high-ranking clerics harbor beliefs that would be considered dangerously heretical if spoken aloud, yet they maintain their positions through connections and cunning. Worse still, the ecclesiarchy actively suppresses knowledge and promotes ignorance as a virtue. The masses are taught that questioning authority is heresy, that suffering is holy, that knowledge beyond what the church provides is dangerous corruption. This creates a population that cannot think critically, cannot recognize threats until they are immediate, and cannot adapt to changing circumstances. When a Genestealer cult spreads through a hive city, the population may not recognize the danger because they have been taught that only the ecclesiarchy can identify heresy, and the ecclesiarchy itself may be too corrupt or incompetent to sound the alarm until entire levels of the hive have been subverted. The Astra Militarum, humanity's primary military force, suffers from its own structural problems. The sheer scale of the Imperial Guard means that quality varies wildly from regiment to regiment. The Cadian shock troops and Katakan jungle fighters represent the absolute peak of human military training and effectiveness. But for every elite regiment, there are dozens of poorly trained, poorly equipped, poorly led formations that are essentially just bodies to throw at the enemy. Regiments are recruited from individual worlds and then shipped off to war zones they may never leave, fighting battles that have no connection to their homeworld's interests. This creates morale problems, as soldiers wonder why they should die for worlds they have never seen to defend an imperium that has given them nothing but suffering. Corruption in the Guard takes many forms. Officers purchase their commissions rather than earning them through merit, leading to incompetent leadership that gets entire regiments killed through poor decisions. Supply sergeants skim equipment to sell on the black market, leaving soldiers without proper ammunition or armor when battle comes. Entire regiments have gone rogue, either turning to chaos, seceding from imperial authority, or simply becoming bandits, preying on the very worlds they were meant to defend. And the commissariat, meant to maintain discipline and loyalty, can only shoot so many soldiers before morale breaks completely. The Adeptus Mechanicus, guardians of technology and knowledge, may be the most dangerous source of internal threat. Their refusal to innovate, their treatment of machines as divine beings rather than tools, their suppression of knowledge that contradicts their dogma. All of this has left the Imperium technologically stagnant, while its enemies adapt and advance. Tech priests jealously guard their secrets, refusing to share knowledge, even with other parts of the Mechanicus, for fear of losing political advantage. Dark Mechanicus forces, tech priests who have turned to chaos, operate within Forge worlds, conducting forbidden research and deliberately sabotaging Imperial war efforts. And the machine spirits that the Mechanicus worships may be far more than simple programming. Some believe they are fragments of machine intelligence from the dark age of technology, and if that is true, they may have their own agendas that do not align with humanity's survival. Rebellions occur constantly throughout the Imperium. Planetary governors declare independence, forming petty empires in the confusion of the Great Rift's aftermath. Hive world populations, pushed beyond endurance by impossible working conditions and starvation-level food rations, rise up in mass revolts that can only be suppressed through orbital bombardment. Noble houses fight bitter civil wars over succession disputes. Rogue space marine chapters, either fall into chaos or simply pursuing their own agendas, carve out small domains and refuse to acknowledge the Imperium's authority. Each of these rebellions requires military forces to suppress, forces that are desperately needed elsewhere. And even when crushed, rebellions leave behind bitterness and resentment that sows the seeds for future uprisings. The Genestealer cults present a particularly insidious internal threat. These organizations can lie dormant for generations, their members appearing as loyal Imperial citizens while secretly harboring the genetic taint of Tyranid infection. They infiltrate every level of society, from underhive gangers to planetary governors, all working toward the day when their Tyranid masters arrive to consume the world. By the time a Genestealer cult is discovered, it is often too late to purge them without destroying the world's ability to function. And with the Tyranids accelerating their invasion, more and more cults are activating, each one representing a fifth column, working to undermine humanity from within. The sheer scale of human suffering within the Imperium creates a constant pool of potential heretics and rebels. When life offers nothing but grinding toil, starvation rations, and death in industrial accidents or pointless wars, the promises of chaos or the apparent order of the greater good philosophy of the Toe Empire start to look attractive by comparison. The Imperium's response to this discontent is not to address the root causes, but to simply execute anyone who complains too loudly and intensify the propaganda about how suffering builds character and proves devotion to the Emperor. This does not eliminate dissent, it merely drives it underground, where it metastasizes into something far more dangerous. The Imperium is, in many ways, its own worst enemy. Its systems are designed for an empire that no longer exists, if it ever did. Its religious dogma prevents the very innovation and adaptation that might allow it to survive. Its size makes it ungovernable, its corruption makes it unjust, and its cruelty makes it hated even by those who serve it faithfully. An empire cannot endure indefinitely on fear and faith alone, and the Imperium has pushed both to their breaking point. When the external threats finally break through, they will find an empire already rotted from within, ready to collapse at the lightest touch. The resource crisis, manpower, materials, and morale. The Imperium's military machine consumes resources at an unsustainable rate. Every war requires soldiers, and the Astra Militarum's appetite for manpower is literally insatiable. Regiments are raised in their hundreds of thousands, equipped as best as the Departamento Munitorum can manage, and shipped off to die on distant worlds fighting enemies they cannot hope to defeat. The Guard's losses are catastrophic. Entire regiments are routinely annihilated in single campaigns, their names added to endless rolls of honor that no one will ever read. And while the Imperium's population is measured in the quadrillions, making these losses theoretically replaceable, the reality is more complicated. The quality of Imperial manpower is declining. The best soldiers come from worlds with martial cultures like Cardia, Katahan, Krieg, and Armageddon. Worlds where military service is ingrained in the population and training begins practically from birth. But many of these worlds have suffered catastrophic losses. Cardia is gone, its culture and people scattered across the galaxy as refugees. Other recruitment worlds have been run by enemies, devastated by war, or simply bled white by the Imperium's demands. The result is that more and more regiments are being drawn from hive worlds where the recruits have never even seen a real sky, let alone received proper military training. These soldiers are brave and willing, but bravery means little when you do not know how to properly maintain a laser gun or execute basic squad tactics. The Adeptus Astartes face an even more pressing manpower problem. Space Marines are irreplaceable super soldiers, each one worth 100 normal men in combat effectiveness. But they cannot be mass-produced. The creation of a Space Marine requires specific genetic material, the geneseed harvested from previous Marines, and a brutal transformation process that kills most aspirants. Chapters can rarely field more than 1,000 battle brothers, and losses in combat are permanent until new recruits can be trained and implanted, a process taking years, if not decades.